nach seiner Überzeugung handeln, Jan.
Ja, aber auch effektiv.
Nee, das hat ehrlich gesagt damit relativ wenig zu tun.
Nee, ich finde es sehr gut. Du hast deinen Standpunkt. ähm, Hättest du Lust, dass wir mal wieder angeln gehen?
Thomas geschrieben, oder wie?
Nee, aber ich habe überlegt, ob ich den Thomas dann auch in dem Zuge mal anrufen soll. Dann hätte ich wieder Karten für Hürden besorgt. Also mir geht es darum, ich will halt nicht weit fahren müssen, weil es mit dem Autofahren bin ich immer noch vorsichtig. Also sowas wie Altmühlsee oder sowas ist für mich erstens fand ich es bisher eigentlich am Fluss eigentlich auch am geilsten und lange Autofahrten habe ich eigentlich echt keinen Bock.
Ja, wir
Aber
können
wenn,
schon gucken. Also, wie gesagt, mein Angel ist halt ein bisschen demoliert. Deshalb muss ich mal gucken. Aber
ich wäre halt
das kann
dahin, wo
auch
wir das
so.
letzte Mal, und also ich hätte jetzt Thomas und Markus noch gefragt und wenn die auch Bock haben, dann hätte ich halt für Sonntag oder so Karten besorgt, wenn es für alle passt.
Ja, Sonntag bin ich bei meinem Vater.
Ja, also muss jetzt nicht Sonntag sein, sondern das war jetzt halt, sind wir so am Montag, keine Ahnung. Da, wo die Leute Zeit haben.
Samstag ist Mutter, Sonntag ist Vater.
Für uns ist tatsächlich so gut wie gar nichts geplant. So ganz gut so. Ja, Montag hättest du theoretisch Zeit, oder wie?
Ja, der letzte Tag schon wieder.
Ja, also wir müssen auch nicht. War jetzt halt mal, ich hätte halt gern mal wieder was gemacht und einfach nur.
Ja, der Nino hat auch gefragt.
Wir können auch so, zum Beispiel Dani ist jetzt morgen Abend bei Tammy. Das können wir uns auch bei dir treffen. Irgendwas, keine Ahnung, Film anschauen oder sonst was. Chilligen Abend machen.
Ich weiß nicht, wann das bei meinem Vater losgeht. Also, mir wäre es Sonntag fast lieber.
Also von Sonntag auf Montag.
Ja.
Ja, können wir mal im Auge behalten.
Gut. So, jetzt checken wir mal meine LP, ne? Gar nicht so schlecht.
Ich auch. Latin 1 Johannes.
Sehr gut, Jan, sehr gut.
20 LP, das schaffe ich.
Frage ist, ob du noch weißt, wie das Spiel funktioniert.
Dann hätte ich gesagt, also Montag wird bei dir passen, dann rufe ich einfach mal einen Thomas an. Also du hättest kein Problem mit Hürden. Also da, wo wir schon mal waren.
Ja, wenn wir Sonntag zusammensitzen, dann gehe ich montags nicht angeln.
Es kommt darauf an, wie lange wir zusammensitzen.
Ja.
Ja, das ist korrekt. Nee, dann machen wir so mal wieder was. Und Lido ist ja beim Angeln jetzt auch nicht so begeistert. Ich glaube, der geht dann nicht mehr so oft mit, nachdem er sich da einmal fast den Arsch abgefroren hat. Dann machen wir lieber sowas bei dir.
Oh, da wäre ich mir gar nicht so sicher, gell? Weil, also da, wo wir da mal am Kocher waren, hat ihm, glaube ich, ziemlich gut gefallen.
Das davor oder danach, wo wir da in.
Das war, glaube ich, davor.
Was mit Danny? Ist der Lande oder?
Heute auf jeden Fall. Heute grillen sie, glaube ich. Grillen, glaube ich, Fisch heute. Weiß nicht.
Macht das Sinn? Karfreitag. Mein Fahrrad habe ich vorhin ein bisschen kaputt gemacht. Ja.
Ist das sowas?
Das Schloss von meinem, da wo der Akku quasi reinklipst wird, das was rausbrauchen. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich eine Teilschuld habe oder ob es ein Designfehler ist. Dann habe ich geschaut, das Ding kostet 30 Euro im Internet. Bevor ich da jetzt irgendwie mit denen rumdiskutieren muss, habe ich
Whereas
es
rape culture is
bestellt.
defined as a setting in which rape is pervasive and normalized
Ja,
due
nicht
to
rummacht.
societal
Ja, wär's
attitudes
100
about gender
gewesen,
and
dann hätte ich da
sexuality.
angerufen, hätte ich mal gefragt, wie es aussieht.
Is this real? Is it something that we should be concerned about? So I guess we're going to go ahead and let everyone give their opening statements on that. Freak Kai disappeared. Starting with
Der Akku ist wieder eingeschaltet, Varian.
Oh boy. Yeah, so Tafaj.
Aber er lädt nur noch.
Vom Haus.
Ja,
I don't think
aber er
we
lädt nur noch
agree.
auf
I think we
30%.
have a casual sex culture
Warum?
and a hookup culture.
Ja, aber irgendein
and a
Schonmodus,
culture which
Testmodus, whatever.
encourages ways of engaging with sex which are
Wer
dangerous. and
programmiert das
prohibited.
Ding?
So
Ich
we
hab gedacht,
think
das
that,
machst du
like,
alles.
the natural result
Das
of
Batteriemanagementsystem
stripping
und
a
so,
lot
das
of
ist alles
meaning
von
from
denen.
sex and a lot of the seriousness that comes with it. When you boil sex down to purely just like, you know, seeking this consent, I think you create an incentive for incredibly transactional temporary relationships. And with those kinds of relationships, you also get bad sex and you get a lot of boundaries which are easily crossed. And so I think that, like, what you really should be concerned about, if you're concerned about like the modern prevalence of, you know, boundary crossing, is addressing that casual hookup culture and teaching people that they need to engage with it a lot more responsibly or avoid that
Ich
kind
spiele
of
zumindest
culture
mal
at
fast
all.
nur
You
mit
guess how popular Bernie
Dia-Playern.
Sanders'
So yeah,
policies
we'll
are?
get
What
into
percentage
the
of
details
Americans
of
support
that.
making
That's
marijuana
my
use
general
Stück in der Lobby.
position.
I don't know.
Spannend.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Not
Great
quite.
take.
66%.
Not so airy.
Anyway,
Would you
Americans
like
are
to
agreeing
follow
with
up?
Sanders
Was?
on this one. Medicare
Sure.
for all.
Bei mir in meiner Lobby sind 5 Dia-Player.
this is
So yeah,
gonna
I
be
guess my position
faulty.
is that I
That's
think like
bullshit.
when it
Mit
comes to like
Bürostühle hast du dich nicht auseinandergesetzt,
sex,
gell? Nur mit Gaming-Stühle.
Ja. Aber bei Bürostühle waren, glaube ich, die Steel Series diese endgeile Stühle. Die waren halt ziemlich teuer.
Ich kriege jetzt im Geschäft ein und jetzt bin ich halt am Überlegen, wie ich es mache. Ich mir nicht da dann auch noch. Ich suche mir jetzt quasi nächste Woche wahrscheinlich ein fürs Geschäft aus. In dem Zuge dann vielleicht auch für daheim schon. Schauen. Das war mir halt sicher. Vielleicht teste ich ja erstmal den daheim. Den im Geschäft und nehme dann den gleichen für daheim. Muss mal gucken.
Hier war slow hier. Ich glaube, ich bin hier slow.
Steel Series. Was muss ich da eingeben? Einfach Steel Series. Achso, so heißt die Firma. Das ist ein Kopfhörer. Wie hießen die Stühle?
Feel the thorns embrace.
Steel Case kann es sein?
Kann auch sein, ja, aber ich dachte eigentlich diese Steel Series.
Steel Series eingibst, dann kommt Kopfhörer, aber es gibt Steel Case.
Was? Warum dodge die da? Sanus Games eigentlich. Oh.
and sexual harassment and sexual assaults, there's definitely a problem within our culture. To label that rape culture feels inaccurate and somewhat inflammatory, particularly when you have like internationally cultures that like actually legitimately do more so normalize and have a much higher prevalence rate of like full-on rape. I do think that there is a problem with boundary crossing. I do think that there are issues, right? Like, it would be nice to see sexual assault rates decrease over time. And I'm really for educating that. But I think when we get into like these inflammatory words like rape culture and stuff, we actually like steal away from the nuance necessary to like properly educate women and men and individuals about how to have like safe sex and how to assert boundaries in dating and whatnot.
Okay. Stardust.
I do think it
Feinware
used to be the
tatsächlich nicht
case
so gut.
in that circumstances and the behavior of a victim was heavily scrutinized before anyone took a sexual misconduct case at face value. With things like the Me Too movement and other movements, it seems like the attitude around that has changed to automatically believe all people when they come out with an allegation. And I don't think that that's healthy either. I think that with that being the case, we've kind of like flipped innocent until proven guilty on its head, or in like a public sphere. We've flipped it on its head pretty badly, and I think that actually feeds back into like this this kind of this
Do
really
you think
toxic
they
kind of,
input
like,
read sometimes
feedback
for
loop
your?
where it's, like,
Does every
scrutinize
boss do it? I
everything,
can't
but,
tell. I should just wait till I
don't
should
believe
dodge an attack,
anybody,
and then when I
then,
would attack, I
no,
should
you
just
have
heal.
to
I think
believe
that's what I should
everybody,
do.
and how dare you scrutinize things. So that's kind of how it seems like there's like this very bad kind of cycle going. So
Okay. And Kai Clips, can you answer the question? Does rape culture exist? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of difficult because a few other panelists have talked about kind of the colloquial rape culture in that it's like non-consenting individuals. I think it's a little more complex than that. I think kind of Stardust was, well, maybe not so much, but I think I'll allude to the fact that certain elements of society can build into rape culture in the sense that it desensitizes people to, forms of violence within relationships. The kind I've interacted with a lot is just the kind of the opposite of rape culture, which is that oftentimes there's like a sexual relationship between a man and a woman, and then a few months down the line, and that relationship being totally consensual, a few months down the line, the woman will change her mind as to what she understood the relationship to be. And then in 99% of cases, the guy is the one who receives all of the blame. And I think there's an inappropriate infantilization of women when it comes to that, thinking that women can, are always the ones who are innocent and are never the ones who encourage a sexual interaction. And I think that gets us into some hot water pretty quick societally.
Okay. And Destiny.
When I think of rape culture, I think of like two kind of different things that kind of get smushed together into the same thing. The first concept of rape culture, which I think is a little bit older, is this idea that I think Stardust mentioned this, that women kind of aren't really believable, that a lot of rape is made up, and people are kind of uncomfortable even talking about there being like rape. So that was a conversation that we weren't having publicly. And then I think the Me Too movement kind of blew that up. So I think largely we've gotten over that generally, with some exception, that like women have a better time today coming out and being taken seriously, especially online, than they used to in the past. Whether that's gotten too far or not is another conversation. And then there's kind of like this second understanding of rape culture, which I think more broadly applies to kind of the dating habits that we have in society, where women are seen as the gatekeepers of sex and men are seen as like the chasers of sex. And then in that society, men kind of have a bunch of tools at their disposal that they utilize in order to get sex from the women. And when talking about that type of rape culture, I don't really know if that's really been addressed at all yet, because we don't really have conversations around like consent or sex. We just kind of have like really juvenile screaming like "don't rape at people." Yeah.
Okay. And last, Anna.
Well, it seems like I'm the only one that is actually engaged with the research on this topic, because the research suggests that absolutely rape culture is still alive and well in the U.S. There's plenty of literature reviews that prove this. So I don't know what else to say on that, except that basically rape culture is about it's about the sociocultural attitudes about victims and rape that are pervasive in a society, and the fact that rapes are still extremely underreported from both men and women, and also the fact that rape myth acceptance, which is an academic term, there's plenty of research on this, again, rape myth acceptance is still
Hopefully I stay that way.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Stay indoors today.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Always wanted to leave a mark, but not so sparkly.
Stock up wards for low visibility locations.
Minions have spawned.
Expect sporadic ganks. Let's take a look at the mini-map. I didn't spend 5 years studying journalism for this.
So many guns.
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage.
A Targaryen express.
We're seeing ideal conditions for a gorgeous lane.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Perfect weather for a team fight. Sunshine, rainbows, and
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been
Hörst du nicht so zufrieden an, was du da machst?
Jetzt dich.
I'm gonna need a new umbrella.
It's gusty. Expect a spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today.
An ally has been slain.
I get the worst assignments. Trust me, I'm a weather woman.
Ready to rock? Only as good as your gun.
Let my winds and the teleprompter guide you. Mic check. Am I coming in?
been slain. An ally has been slain.
I'm on location and it's
Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
bundle up. Wait, are we rolling?
An enemy has been slain.
And back to you, shopkeeper. We're seeing ideal conditions for a gorgeous lane.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Hold on to your hats. I get the worst assignments. I'm on location and it's not skirt weather.
Ally has been slain.
Let's take a look at the minimap.
An ally has been slain.
FF.
Trust me, I'm a weather woman.
Ally has been slain.
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage.
An ally has been slain.
Incoming gale. Let my winds and the teleprompter guide you. Five-day forecast, sunshine, rainbows, and bloodshed.
Enemy killing spree.
Stock up wars for low visibility locations.
An enemy has been slain.
invisibility locations.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Turret plate will fall soon.
Ready to roll?
What a scoop!
Hold up!
I'm on location and it's not skirt weather.
Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
Wow, no one is watching.
Expect a spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Let my wind and the teleprompter guide you. It's dusty. Expect sporadic days.
Combo blast!
Heavy winds approaching.
An enemy has been slain.
Find a point out. Sunshine. Find the left.
An enemy has been slain.
It wasn't me. My guns have minds of their own.
We're seeing ideal conditions for a gorgeous lane. My friend, my
An enemy has been slain.
I get the worst assignments. Stay indoors today. Incoming gale. Wait, are we rolling? vacation and it's not skirt weather. What a scoop!
Has been slain.
We're seeing ideal conditions for a gorgeous lane.
An enemy is dominating. An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage.
Expect a spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today.
Mic check. Am I coming in?
An enemy has been slain.
Incoming gale. Lights out.
An enemy is unstoppable.
High risk of severe thunderstorm. We'll be right back with more pain and death after these messages. Stay indoors today.
Godlike.
5-day forecast, sunshine, rainbows, and bloodshed. I get the worst assignments. They're in for the storm of the century. Let my winds and the teleprompter guide you.
Johannes, ich hab geintet. Hallo? Hallo.
Expect a spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today. And back to you, shopkeeper. I'm on location and it's not skirt weather. I'm gonna need a new umbrella. Let's take a look at the laser guns. Floors for low visibility locations. Trust me, I'm a weather woman.
Jetzt bin ich unnötigerweise Dritter geworden.
We're seeing ideal conditions for a gorgeous lane. We'll be right back after a word from our summoning platform.
Your turret has been destroyed.
What a scoop!
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Shut down.
I get the worst assignments. Hold front!
verstehe das nicht. Die Sachen, was mir gefallen, kosten immer so viel Geld. Es gibt manche Sachen, da bin ich dann überrascht, aber das, was mir dann eigentlich gefällt, das ist immer wieder sauteuer. Jetzt habe ich mir da einen Bürostuhl angeschaut und der kostet mit Abstand von denen, wo da zur Auswahl sind, der kostet einfach 1500 Euro. Das ist doch abnormal.
Ja.
Wie rechtfertigen die das?
I'm gonna need a new umbrella.
Ich hab Autos gehabt, die waren billiger.
Incoming game. Mic check. Am I coming in? Stock up wars for low visibility locations. Stay indoors today. Expect a spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today. We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage. I get the worst assignments. Trust me, I'm a weather woman.
Perfekt. Perfekt!
still highly prevalent. So this means that people, despite the Me Too movement and everything, maybe that helped a little, but despite that, people still believe things that are false about rape and victims. And that is what rape culture is, and there's really no denying that it exists.
Okay, the floor is open. Yeah, you guys can go ahead and have at it.
I think the problem is that like the question or the debate is really about like what is the appropriate term for this. I think we can agree that there are misconceptions about how rape occurs and the level at which sexual assault occurs. But whether or not we actually label that rape culture is what's contentious. I think we also have, disagreements about or misunderstandings regarding murder rates and what constitutes murder and other forms of physical violence. But I think it's too much to say that we live in like a murder culture. That term is really, I think, where the debate is centered around. And I think the problem with the term is that it fails to really identify where the problems are. And it just sort of like loosely blames men or paints men as like the progenitors of this, and what we really need to do is like control men's behavior. And I think that the problem's a lot deeper than that and goes really into how we engage with sex as a culture in general. And so I think when we reframe the conversation to be about like hookup culture or casual sex, I think we're getting towards like why those rapes and that sexual assault is actually coming. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree that there is some form of like rape culture, as people call it. I just think that it's significantly changed from what it used to be, right? It used to be that every single piece of information surrounding a case coming out would be heavily scrutinized. Everything, right down to like what somebody was wearing was scrutinized. And while that wasn't healthy in itself, I also don't think it's healthy that we now kind of exist in a space where when somebody comes out with an allegation, we have we've decide to deem somebody 100% guilty on a public stage before they're given a chance to even defend themselves, or for the actual case itself to be like moved forward in the legal system, things like that. And also there's also the very real problem of just miscommunication with relationships. The fact that men are kind of taught to be pursuers, right? And they're taught that some men are taught that women are playing hard to get, right? And some women are taught to play hard to get. So this does create a lot of deeper issues that complicate this rape culture even more. And I think it really does feed into itself. It makes things harder for everybody on all sides.
I think something that's really important that kind of gets brought up is initially when the Me Too thing started, it was about holding people accountable that were able to escape accountability. I promise I'm not trying to trigger you with this one, Fanatic, but I think that there were some people that for whatever reason managed to evade the legal system, but when an accusation would come out, you would find out that like sometimes dozens of women would have a similar story dealing with a guy. And it would seem like, okay, it seems like this person was, for whatever reason, able to escape accountability in the justice system. So when they couldn't find justice in the legal routes, they kind of went like, I don't want to say the social media route, but like the public square route, basically. And we went from this idea that like maybe some especially powerful men could escape accountability, but with enough women coming forward, you kind of have some accountability. We went from that to if a single woman accuses a single guy of anything, it's automatically 100% true. And I think the problem is when you set the bar that low, now we've seen, even in just our space, that's not a good threshold for it's not a good threshold for those types of accusations. And what's worse is it kind of reinforces those prior beliefs that, well, hold on, maybe we do need to be really skeptical of some women making these accusations, because then you find out that some come out, you read through everything, and you're like, okay, well, this was kind of bullshit, or this was kind of shoddy, and then it reinforces those views that maybe we should be more skeptical about the claims being made when it's just coming from a single person.
I mean, I think we should also appreciate like how exceptional the situation and the circumstances are that women are even doing this in the first place. If you look at like other cultures, like in China, where women are still receiving like major pushback from trying to, discuss their experiences with party officials or look back into history and like the relative inability for women to speak up in most cultures. The ability of women today to really hold powerful men accountable is really incredibly unique. And I think it speaks to like, how far the culture has changed when it comes to taking rape and sexual assault seriously. So to cast it as like this rape culture again, I think it like, it sort of obscures that cultural change that has occurred.
So where are your studies? So where are your studies that show that any of this is true? Both of you. Where are the studies on this?
Wait, the
I'm
show
going
that.
to studies.
Wait, the show that what's true?
What you just
I do
said.
have to say that
women are able to hold powerful men accountable now more than other times in history.
Where's your proof that this has changed?
Twitter has not existed for most of human history. The internet has not existed for most of human history. If you want to like bring something to the public square, and you're a woman who doesn't have like a lot of economic leeway, you can't vote. Your ability to bring information to the public square is severely limited.
And those women still get harassed and death threats and all kinds of things, do they not?
Yeah,
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Within the past and now.
I would say that again. I think Destiny's on to something with holding powerful men accountable. But what we also see is that this has become about not holding powerful men accountable. It's also become about accusing the average man, and one accusation against an average man, or even like a man who is not powerful, who's disadvantaged in certain ways, can be very, very harmful for that person. So yes, it initially was about holding these powerful people accountable, but now we had to acknowledge at some point that we do see that there are some men who are not powerful, who are being accused and being made into a guilty person in a public sphere before even having their voice heard.
I think it's also. I was gonna say, I think it's also really important that like we have a realistic expectation for what we can suspect or expect out of society. Like anybody making any accusation against anybody ever is going to receive some level of public pushback, especially if it's against a celebrity. But that's probably not even unique.
It's not justified, so don't try and justify it.
It's not a justification. It's about an expectation of like reality. Like if a sports person like loses to another sports person, soccer, basketball, whatever, like those people are going to get hate. If somebody makes an accusation of murder or assault or rape against somebody, they're going to get a level of like hate. If our goal is to say like we need to have a society where somebody can make some accusation and never get hate for it, that's like unrealistic. That expectation will never be met.
Or we need to have a society.
We don't want that society.
Or we need to have a society where maybe trauma survivors, there's an understanding of trauma and there's more education of trauma survivors and what victim blaming does to a trauma survivor.
I think you can rope that into like the parts that Destiny and Stardust and myself are trying to bring up though, and you kind of overshadow the reality that might not be as attractive. Like sure, we probably agree on this panel that we should provide more support to people who suffer from trauma, but if you get like 70 people or even just like a dozen people after somebody's been accused of like assaulting somebody or sexually harassing somebody, if 70 people step in afterwards, it is realistic to assume that the fact that accusations have been brought up is now playing a part in the way that people perceive the prior relationship they had with that individual. And it becomes one of these things like, oh, wow, I interacted with so-and-so before and they did something that at the time, like I totally didn't see as a problem and maybe I even flirted back. But now that I've got the lens of them being an abuser, I'm going to shape my opinion of them that way. So I think for you to say we should just, provide more support for abusers, I think that's like, it's not a disagreeable point, and it doesn't address what we've been raising as a problem with the way, the response
because you've
to
shown no
rape culture is
proof.
now.
Because you've shown no proof to back up any of your bullshit.
Well,
That's why.
Look,
Wait, hold on.
Destiny said something really.
One
Destiny said
second.
something really simple.
Wait, 1 second, Kai Clips. 1 second. Yeah, we let's try to be chill. Oh, is my mic not muted? It isn't. Let's try to be chill, Anna. But yeah, like so you're asking them for proof of what exactly?
That any of the bullshit that they said is real.
Okay, but Destiny said, like, yeah, you know, back in the day, it was about holding people accountable. I don't know if you want like a study of like the origins of Me Too, but I think we all
I mean,
saw,
what?
like,
How is it different? How is it different now?
how is it different now?
People are
Because
comfortable coming
because
forward
it's a
Because
now,
you
right?
social
think it is.
phenomenon.
No, because you
it's a
think it
social
is.
phenomenon. I
Again,
mean,
back it
somebody
up.
at your school.
Back
Wait,
it up
hold on.
with
Well, here, wait. So the
facts.
backup, well, the
I'm
backup
sorry.
would be: has there ever been a culture that existed where people feel comfortable going on a big social media platform and sharing their like rape, abuse, or sexual harassment stories? I'm not aware of that ever existed in my lifetime. Say for maybe like 5 or 6 years ago when it started to get really popular with twitlongers on Twitter. Has that type of culture ever existed?
There's always been accusations that have existed.
We're not talking about accusations. We're talking about somebody coming out, sharing an accusation
Why
on
are you
a.
framing it like it's a problem?
I'm not framing it like it's a problem. I'm just saying that it's something that happens now that didn't used to happen. Is people coming out and socially sharing accusations against sometimes very public figures on social media platforms. That's a new behavior that has never
And
existed
this is
before.
a great thing.
I haven't said it's not, and you
well-
agree that it's a great thing. So then we agree. That's our source. Is what's happening.
Good.
I think we've agreed that, or at least
Wait, hold on, hold on.
I've said that rape culture is real. It is a thing, but we have to acknowledge the ways that things have changed now. The Me Too movement was good for holding like powerful people accountable, and we can't deny that. Like, it had a worldwide effect. Like, the Me Too movement actually took off huge in India, and I'm sure it took off huge in other countries too, where patriarchal society is even more heavily enforced, right? Where rape is even more common. So yeah, there's I'm not saying that there's anything bad about this movement happening. It's the results of it. We have to acknowledge that there is the result in which men who are not powerful and men who are also very disadvantaged are going to inevitably face repercussions of the attitude change we've had towards sexual assault and the way that we view it in the public sphere, right?
Are you done, please?
I was just gonna say, I think we also really need to be careful when we're talking about like academic studies around this stuff, because like a lot of the studies around like rape and stuff like that, it's really, really difficult to actually do really strong empirical.
No, it's really not erudite.
Wait.
No, it's really not.
Hold on.
It's hard to do.
Anna, wait,
sociological
hold on.
studies this.
Hold on.
Because she's wrong. So I'm just supposed to let her be wrong.
Anna.
We're both in a
Anna.
master's program, and I
Anna.
know this as well as you do.
Jesus, listen,
Okay.
Anna. Hold on, wait. Look, the purpose of this is to have a conversation, and even if you're getting frustrated or triggered, you can easily just let someone finish their sentence before you interject. Like, that's just how a civil conversation goes with adults. So I'm asking you to please be an adult in this scenario. Let her finish her statement and then address it.
All right.
Thank you. Go ahead, Erudite.
So a lot of these studies rely on retrospective and epidemiological reports. So there's issues where immediately you can't make causational statements. And a lot of this is retrospective reports are really difficult because the way that you phrase questions really matters, right? And so you have to be really careful in how, like, self-reports are rough. So for example, I'm sure, like, probably Anna, you're more aware of like the 1999 like rape myth acceptance scale. When I look through that, I think it's a decently solid scale, but the psychometric properties haven't been tested super closely, right? And so like the idea that like we just need studies to prove all these things, it's like a lot of times society is changing at a rate, particularly with technology, that research can't keep up with super well. So that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do the studies or that we shouldn't strive to have more empiricism about these topics. I'm super for that. But to just be like, well, I need studies to prove like Destiny's claim, I'm like, it probably doesn't exist, but the lack of evidence doesn't actually prove that the phenomenon isn't necessarily going on. We have to talk about like things that we can observe anecdotally and then what we can support on what we see empirically and kind of do our best to tease between these two things.
The other thing is that, like, we're talking about these scenarios, which are relatively infrequent and have to do with, like, relatively few people. So when you look at, like, the big Me Too cases, you know, we're talking about, like, populations of maybe, like, 24 people, right? Like, it's really hard to do or come to any meaningful, like, scientific conclusion based on so little data.
Anna?
That's why. Right. Well, I don't know why you're even bringing that up as it's a non-issue, since, I mean, I wouldn't bring up studies that only use a small population. And also, that's not entirely true, Erudite, and you should know better, because the rape myth acceptance scale is still empirically validated. And if something is empirically validated, we can still certainly use it.
Yeah, you could use it, right? But you get to like assign levels of weight that we assign to things. So, for example, right, a new anxiety scale that has just been created might be psychometrically validated within itself, but until it's been tested robustly cross-culturally and a whole bunch of other psychometric properties to make it valid, we only assign a certain level of weight. We also only assign a certain level of weight to self-reports in general compared to other things that can be more observable, like behavioral phenomenon. Now, in the case of sexual assault, where a ton of sexual assault goes unreported, that's exceedingly difficult research to do, right? Which is why we get left with a lot of incredibly inductive studies that I'm not dismissing. And I'm not saying that there aren't problems with sexual assault. There aren't problems with women being harassed. I'm saying that when we're like trying to be like, just give me the science, it's like, it's actually difficult. The science isn't there, and there's a problem with that.
The only way to accurately test trauma and the experience of sexual violence is through asking people, and that's the only way to really test that. So, I mean, unless we can figure out how to mind read people.
But at what point does that like cover for the data? Like, you can't just say, well, it's really difficult to pull people differently or to actually measure it, to change our methodology or vary it. But just saying that doesn't make your claim or your reliance on the data more significant. Just because all the data that exists is being done in a way that's not perfect doesn't make that data any more reliable. Just means that there's not many good ways of doing it.
I don't see how it's not reliable. What do you mean?
Well, I'm saying, like, you can't write off, I forget who it was, maybe it was Not So Erudite, but you can't write off the description of, maybe there's some problems in self-reporting data. You can't just write that off as like adding to the validity of the studies.
No, but you also can't just write off the data, can you?
Well,
I think we all agree that like when it comes to things like rape, and even when it comes to like crime stats, self-reporting is sometimes the only way we can collect data. This is why when you're looking up like crime data, sometimes you're digging through self-victimization reports, right? You're getting reports on crime that's happened in a specific area because, as we know, not all crime is reported. Same thing with rape stuff. So I don't think anybody is saying that self-reporting is bad. I don't think even Erudite, I don't think you would say that, right? But we have to acknowledge the limits of that data, and we have to be a little bit realistic when we try to say, like, this is proven. And it's like the strength of the claim you can make with such retrospective data is going to be pretty limited, more so than I think the comfort level of somebody saying, like, we've proven this with it. Like, you wouldn't make a super solid claim about it. You can only point to it and kind of, like, infer from there, I think.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at.
The only reason to bring it up is to dismiss the data.
That's kind of like what I was getting at.
It's not to dismiss the data. It's to say, like,
yes,
what level...
Wait, hold on. Kai, then Anna.
So, yeah, that was kind of the point I was getting at. We don't have to say the data's awful. We'll try to get the best data we can, but admitting that the data is not flawless doesn't mean that, or that all the data is not flawless, doesn't mean you can just jump into it as like, well, now we just rely on all of it. We need to go into examining however much data there is, understanding that there are limitations, but it doesn't
and
look
that's
like
my
you're
job, not
understanding.
yours.
Well, yeah, but you're coming at this like, well, because all the data has this, kind of flaw, and because, the self-reporting data is not great.
Not flawed.
That's the only data we have, so let's just rely on it. And Destiny and Not So Erudite are all just saying, maybe we should walk into this understanding the limitations and not relying on it as if there are none.
No, they're saying that we should be believing their anecdotal experiences of Twitter, people on Twitter more so, and I'm saying no.
Is that what you're saying, Destiny and Not So Erudite?
Well, actually,
that's what Destiny was saying.
Even framed uncharitably, yeah, I would say that. Like, for instance, I think that there are some I think there are some social claims that we can make that I'm not going to be able to give you a study for. So, for instance, men tend to be favored for actors well into their later years, and women tend to get pushed out very early. But I can't give you a study showing that. I can just point to every single Hollywood movie that has like a 65-year-old man paired with a 22-year-old woman. Or I could show you how statements, qualitative data, I guess, from actresses that'll say, yeah, I got this job, I think it was because I was 20 years old. Or, actresses getting cast when they're 17 for some films, cast as adults just because people... But I can't give you like a study to prove that. We can all kind of just look at the social phenomenon and go, yeah, this is definitely a thing that happens.
That's not true because I vehemently disagree with your anecdotal evidence of what happens on Twitter.
Wait,
So-
but how, wait, okay, hold on, wait, hold on, wait, I want to be clear, hold on. What can
The
you...
basis is that
Wait,
women are
just
still
here's-
treated horrifically.
That's not the claim. The claim that I don't think anybody disagrees with that. Here is the claim that I think that everybody, or at least
Victims are not believed.
Okay, chill. The claim is that in the past there were no social platforms for women to come together and make accusations against men that can't be held accountable in other ways. Now that platform exists. By definition, women receive more support for those reports now because they didn't even exist in the past than they would have in the past. I'm not saying there's no harassment.
They're getting terrorized more.
That's a separate claim, and it's not relevant to what I'm saying.
Well, that's also like a bad argument. It's like, yeah,
No, it's
now
not.
that, now
It
that you're,
happens.
well, let me finish and I'll explain it. You're saying they get terrorized more. Yeah, they've taken, this issue of
Jungle
somebody, getting canceled, somebody going Me Too, and you're taking it to potentially hundreds of thousands of people. Of course, you're going to have more backlash. The backlash as a proportion.
Okay, so you're
of how-
justifying them being terrorized. I don't care about your opinion then.
That's not what I was.
That's literally what you
I
just
don't think
said.
anybody's
Hannah.
justifying
No.
it. I
This
think
is
we can agree
crazy.
that I think we can agree that
It's not okay that for anyone to
Hold
get
on,
terrorized.
Anna. You can't just
agree.
interrupt.
I agree
Wait,
on
hold
that.
on. Wait. Can I pause for just a second? Anna, you can't just interrupt every time like you want to say something. Everyone else is taking their time and acting like adults. I'm asking you to do the same thing here. Not everyone's just talking over everyone. You have a point to be made. There's not that many people here. It's not. It's a civil
I'm
conversation.
the only one
Everyone.
who is again like you
Okay.
dogpiled me basically with all these fucking people who don't believe in the data.
Okay.
Wait,
so
what
does
data?
the
Wait, what data? What data are we appealing to?
Does
Okay,
the
sorry.
dog pile, does the dog pile, is this a circumstance that you're uncomfortable with, such that we should
I
do
mean,
a
why
different
didn't
panel
you
or
tell
something?
me that I was going to be on a panel with people who everyone apparently disagrees with rape culture? You just set
I
me up.
don't disagree.
I
don't
apologize if you feel
disagree.
set up. Is this a conversation that you should be removed from? Do you think that this is a conversation that the environment that is too hostile for you?
No.
Okay, so listen. I get that you're saying you're going to be fine, but your response is saying that basically because you feel dogpiled that you're going to do this. So if you're not going to be able to be civil, if you're not going to be fine, then we should just remove you from the circumstance because I don't want you feeling dogpiled. That was not my intention here. But if this is something that you can't do, then obviously we need to do that. Like, I need you to actually read the room and be respectful moving forward, okay?
Could we maybe start with like concessions, like things that we can agree with, and then like maybe build up so that like I don't know, there's some movement
Let's
in the
lower the
conversation?
temperature.
Yeah,
Sure.
I
First,
think
let's start us go and then we'll do that.
I think that Anna, I think you're not looking at this in a very nuanced way. I don't think we disagree that much. I think that so I've said that yes, rape culture is a thing, but the circumstances around how we deal with allegations of assault in a public stage have changed. That our attitude towards it has changed, and that feeds back into the toxicity of what rape culture is. It feeds back into, well, if there are people who are making these claims and our automatic response is to automatically make people guilty, maybe we should be really scrutinizing this more. And so it feeds back into us heavily scrutinizing all of the circumstances around somebody coming forward with an assault case, right? And we've still got plenty of men who are afraid to come forward. We've still, so these are all real things. It's just we have to acknowledge that there are men who are not powerful. There are marginalized men who are very significantly affected by these allegations that come out.
I'm not sure it's just men.
Sure.
Falsely accused also.
Sure.
What's the data on women versus men getting falsely accused?
The data on false accusations is that they're extremely rare. David
like-
Lisak's research,
but
Dr.
like
David
men-
Lisak.
How
But,
much
like,
weight
men
do you
or
think we
women?
can stock in that data? Because to get that data, you have to have people either admit or be proven that they've made a false allegation, which is going to be difficult data to get, right? Malingering data is notoriously awful to try to acquire.
I just want to know, like, as a proportion of the data that exists, flawed as it may be, what's like the proportion of men to women who get falsely accused?
I haven't actually looked at that, so I can't say.
Okay, so I have a good question.
Your turret has
The
been
statistics
destroyed.
from rain.org claim that 26.4% of females and 6.8% of males experience rape or sexual assault. Do you guys believe that that statistic is accurate?
I think prevalence rates are so difficult in this area. I definitely think it's high, and I think it's higher than I mean, obviously, anything below, above 0% is higher than it should be, right? But I think there's actually serious cause for concern, particularly with intimate partner violence, especially because we saw an escalation of it during COVID. But prevalence rates of anything that's based mostly on even like child abuse is really difficult because there can be two things where both like people forget memories or they feel like abuse didn't happen when we might document it, and other individuals who might hear like a question like about consent and kind of misunderstand it and be like, oh yeah, I've had drunk sex before, and they'll equate that to non-consent. So retrospective data is really difficult to tease through. So like getting an accurate prevalence rate is a nightmare. And if you look up like literally, and like the one like CDC has certain numbers that like I looked through the methodology, it's not terrible methodology, but then the Justice Bureau has different numbers. And then if you look up just like independent epidemiological studies, you get again different numbers.
Can
And
I?
so like
Two questions. So firstly, I linked a paper in chat, 2020 paper that shows that the increase in reporting of sex-related crimes does seem to have increased after the Me Too stuff, which would show a positive knock-on effect culturally of that happening. And then secondly, just because I'm not a stats loser, not so right, you kept mentioning that like it's hard because these are retrospective. Can you do prospective like rape studies, or what does that mean? When you like, what would be a different way of? I'm curious. Sorry.
Yeah, so that would be prospective. All you could do with those would be allegations of rape that have been brought to trial and then found guilty. Those would be broadly, or you can look at
and we know how
cases that have at least just been brought to the police. Those would be the best you could do with prospective studies. So prospective is also not great because you have the dark side of prospective studies because lots of people don't report crime.
Those are highly flawed, and you know that they are highly flawed because of so
But
many.
the problem is all of them are flawed. All of these are flawed. That's
Not
the
the retro.
Yes, of course they are. Or even what we consider sexual assault
flawed.
can be like really flawed. There's a lot of criticisms of that one study. There's a number that gets cited all the time that 1 out of 6 women have been sexually harassed, and I think that came from literally data from 2 universities. For where that number was pulled from, and it gets cited everywhere, like it's ubiquitous across all of society. So I mean, like all of these things have their
The rate
issues.
is higher than that.
Maybe you don't know. It's hard to
like
know.
Anna,
Of course it is.
you and
Yes,
I
it
both
is.
just agreed that there's retrospective issues for sure, and this is what I'm saying. Research on this is really difficult because there's issues in either direction we do the study. Probably what we should do is some like numbers between the retrospective and prospective, but where do we draw even that point between the two? Because we know with prospective we're vastly going to be underrepresenting the problem, and with retrospective we might be vastly over-reporting it. So like and to what extent are we doing this on both sides? And we don't have the answer, so we can't put our finger well on
So
prevalence
where
other
are
than
these
saying there's a problem.
researchers? So where are these researchers highlighting the issue with retrospective retrospective rape surveys? Because I don't see
I
that
can
many.
get I can get you a couple. Like there's a lot. This is like pretty standardly known within epidemiological studies that retrospective
with crime
studies of
stats too,
anything,
yeah.
because memory's fucking flawed. Like it's just an issue with any retrospective, particularly self-report data. I can get you studies, but it's broadly a pretty well-known
But the
control flaw
issue,
in epidemiology.
issue is that if a trauma victim feels that they've been, I mean, then that trauma ends up being real. I mean,
that doesn't mean that a rape happened, though. That's
But
the
didn't
issue.
mean that a rape happened. And
We're
there
not
was
asking if
and
there's trauma. We're asking if there was a sexual assault, and that doesn't
That's the
necessarily
issue that I brought up at the beginning, right? Is like, especially retrospectively, if you hear that somebody is like is a sexual abuser or something like that, then that is the frame that you're going to be looking at all of your interactions with that person with. And I mean, I don't know if you have data
I don't think
refuting
that's
that.
necessarily the case. No, I don't think that's how like people are that simplistic.
They absolutely are simplistic.
Yeah.
There's so
No,
much
they
research
really
in the
aren't.
psychology world that shows how susceptible people are. There are like so many classic psychology experiments that show that with some little amount of public pressure, you can get people to say some stuff that they know
Yes,
is wrong.
but that doesn't mean that someone is going to be tricked into thinking that they've been raped. Or
It's not about
something.
trick.
Okay, wait, hold on.
It's that.
I mean,
I would
false
really-
memory creation is a well-documented phenomenon,
Yes,
and it was
my
a serious
therapist.
problem.
I would really like to
Yes,
get
I
past.
know.
I would really like to get past like the stats argument, and let's like talk more about like how like the idea of rape culture in general. Maybe if we don't have stats to back it up, do we feel like okay,
We do have
sure.
stats to back
Well,
it up.
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that do we think that Do we think that sexual assault and the prevalence of sexual assault can be influenced by different things? For example, the women's lib movement, or pornography, or the media. How do we think that interacts with rape culture? Can we get to that part?
I think inherently media and anything that's socioculture is inherently going to infect social behavior, right? It's going to change our understandings of consent. It's going to change our conception of this like gatekeeping male pursuer.
Jo, ich bin mal wieder auf.
Kind of weird and like brings up a lot of like, bad positions as well.
Mir schreiben, oder ja,
so
vielleicht können
I
wir
would say
später
all
mal an,
of
aber
these
jetzt
things
halten wir jetzt
contribute.
mal den
To
Montag,
what extent, sure, we can
beziehungsweise
argue about that, but like,
Sonntagabend im
absolutely these things
Hinterkopf.
contribute, and it's probably
Wenn ich
important for us to figure out
richtig
which things
verstanden habe,
contribute
okay.
most to particularly
Alles klar.
problematic or like
Bis
consent
dann, ciao,
pushing
ciao.
behaviors from either partner
User
in sexual
disconnected from your channel.
engagements and romantic relationships.
I think there's also, you need to make a distinction, because a lot of times when we talk about solutions to sexual assault or rape, there's a lot that women can do to like protect themselves and put themselves in positions where they're less vulnerable. And just because we like acknowledge that women have this like ability doesn't necessarily mean that they have like the moral responsibility. And I think that like, there's this like classic scenario people always like propose, where like this woman's at a party and she's getting drunk, and she's really putting herself in a very vulnerable, dangerous position, and she ends up being taken advantage of. She ends up being assaulted. The person who's assaulting her is still the one who's like engaging in this moral wrong. They're doing something evil, but we also can acknowledge that like a woman has the ability to like improve her situation and avoid those sorts of scenarios without necessarily placing the moral blame on her. And when we like get into these discussions, I just think it's like good to keep that in mind. That just, if we acknowledge that like women have some power to, manage their danger, that doesn't necessarily mean that women are responsible morally for the danger that, or for sexual assault that might happen to them.
Now that is what I want to see.
There. No one else had anything? Kai?
Yeah, so I mean, I've read through some of the research about pornography and like the what was the metric you guys brought up earlier about
The rape myths acceptance.
Yes. I forget if the research that I was reading mentioned that scale or if it was something else. They had like
Probably
a list
that
of
one.
questions.
That one's the most pervasive one for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so for me, it from what I've seen, there's not a huge there's not a very easy way to prove, and then there's also not a huge link to pornography increasing the rates of sexual assault, which is something that I originally thought would happen. But from what I have read, it changes people's perception of sex relationships and of violent behavior within relationships in such a way that if so much of this conversation is focused around what people determine to be assault and like the lens they have, I think that certainly has a major effect on what people consider their own trauma or abuse. If they've had this behavior normalized and if they've become desensitized to this kind of behavior, and we do know that porn has a desensitizing effect, maybe not in the mind, I'm sure Anna would disagree there, but at least to the material, then that would most likely have an effect on what people consider to be assault. And I think that letting that permeate, letting sex work or pornography, any of these things that are, in my opinion, by definition, dangerous jobs that engage frequently with these depictions of sex involving violence or other things, we're only kind of inviting in problems with rape or the perception of it.
Taftaj, that touches very heavily on what you do for a living. Do you feel like you have a lot to say to that?
I mean, sort of. I'm in like a unique position in that like, my day job was just like posting sexy pictures online, but I don't depict like sex or, that sort of, I don't depict any sex between people really, or a lot of like self-sex. So it overlaps. I know that like people have brought up the prevalence of like choking in pornography, and how when people engage with pornography that depicts these violent or these BDSM sex acts, and you go into sex and you're very new to it and you don't have a lot of experience. People report like, oh, this guy like tried to choke me because that's what he thought was appropriate, and he thought that's how sex works. So I think, yeah, a lot of people do get like instruction for how sex operates from pornography. And the reality is that like a lot of pornography, the way that it depicts sex is a very like mythologized way. It's just, it's not accurate to the way sex actually happens in the real world, and really sets people up for failure when they engage with it, thinking it's going to be one way, and it's not that way.
Okay, Stardust. How about you? Do you feel like the things that they're talking about, as far as like sex work, pornography, and all of those things, do you think that has any impact on rape culture? And if not on rape culture, do you think that has any negative impacts on just I guess kind of society at large, or any of that?
I would need more time to, I think, ponder on that question, but I did want to go back to a point that Kai made that I thought was pretty good, was that generally when somebody's accused in a public manner, everybody who's interacted with that person starts to second guess their interactions with that person. So you think about like a pretty normal interaction you've had with that person, and you start to think, well, was that creepy? Or was this was that a normal interaction? And so even like the best people can fall prey to that type of thinking, right? The most consistent people can fall prey to that type of thinking. And I think that's a pretty important thing to consider, especially when we're talking about, again, like marginalized people who get accused in a public manner. So.
Yeah, I think there's also...
I don't think that's relevant at all. Why would it be relevant?
Well, if we're talking about, like, again, how we have flipped the innocent until proven guilty kind of thing on its head in certain
I don't think we
scenarios.
have at all.
In certain
so the
scenarios.
flip is that, like, socially, somebody can be basically seen as guilty before, like, anything's ever gone to court or any formal charges are made. We've seen that definitely
Everyone
play out.
will like
Well, most
believe all
most
women, right?
I mean,
and it's
most
based on that premise. That,
I mean,
like,
there's
you should just
entire
believe to
yeah,
start.
there-
Wait,
Well,
let
I
me
mean,
respond.
what's
Wait,
like
wait,
the
wait,
there's
wait, wait. We can't all like talk like decimated point then Stardust and into April. Anna, you can respond and then you can go ahead, Kai.
Oh, I mean, that's because the criminal justice system is notoriously awful when it comes to
You're saying,
prosecuting
so I
rape.
said, yeah, but we're saying
Horrible.
something happens, then you're saying it doesn't happen, then we say, yeah, it does happen. You go, oh, well, this is why it happens. So we can
No,
we can
I'm
agree
saying
why
it doesn't happen.
Well, if so you're saying that it isn't the case that socially, once somebody is dropped an accusation, people tend to immediately side with the accuser, and then the accused can get in trouble.
Not when it's a woman. No, people don't believe women.
Okay,
What
this
if
is
the
just.
other person?
This is
what
just.
if, what if the other?
Some group in society. that
Well, no,
are
we don't have to
not
say some group. We don't have to appeal. This has happened like time and time again,
No,
like
I
in the
am saying
esports
there is
world and the
some
Twitch
group.
world, like
there
we
are
see
other
this, right?
parties that
I've
get
seen it
accused
happen, but
that
people
are.
don't believe women.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. What I'm talking about, this is why I specifically said the part about the accused person being a marginalized person themselves. If we're talking about a man of color, right? There are.
I don't think they even have to be a marginalized person. I think just any guy can fall victim to it.
Yeah, it could be an average guy. Yeah, it could be. But like these are very these are like very real things that we've observed in popular culture in just like the public sphere. So I think that it's worth acknowledging, right?
Yeah, I think it's a robust phenomenon. I mean, we've seen multiple cases of trial. There's entire TikToks dedicated to basically trial by media. They get a certain couple of claims. It's basically believe victim, and then they go after the individual without any measure of trial or like they don't even vet to ensure that the things are true. And so like the idea like isn't happening, that there isn't kind of this like just believe victims. Like the issue is that like when the Me Too movement started, like just believe victims was a good mantra because there was institutional issues with rape victims coming forward and being dismissed out of hand. There really isn't. Like there are off cases.
The data shows this. The
Which
data
data?
shows this. I'll show you plenty of it. I can't believe you're actually denying this. This is so dishonest.
We'll just
It's-
link
it's
it. I
not-
mean, you can just link stuff in the Discord and we can read it, I guess.
Just send me the
I
data.
have a ton for you to read then.
Just send me the data rather than like
Good.
just tell me what
Good.
it is, because I work with
Okay.
multiple people who work with sexual violence victims. I've spoken with cops
And
in the
I-
sex violence department.
And I counseled.
so this idea that like
and I counseled rape victims for 5 years, and let me
Okay,
tell you,
I-
it was horrible for all of them. Every
I'm
single
sure it
one of
was.
them.
Okay, Anna.
I don't think there's any
have
pro-rape
also been a
people
rape
on the
victim. There's
panel, right?
nothing in here about me trying to say that rape is good and victims don't suffer. I also have
You're
been a rape victim.
dismissing.
I am not at all dismissing it, and it's frustrating to me
are.
to act like I am. Okay, what I am saying is that the narrative has absolutely shifted, and there is a serious problem. I have worked with just as many. I've worked with tons of rape victims as well. I have also now worked with multiple clients who, as they came out of their addiction, fully owned that they had made a false allegation, and we had to go to the courts together to work through that situation because an innocent individual was incarcerated presently. So the fact that these things don't happen isn't true. Is it the case that more women are probably still sexually assaulted than are false allegations? I fucking hope so. But there are going to inevitably be bad actors, and they're socially incentivized to do so because of the believe victim mantra.
Well, of course they're gonna. If they're addicts, are gonna have had false accusations. There's tons
Oh,
of
that was
cluster B
such a
personality
horrible
disorders
statement
there.
to make. Oh my god. Sorry, I shouldn't have said
What?
anything.
I mean, we all know this is kind of true. I mean, you have the.
Hold
high
on, we
prevalence
should
of
stop.
certain
Wait, chill. You
personalities
can't just say
there.
that you can't believe an addict's rape statement because
I'm not
people that are
saying that. I'm
addicted, you
saying,
literally.
of course, that's where you're gonna find the false allegations.
Okay, so you're
People
there to know
that
more than me about this, but I'm
really
pretty sure
drugs.
that people that are addicted to drugs are some of the people, or people that are like in sex work. These are the types of people that have the most trouble being taken seriously because of statements like what you just said, like, "Oh, they're a fucking druggie, they're probably making it up," or like, "Oh, they do prostitution."
Yeah, I
they're probably
didn't
making it
say that though. I'm saying that that's of course you're gonna probably find more in that population. Yeah, that's
up."
because of the personality correlates that go along with that population.
Okay, so let me ask
So
a
you're
question.
not saying that you can't trust what they're saying
No.
because they're an addict. You are saying that, well, of course there's going to be a high population of people lying about it because they're addicts.
That's a dunk. You're trying to dunk. It's okay. We've already gotten past that. So let me ask, Anna, do you
No,
think?
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, good. Anna, do you think that there's an underreporting of male sex assault victims? Do you think that there's an underreporting of that?
The
Or do you
empirical
think-
data supports that there's an underreporting for women and men. More so men, but there's still for women as well.
Sure. So then
Our
you would say
culture is still extremely hostile to female victims.
But less than it
that
used
come
to
out.
be.
Yeah, less than it used to be.
That's
but
all
it's
we're
still
saying. That's all anybody here
really
has been saying, I
prevalent.
think.
Yeah, that was my whole
Okay.
point. in the
That was
beginning.
nobody
No,
was
that's not what you've been
disagreeing.
saying.
Yes.
Nobody was disagreeing with the fact that like rape culture is a thing. It is specifically that things are less harsh than they used to be.
You're making it sound like now things have been completely flipped and that, oh my
Nobody's
gosh, all
saying
these men,
that.
these poor
No one
men,
has
all these
said that.
false rape accusations.
No one
and
is
that's not
saying that.
true.
I don't think a
Everyone has
single
agreed
person here
with
has
the
said
direction
that.
of the data. Everyone
So-
has agreed with the direction of the data. Like no one's questioning that.
it's okay. So it's all right. So there was a miscommunication. It seems like
No,
now
there
that
was no
there's-
miscommunication.
Sure, it's okay. I'm sorry. There's a misunderstanding.
Thank you.
That's what I mean. A misunderstanding, and so therefore it seemed like everybody was coming to. Like, some people were not fully trying my best. Jesus. So it sounds like now at least we're on the same page. Then. Wait,
There's
hold on,
still a
Anna.
huge issue
And
here.
it sounds like now that we are on the same page at least. So then it does seem like everyone here does believe that rape culture to some degree does exist, right?
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
Here's
what's
like
that
here's
mean?
like a few statements I think everyone here agrees on. Okay, one, the rape culture, whatever we want to call it today, is better than it was 10, 20, 30 years ago. Two, there are still problems. Okay. Three, women have an easier time coming out today than they did 10, 20, 30 years ago. But four, there are still problems with them coming out where they get a lot of pushback. Five, there are some very small percentage of rape accusations that are fake. Six, people are still a little bit too cautious around most accusations because they don't recognize that that's a very small percentage of the overall amount of accusations, right? I think everybody here agrees with all of these statements.
Yeah, I think we agree with like the facts. The
Okay.
question is just whether or not we label it rape culture, right? I think that's where the disagreement is.
I don't care what you want to label it as.
Well, but that's kind of important because like
Yeah.
something that Tav said earlier is that like, so I gave like my second definition of rape culture, which is one where like men are expected to be the pursuers and women are like the gatekeepers. I think this leads to like a kind of like, I'll say like a rapey culture, but like maybe rape isn't the best word for it. And when you give people that impression, you get a lot of people that think that some behaviors are okay because they're not like rape, when they are kind of like rapey, or when we should have like another word, they're predatory, I should say.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
I think the use of like more extreme words can be agitative and beneficial for movement statement sometimes, but I think in this case specifically, it's actually removing some of the nuance because, like Destiny said, there's a lot of men who are going to do things like that are kind of pushy, but they're like, but it's not rape. And you're like, yeah, it's not rape, but it's also pushing boundaries, which is really inappropriate as well, right? And they're like, well, it's just not rape. And then we keep saying in rape culture, just tell men not to rape. And it's like, this isn't helpful to literally any party involved. Like, that's why I don't love the label rape culture myself, because I think it actually like reduces the quality of conversations that can be had, which I think is actually leading to more victimization, not less.
And I think
I think you need to consider like the contextualization, or you have to contextualize it properly. Like Destiny was saying about the inception of the Me Too movement and whatnot. We're talking about like, you know, Hollywood producers. We're talking about really high up guys that, you know, had wealth or had class or had prestige that were able to escape the system. And I think because there was not a great transition of that into like more of a public sphere where it's like people at your high school, I think there is a lot of people who, you know, get pushy, and that's not to defend that, but it is to say that they're not like serial rapists. But I think that the movement has had trouble distinguishing the calibers of dealing with, you know, problematic behavior. And if you can't do that, then I don't think you'll be able to address the issue. And that's why I think like that Me Too movement that's spread into society now is the biggest enemy of women speaking up about issues, because then there's going to be that reactionary counter push of like, well, you know, it's like none of the accusations are true and, you know, everybody's lying and they'll just say that anyway.
No, that's just misogyny. That's ridiculous. That's misogyny.
It's
Anyway,
okay.
I posted a study that proved my fucking point in the Discord, and you all should probably read it, on how people do still disbelieve and blame women for their own
No one is
rape,
saying that people don't.
despite
It's whether
the
or not
Me Too era.
It's whether or not it's
So-
gotten better. That we all agree that it's gotten better, right? Or do you not agree with that?
No, I don't. I think I don't agree with that. I don't see how it's gotten better. Women are still accused
If
of
it hasn't gotten better,
rape
then
accusations.
what do we say about like the powerful figures that have been held accountable now that hadn't in the past, right? Whereas in the past, somebody like Roman Polanski or whatever would be getting like applauses from people in Hollywood, but now we see major producers and actors and like A-list actors getting called out. How can we say the culture hasn't changed?
Because one guy went to prison.
Not just one
That
guy.
didn't do
There have been
anything.
several actors that have gotten like,
Anna, like
women
just
are
5
still
minutes
accused
ago-
of false rape accusations.
No,
They're
we
still
agree
accused of
with
lying.
Just 5 minutes ago, Anna,
Can I clear something up
you
really quickly,
yourself
please?
said.
I just want to clear up really quickly. First, Roman Polanski didn't get put in prison. It's just that at this point he's been banned from the Oscars.
Wait, hold on, whoa. I never said
Exactly
he did. I
my
never said
point.
no. Wait, I never said he got put in prison. I'm just saying that like a while ago, it felt like there were a lot of people in Hollywood that would still cover for him or support him. Whereas if we look to today, like the culture and people like Spacey or Weinstein or like other actors that have been called out, now that doesn't seem to be the case as today. That there's as much cover provided for these people as there used to be.
That was what I was going to describe really quickly. Is that specifically after they had been accused, like Roman Polanski literally admitted to the 13-year-old relationship with the 13-year-old, and then he continued to work with the Oscars. They were literally Skyping him in when he won in like 2001 and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But then recently in 2017, they finally banned him from it. They did the same thing with Harvey Weinstein. They did the same thing, I think, with Woody Allen and so on and so forth. So now there has been a cultural shift, and that they are now like taking stances to make sure that they actually ban people who are like convicted of sexual assault and things like that.
Anna,
There's
you
also
said
to
5 minutes
acknowledge is that
ago.
there's like a lot of people who don't believe women, and like the predominant, maybe even the predominant narrative is that like you shouldn't believe women and that you should be like very skeptical about rape accusations. Like I can acknowledge that like a lot of rape accusations, you know, aren't treated, you know, with the respect that they should be. But I think that we, you know, on the same turn, we also have to acknowledge that there is a culture of people who also just believe in believing all women automatically. And that's not the appropriate solution. At least I don't think it is the appropriate solution.
I think that's just a fringe minority of feminists, though, that think
I
that
don't
way.
think so. No, because I mean, and you can look at just like Twitter, right? Or like there's so many instances of this where there will be someone who is like accused of something, whether it be like Aziz Ansari or Dream, the Minecraft YouTuber, who is like accused of like bad interactions with people. And then you dig into the story and it's like a complete nothing burger. But then there are people who like don't take them seriously and are not able or not willing to talk to them at all from that point going forward. And you know, that's problematic that we exist in like this culture that is hungry constantly for drama and for accusing people of things.
I
And
agree.
it eats people up. And then
But I think
no
that's
good comes
cancel.
of it.
I think that's cancel culture, though, isn't it? And I think that like there's a difference between like cancel culture and then the fact that most rapes are still not going prosecuted in the criminal justice system, because I care most about the criminal justice system
Wait.
and getting more
Yeah,
prosecution.
What do you?
and I think we should like.
What do you think is the? If I can just like get the framing, what do you think is like the tangible difference between cancel culture and like the Me Too movement or like the anti-rape culture movement?
I mean, isn't the difference that like they were actually complaining about, you know, a real issue with like systemic injustice with they were
I think
complaining about rape
people could
culture.
make the case that they do that when they're trying to cancel certain people.
April?
I mean, I think we need to distinguish between like the vast majority of sexual assault and rape, which isn't something that's called out like publicly, that you don't have massive Twitter threads on. That's the majority of rape and sexual assault. And so
Like,
if you're
they're-
interested in like
they were
really
actually
changing
complaining
the
about
majority of rape and sexual assault, you know, we can talk about the Me Too movement and cancel culture and these big figures. And I feel like that's kind of a different scenario than like the majority of rape and sexual assault. So maybe, you know, if I can give Anna like a slight bit of credit here, even if it's true that like you have these like cancel culture events where people are like held accountable, or where people are falsely accused, that is still representing like a tiny minority of the amount of times people are either being falsely accused or being legitimately sexually assaulted. So these are kind of two separate issues here.
Well, false accusations of sexual assault and rape are very rare. So, yeah.
I guess.
Okay.
I would
Also, real
ask
quick,
Anna,
hold on.
do
Just
you-
I just want to real quick. So you cited this study. This study doesn't say anything about how like it's like a study on rape culture or not. This is just a study showing like what effects you can report on or what things you report on that will influence the
Yes.
reporting or adjudication of a rape case. This doesn't
Right,
say anything
exactly.
about whether anything
That's
has
rape
gotten worse.
culture.
No.
Wait.
This doesn't
what
say about
were-
whether or
It's a current study.
no.
It's
Hold on.
from.
Anna, what
I'm
were
just
we
explaining.
supposed to get from the study?
Yeah, I'm just saying that all this study
You're supposed
says.
to see that what I'm saying is right.
Well,
No,
like,
no,
what
all
part
this,
of-
all
what
this
part
is
of what you're
saying is that if you report on certain things, like the incident location, the sexual history of somebody, or relationship with somebody,
Right.
that you're less likely to get good adjudication. But if you report on other things, like relating to the socioeconomic status of the perpetrator, or
Right.
things like this, that these don't have. This isn't saying whether or not rape culture has gotten better or worse, or even to what extent it exists. This
It's
is just
showing that
how
rape
people...
culture is still
No,
fully
this is just
active.
showing. This is just showing
Yes,
how
it is.
people adjudicate cases. That's what this study is about. Just as a heads up. Okay.
Yeah, that's rape culture.
Would you say that we have a crime culture if there are people that are less likely to acquit or not acquit based on like the characteristics
No,
of how
because
something
this is based on misogyny.
No,
It's
this
just-
isn't based on misogyny. No,
yes,
hold on,
it
wait,
is.
hold on. Your own study contradicts that because in this very study it says that male cases were less likely to be believed than female cases. So that implies misandry more than anything else.
I mean, we do know that that is a problem, though.
It might be, but you don't have data to show that. Your study showed me that there's a less incidence of believing male rape victims, and this is just showing the difference between how people adjudicate cases based on what's reported.
Right. It's just like why we have rape shield laws where criminal justice attorneys are not allowed to invoke the fact that, you know, a victim has been like sexually promiscuous or something because, you know, the rape case is never going to get prosecuted then. You're screwed. Like,
Yeah,
there's
that's
no
good.
way
So
a
that
rape
shows that
victim
like
is going to get
that shows
justice.
that that's a good thing. That shows that we're taking into account studies like this by not reporting on those things because that will affect the adjudication of those cases.
Anna, do you
Right.
know when that policy was enacted? Like when did the policy come into place that you couldn't talk about like a woman's promiscuity in the case of like a sexual assault? Do you know when that policy was made?
I think that was in the 90s.
Okay, so
I
you
mean,
could
it
argue
doesn't
that at
matter
least in the
because
last 30
criminal-
years, like it's gotten better because of that policy alone. And I would agree, there's a
Doesn't
huge
matter.
problem. Like you and I would probably fully agree, there are absolutely problems in the processing and persecution of rape. Not all of
really
them.
bad about it, yeah.
Yeah, there's some huge problems. And the problem is that not all of them are actually like things that humans can control. For example, like things like
Yeah.
rape kits and stuff like that. Lots of
Yeah,
them
there's-
don't get processed. So we could fix that. But there's a lot of cases where in rape, a woman might not come forward until 4 to 5 days later. So there's no evidence to be collected. And then you have just a really weak case to try. And it's really hard to push anything because it comes down to a lot of time he said, she said, which are really, really difficult cases. And this isn't to be like blaming the victim. It means that like there are instances where like the judicial system is failing victims and failing overall the system that are wholly benign and just inherent to the nature of the forensic evidence that we can utilize right now. Like if somebody doesn't leave evidence, it's really, really hard to prove rape cases without like video evidence or like multiple witnesses. Like it's really, really hard to try these things and have them actually go to a guilty verdict, which is super sad. But that doesn't mean that there's like this sinister system at play. It means that like
no, I'm not saying there is, but there's still underlying misogyny because people are still assuming that false rape allegations are that prominent.
That the
and there's still
assumption
things
is
that we can do to fix the criminal justice system, and plenty of scholars have plenty of suggestions on this. I've read so many studies on this.
what's,
of what they're
what's
doing.
one thing that could improve that?
Making rape myth acceptance less.
No, hold on. In a court of law, you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a crime was committed. What's one thing that could alleviate that? If somebody doesn't turn in a rape kit, what's one
you
change?
could have someone like what I want to be an expert witness appeal and explain to the jury on trauma reactions and typical
that's not good
of rape
enough.
victims.
That's not beyond a reasonable doubt that a crime has occurred.
It doesn't matter. That still helps the jury.
It doesn't
to
help at all. All you'd have to do is bring
yes,
in
it
one
does.
expert witness that shows that trauma reactions can develop from things that aren't even traumatic, or that traumatic people are less likely to recall
That's
events
not-
accurately.
or you could develop traumas based on no experience at all.
Yeah,
that you
exactly.
can just be led to have
That's like
it,
some of
which
the
you can
least
prove.
reliable evidence.
Well, that's not true because that only happens with therapists and not with like random people.
It could happen with a
I mean,
team
I
of
don't know.
lawyers or with parents that are trying. Of course it could, right? This could develop. It doesn't only happen with therapists. Tons of people can instill bad memories or false thoughts or whatever in you, depending on
Most of the studies
No,
were done
that's
by just
not
random
real- that's-
research
that's
psychologists,
not
not even
true.
counseling. Most of the studies of false memories has actually been done by like forensic units, so more like forensic psychologists and then just research psychologists. And as you would know, a research psychologist isn't a therapist, and they're not usually trained in therapy at all. They're usually trained in statistics and all the boring shit, right?
You're using it out of context, though. It bears no context to this, and it's being used in bad.
Well, you're
faith.
trying to say that only therapists can create false memories of a trauma, but
That's
we're
what
saying, well,
most
that's
false
not necessarily
memories-
true at all. Like, if anyone just has the process figured out, anyone could create a false memory if they just replicate what the therapists sometimes do, right? So the idea of like, we could get an expert witness to defend the victim, you can get an expert witness to dismiss the victim. That's why an expert witness won't actually solve the problem of persecuting sexual assault better.
So let me ask you guys a question.
Why do they
real
use
quickly.
expert witnesses then? Why
Expert
do they
witnesses
use
are
them
used to
as-
build on top
Also,
of other
you
types
can't
of circumstantial
claim-
evidence.
You can't
That's-
just claim that anyone can create a false memory. That's not true.
That is true.
Okay, well,
no, it's
listen.
not true. Where is the data that supports this? You can't just make claims out of your ass.
So then here's another
If you
question,
don't have a
guys, and I think
degree,
this is
you
like
can't
actually like
cross
related to
those
the conversation at hand. Do you guys believe that it's possible? Do you guys believe, given the things that you guys are talking about, describing the fact that sexual assault is like less likely to have forensic evidence and things like that? Do you think that there should be some sort of different burden of proof regarding sexual assault
No.
cases than?
Yes.
Of course not. Our
Why not?
justice system is constructed around the concept of innocent until proven guilty. You can't suspend that just for some types of cases. That's ridiculous. It would completely break.
I think that's the part we've been moving to. That's like kind of the tough part of this conversation is that, there's a lot that we do, and there's also a lot that we simply can't do something about. If
Yeah.
somebody does not get like a rape kit, and if there's not a lot of evidence, the uncomfortable truth of the matter is that it's really tough to do something about this. And I think because it's tough to do something about it without a rape kit or something else, I'd see the response, or rather the response I have seen is that people will then go to, trying to take this to like a school, or they'll make it like a social push. And there, the validity of certain accusations is even less convincing to people. And I think in that circumstance, that's when you get most of the like, oh, it's a false accusation, like I'm not going to take it seriously, that kind of culture.
And it should be hard, as much as it sucks. Like, it should be hard to get a rape or like a murder or an assault conviction on somebody. Like, these are really big charges for the state, and you want them to have like a high burden of proof to convict somebody of it. That's how our legal system is designed.
Starter?
These are very heavy accusations that taint somebody's life for a very long time, if not for the entirety of their life afterwards. And as much as I empathize with the victims of assault and rape and all of these things, the best thing that I think we can do is educate people to know what to do after they've encountered or had an experience like this, right? Like getting a rape kit done, not taking a shower after something's happened to you, right? Rather than changing the amount of evidence that we require for somebody to be considered guilty.
Anna, you disagreed with that. You think we should change the burden of proof?
Well, I think we could change the criminal justice system, and plenty of researchers have been talking about doing this. Plenty
Wait,
of
change it
law.
how?
I mean, like with the rape shield laws, things like that.
Yeah,
Don't
that's the
allow
thing that's
criminal
already
justice
done, which is
attorneys
good.
to do that. No, there's still plenty of problems because criminal justice attorneys, and I saw this when I worked with rape victims, they can still like, you know, insinuate that a victim was maybe a slut or something, or like, you know, they worked as a
My
sex worker.
understanding is looking at how court cases have gone in the United States. I don't know the legal terms for this. If a lawyer wants to chime in or whatever in my chat or something. My understanding is that you can't bring prior character evidence to a court to get a conviction on somebody. Like this is what they try to
You
do.
can
For instance,
still let
in
it
the,
slip.
you can't let it. You'll get called out for a mistrial. Like if you do that as a prosecutor, you could get fucked and lose the whole case. My understanding is if you try to bring forth. It literally has happened in court cases before. I don't know why you're saying it doesn't. Like.
Okay, because it doesn't.
Oh well, never mind.
Do you have any evidence
I retract
for this
my entire claim.
Like,
because
didn't-
Oh,
this
so now
happened-
we can
this
ask
this
for
happened
evidence
during
of
the
claims.
this
Hold on,
happened
now
during
we
the
can
written
ask for
house.
Well, if you're
Hold
asking
on.
for evidence from everybody else, I think it's fair that people can ask you for an evidence.
Well, then where's the evidence from everyone else, Star?
Okay, so this isn't an evidentiary based claim. It's more of an intuitive claim. Oh,
No,
not
this
just
isn't intuitive.
No,
It's
I
like
was correcting it. I was correcting it. It's not intuitive. It's actually something that like exactly. But it's okay. If Anna's not willing to accept that, then just move on past the evidence.
Well, but it's important because typically you're not allowed to do like character assassination things in a courtroom if it's not directly relevant to the case.
But they can still insinuate a victim was like a slut or something, and like a jury will still get that.
Then the job
like,
is
they
on
will
the
still
defense.
hear that.
Then the job is on the defense to call that out.
Which they would, because that would
Yeah, you get a
potentially give them a
mistrial.
mistrial, which
Yeah.
would be great for them. So like courts
I mean,
are really, really, really
It
well
happened with the
controlled.
Brock Turner
If
case.
you're going into this field though, Anna, you know that court systems are really well controlled and they're very tight about what is permissible or not because you have a defense and a prosecutor. And so if you do something that violates like trial rules, they'll just call a mistrial because that's what the defense job is. So like I don't know.
But I'm saying, I
Okay.
mean, this happened in literally the Brock Turner case, Erudite. So what the fuck about that? Stop acting like I'm dumb or something. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Anna, you're getting a little antsy again.
Well,
you need some
like-
time. I don't care why.
I mean, people are trying to discredit me, and here I am,
People
like
are
I'm
disagreeing
in.
with you. and
No,
it's
they're
okay.
trying to discredit me.
Not discrediting, it's just disagreeing.
It doesn't matter. Whatever they're doing, we're
Wait, hold
gonna
on.
do it
Just I
civilly
want to be
and
clear.
Okay,
respectfully.
well,
Wait,
what
I just
about
want to be
the
clear
Brock
real quick.
Turner
When we
case,
say
then?
when we say the Brock Turner case, right? Are you talking about the character of an accuser or the character of a defendant?
The victim,
The
not
victim.
the accuser. The Victim Bill of Rights means that you call them victims in the court system.
I think that depends sometimes, but
No,
maybe
it doesn't depend.
It absolutely depends because some.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so for some, at least when looking over the Rittenhouse stuff, there are some judges that won't let you call certain people victims because that charges the jury to hear people as like, okay,
It
well, they're the
violates the Victim's Bill of Rights. That
I
judge
don't know what
was
the- I don't know.
violating the Victim's Bill of Rights.
Okay. Well, Brock Turner was convicted, wasn't he? Wasn't he found guilty?
Yeah, for like 6 months.
So we can definitely talk about like length of persecution, but even in the case of Brock Turner, he was found guilty. So I don't know.
But his defense, but his attorney was able to still insinuate that the victim was like, had like a drinking issue and stuff, and he still was able to, assassinate her character. That's what I'm saying. That still happens. These are still issues that need to be addressed in the criminal justice system.
What is the legal drinking? Is it 0.08?
I think it depends on your state. I think in
Also-
in my province it's
Okay, hold on. I just want to be really clear.
Also,
Wait, no, wait,
there-
I'm gonna say this. I
wait.
want to be really clear here, okay? Just because it's important, right? So, for stuff that's evidentiary in a court of law, you can't bring up prior misconduct to try to assassinate somebody's current character unless it's incredibly relevant to what's being talked about. Like, they made a statement about, like, I'm going to kill, I'm going to rape, I'm going to do something. So I haven't looked at any of the specifics for the Brock Turner case, okay? But now when I'm reading this, Emily Doe, I'm assuming is one of the accusers, when she was tested at the hospital, her blood alcohol content was 0.12%. And it sounds like the doctors estimated at the time of the assault it would have been 0.242 or 0.249%. So if this is the case, then it makes sense why alcohol was brought up, because it seemed to be directly relevant to a factor relating to the rape.
It was a character assassination.
No, that's not a
No,
character
it was in her
assassination.
defense.
That is absolutely not a character assassination.
No,
if I'm going to be
because
accused of
that's
something
not what
and the
I'm
person was
saying.
highly drunk at the time it happened,
Yeah.
that's going to be relevant to the court
Ramen,
case, of course.
That probably helped in the guilty verdict. If you're that inebriated, how do you consent? You're probably
Yeah,
passed out.
exactly. But I'm saying that
Not
the
character
attorney
assassination. That's a
did.
defense.
No, I'm not saying that's what the defense was. For fuck's sake.
Okay, Anna.
I'm saying that the defense attorney
Anna.
still did character assassinate her.
Okay,
Okay,
Anna.
Erudite, you're like really disappointing me, honestly.
Okay,
Like, I
Anna,
don't even
you're disappointing me a lot more. Look, this is
Like,
literally
you're just-
this is literally the final warning I can give you. I need you to be civil. If this is too charged for you, because I get it, being dogpiled can hurt and it can be whatever. If this is too charged for you, then maybe we need to remove you from the situation. This is the last warning I'm going to give you. Okay? Please continue on with the conversation.
Don't quite remember where we were at.
I was trying to say that that's not the character assassination I was talking about, and you kept trying to strawman me, and I don't appreciate that.
Which character
Don't do it
assassination
anymore.
were you talking about?
Where the defense attorney insinuated that she had a drinking problem, not that she was very drunk. It's the fact that he insinuated she had a drinking problem.
Well,
Don't
that,
strawman me anymore.
that probably wasn't admissed. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there was like a follow-up, but that was probably not deemed super relevant, especially if the thing at the end of or rather if the argument being made by the defense is like, yeah, she her intoxication level is way above being able to give consent, and that aids in like the correct verdict. I mean, I don't know. I think that
Still
comes down
doesn't
to the
justify
lawyer.
a character assassination.
Well, but character assassinations can happen in any courtroom ever. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised that it occurs as well.
No,
in,
there's
know,
no
rape cases.
justification. No, there's
Okay,
no
can we-
justification for it.
Anna,
It's
can you
not
tell us
okay.
what is the character assassination that you're referring to?
The defense attorney insinuated that the victim maybe had a drinking problem, and that's why she shouldn't be credible. And this happens all the time in rape cases, which is part of rape culture.
I think it happens in like
There's
a lot
plenty
of
of empirical
cases.
data on this.
When I
But
think
it's
of rape-
worse in a rape case.
When I think of when I
Wait, hold on. Start us first, because you were saying something.
well, I think April should go first because I'm probably going to bring up.
Okay, then April, go ahead.
Adjacent.
I mean, you do need to establish credibility if someone's making an accusation. If there's reason to believe that someone's like not a credible accuser, if they have ulterior motives or are like unable to actually make the accusation, if someone like physically was not able to witness something occurring or perceive the sexual assault, and then they're like told later by their friend. And I'm not saying this is what happens in this circumstance because it was like an actual conviction in this case. But we can imagine that someone is just like told, yeah, you were assaulted, or they're convinced that they're assaulted after the fact. That's a really big problem, and you do need to establish in court that someone's actually able to make the accusation, on good conscience, credibly. So, to an extent, like character assassination is bad, but like you do need to establish that someone's a credible accuser in the first place.
Also, I don't think the Victim's
So-
Bill of Rights says you have to be referred to as a victim.
So, when I think of rape culture, I don't think of what I would say is the most or one of the more harmful parts of rape culture would be like immediately after an assault or something like that. It's not about like when they go to court, right? It's when somebody goes to authorities or something like that, right? When somebody goes to somebody they trust and tells them what happened, and everything around that is scrutinized. That's when I think is like the most like harmful part of rape culture. That's what I would say. I don't know where I was going with this. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet now.
Well, I mean, at least you tried. So listen, I guess I feel like we're kind of nearing the end of the conversation. I don't really feel like I don't know. I don't really think there's very much more to like milk out of the conversation. Is there anything else that anybody feels like is kind of poignant that they feel like needs to be stated?
Something that was said earlier that I think is really important is one of the reasons why it's so important to turn the temperature down on the way that we talk about this shit instead of every action being rape is that it's really hard for some people to come to terms with past negative actions they've done if they feel like they have to frame it through the most hyperbolic fucking words ever. Like, with the current definitions and the current way that we approach rape, almost every single like encounter between two teenagers is probably involving some level of rape, because teenagers are dumb, because it happens, because people aren't thinking. But to call it all rape makes it impossible for somebody to ever view a prior action through some sort of like introspective lens, because they're worried that by entertaining the thought, they have to like brand themselves a rapist, which is another reason why I think it's good to like turn the language down on some of these things.
This
Yeah,
is
I'll
exactly correct, and that's what I brought up initially. Like, you know, I think we need to acknowledge that we have like a problem with casual sex and the casual sex culture, and you know, recenter the language. So we're really identifying like what's the problem here, and why people are getting in these circumstances in the first place.
Well, it's not just that. Like throughout like the last like 50 years, I think most of the people who have had sex by today's standards would either be considered, you know, not going into it, exercising, you know, proper descriptions of consent, or they are just like straight up rapists because they didn't ask for consent. And I think that's kind of like the terminally online thing that's infected this discourse, is like the way people describe consent now is not the way that people ever described it. And that doesn't mean that every person who had sex was a rapist. It means that, you know, right now, because of like the heat of this conversation, we have to think differently about consent. And I would argue that that's not normal. I wouldn't make a claim as to whether it's better or not, because I don't know if there's like a significant uptick or downtick in the amount of rape cases, but it's just simply not how relationships have been had. Like if you told your grandpa that, you know, before you kissed your girlfriend on like your second date, you asked her if you could kiss her, he'd be like, what are you, like stupid? And he'd like smack you or something. So I think that this discourse has certainly changed the way we look about consent, but I haven't seen whether that's like a clear all the way good thing or not. I think it's just now making people way more conscious about every action. Like Destiny said, now it's hyperbolic too. Like nobody wants to admit to being a rapist, and nobody wants to admit to themselves that they were raped. Sometimes people do want to admit that, and then they come off, you know, too quick in admitting that because they've got a different, you know, frame of reference after their interactions with somebody are like put through the lens of them being like an abuser or something. But those are my 2 cents.
I think you see that.
I was just gonna say, like, I don't know if I'd be willing to say like it's a casual sex culture problem. I would say like we've kind of jumped from like one puritanical view of sex to almost it seems like another, but there's still like not actually a lot of nuance about conversation. I think whether you want to have like traditional sexual roles or casual sexual roles, I think is actually pretty neutral. The problem is that like our social landscape hasn't actually evolved to deal with this, right? We don't really have like actual meaningful conversations about consent, about like implied consent and misunderstood consent, or consent when you are inebriated, like all sorts of things that lead to like really dicey situations. And so like, is it a casual sex problem? I would say it's more of like a lack of social conversation, which is why like these like really hyperbolic of like, yeah, but rape is bad and like we need to just believe victims is like super, super damaging to the conversation because we just can't get anywhere. And it doesn't actually solve the problem. It just leads to like circling around kind of the same talking points without any actual like measurable solutions of like, okay, well, like what is good sex education? Like what does consent actually look like? Like what are the cues that you're explicitly looking for? How do you convey your consent well? Like all sorts of things. There's just like there's no space for the conversation because we just want to say like rape is bad and like we should like care about victims, and it's like both of those things are obviously true, but can we go beyond that?
Okay, then I have another question. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Anna. Go ahead.
I wanted to say that empirical data also shows that most victims of rape don't recognize also that they've been raped because even though what happened to them meets the legal definition of rape. So that's another problem that we have with rape culture, is that so many people don't think what happened to them is rape. They're too scared to label it as rape. So that's a really big issue too. Also another issue is that rape kits don't really do much because most rapes that occur are date rapes. So rape kits don't always necessarily do all that much, since again it's like a lot of times it's like your date, it's an acquaintance, a friend, or whatever, and the argument will just be, well, it was consensual. So
Well, the rape kit is still essential, right?
yeah.
So we shouldn't say rape kits don't do much. A rape kit is literally a necessary precondition to a rape accusation. So
Yeah,
rape kits do.
it's just that
It's not
it's just that
sufficient,
it's-
but it's necessary. But I mean, like, that should probably be the case, right? If it's a he said, she said, should that really be enough to make a conviction off of?
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
there's probably legitimate issues that both victims don't realize that they're being raped. I imagine there are perpetrators who don't realize that they have sexually or raped somebody either.
Yeah,
right? Like
that's a huge thing also.
Yeah, so
very
like
common, yeah.
there's
Yeah.
a lot of stuff, which is why when somebody maybe gets accused of rape and they literally don't think they happen, we get into really messy territory where somebody literally thought that they had consent and the other person literally thinks that they didn't give it.
Yes.
And now you're in this weird situation to be like, whoa, now what the fuck? How do we handle this? And I actually don't think the social landscape is dealing with that well.
Yeah, there's also research that shows that when men are drunk, they're more likely to interpret women's like just neutral to flirty actions as consent to sex, which is kind of scary and could also explain a lot of things too.
I think we can acknowledge also that in a lot of rapes, a lot of people who are on the receiving end don't say anything, don't give verbal communication. That's not their fault, but but also there are the person who is on the giving end is also not verbally communicating. So there's I could very well see plenty of space there for there to be misinterpretation.
Yeah, it's called tonic immobility. It's called tonic immobility. It's like 70% of rape victims experience tonic immobility, which means they freeze up. So they don't fight back, they don't say no. It's called tonic immobility, and it significantly predicts post-traumatic stress disorder and severe depression.
It is really hard to prevent a rape when you're in the moment. Yeah, I think that, like, unfortunately, a lot of the language also, I think, strips women of like agency. There's a lot that women can do, and like I had a panel discussion a while back with all women, and one of the things that one of the women on the panel said was that, like, she has a lot of sex and a lot of relationships with people, and she believes that it's just like it's part and parcel, that she's accepting that if she has a lot of sex with people, she's going to be sexually assaulted, which I think that's pretty scary. And a lot of people on the panel ended up agreeing with that and saying that, like, yeah, like, I also engage in frequent casual sex, and I've just accepted that, like, you know, when I do that, I'm going to be in positions where I'm compromised and sexually assaulted. That's scary, frankly. But I think that, like, when we talk about rape culture, we also need to, like, accept that there's a lot women can do to, like, make sure they're putting themselves in positions where they're not going to be, you know, at risk for being sexually assaulted.
This is one thing where I deviate from probably every single one of you on, well, one of the many places, but within this conversation, I think one of the biggest things we can do to improve, like, the arguments or like the idea of whether rape culture exists or not is kind of gatekeep when sexual intimacy occurs and make that something that's socially normal. Like, obviously I'm a Christian, I'm not having sex till I'm married. And not only do I think that's, you know, a great thing, because then it makes, you know, a romantic occasion more special. It makes it something unique to the partner, and something that's kind of bound by marriage, but it also makes it so that, you know, I'm getting the character established. Like, I've had accusations thrown up against me before, but because people know that, like, I'm a very celibate individual, like I don't go off, you know, kissing strangers in parking lots, because they understand my character, they're less prone to believe the accusations against me. And that's something that I think men need to do better at. A lot of men are surprised that people believe accusations against them, but they live lives that are only conducive to those accusations being true. So that's basically what I would say. I think if people didn't have sex till they were married, this problem would largely go away. Of course, rapists will still exist, but I think there's so much less of a middle ground, right?
Yeah, no, I agree absolutely. I think that like a lot of the ways that you approach sex can put you in more danger of being sexually assaulted. And frankly, like a lot of people are not responsible enough to like engage in sex in a casual way that's not putting them, you know, at risk. There's people who are able to do that and are able to engage in casual sex safely. But I think for a lot of people, it's really dangerous because they're not, you know, they're not able to speak up for themselves or set boundaries. And so, like, the reason why we have certain cultural rules about engaging in sex and the reason we put up these boundaries is because I think we know or have known for generations that like it is incredibly dangerous unless it's highly, you know, highly controlled. And you know, there is a lot of like marital rape as well. So I think that like on the other end of that, there's a lot of danger in like traditional, you know, modes of approaching sex as well. But it's a different kind of danger. You know, and it's a danger that, you know, a lot of times we know more about and can address in different ways.
I'd actually wonder if we know less about intimate partner violence. Like we know a lot about like demographics and statistics, but it feels like we actually know very little about what to do about it, right? Like when it comes to casual sexual encounters and being like assaulted by an acquaintance that maybe you just met like a couple of hours ago, those are actually the lower stats. And it seems like it's actually, Anna, this is probably something you and I can agree on. There are certain things that we can like advise women to keep themselves safe, and certain things that we'd recommend if we also know that they maybe have a trauma history, but they're also interested in engaging in sex, right? And so like we actually have education about that, but most of the sexual assault is coming dominantly from intimate partner relationships, right? And I don't really know what we do about this, right? Like, sure, we can educate people about tonic immobility and like the freeze response during sex and stuff like that, but that seems to probably be more beneficial when you're having more casual relationships with people that you don't know, right? I imagine in most cases, I'd hope at least, that if tonic immobility is happening in an intimate partner situation, that these two are speaking about it. And so like we can maybe do education of like, if that's happening, how do you talk to your partner about it? But I don't know. I actually feel like as a culture, we really don't know how to deal with intimate partner violence. And like, I would say when I'm just saying like there's people who don't know that they've been raped, I'd say most of the cases when I've come across that, it's been people who have been in a sexual assault situation with an intimate partner. And they have a hard time labeling it as like sexual violence because they also have like a strong emotional connection and a warm regard for this person, right? And so it leaves them with a lot of cognitive dissonance. And they're kind of like, how do I make these two things make sense?
I don't think the issue is unique to intimate partner violence. I think we just have a really bad understanding of like relationships and boundaries in general. Like anecdotally, when I read like posts where people talk about like, you know, like I don't know what to do about my boyfriend, like he doesn't wipe his ass, and you know I don't really like sleeping with him when he, I read post after post, or someone will be like, I'm not really sure what to say about my husband. He said that my whole family was full of retarded people and says I'm not allowed to have friends anymore. What do I do? Like, I see so many people that there are clear issues going on in this relationship, independent of any sexual assault or whatever, where people just have a bad understanding of like, either they've had bad modeling in their life for what a healthy relationship is, or they don't have the tools or the confidence to stand up to their partner, or they just don't know what they themselves deserve. Maybe it's a self-esteem thing, I'm not sure. But I think that in general, we have really big problems navigating relationships or establishing healthy relationships for ourselves collectively. Well, not ourselves, for most people, because I'm good at it, so.
I'm gonna make my audience angry for a minute by counter signaling the incel question again. I think this is something that people often downplay the importance of. Like, there is a language to being in relationships, and there's a language that women speak that you need to understand. And a level of interaction with relationships and women is necessary to be fluent in this and to ultimately have a marriage, in my opinion. And people are going to think that's controversial, but I think it goes without saying. You guys probably don't think it's controversial, but my audience is tearing me apart for it right now.
So let me ask you guys a quick question. I know rape culture and all that like has to do with like punishing of sexual assault, but What about now
Well,
that we've had like the Me Too movement and the fact that like accusations are like a lot more forthcoming, like people are more just willing to do that. What are
It's
your thoughts
free.
on increasing punishments for false rape accusations?
I think that the punishment for a false accusation should be whatever the punishment is. You have to be wary that if you're like the threshold for what a false accusation is needs to be pretty high. It can't just be like an accusation that didn't win in court, because then you have like a very weird chilling effect on all sorts of accusations. Actually, I don't know if there should be a penalty, like a false accusation penalty. It should just be like whatever lying under oath is, right? Like perjuring yourself, which I think is already illegal.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar like cases of malingering, for example, where like somebody fakes a brain injury and stuff. Like the level at which we're willing to label something malingering is really, really, really high, and we want it to be beyond a shadow of a doubt. Because especially with the sexual assault, we have this weird thing where somebody might feel sexually assaulted, and the person who they feel perpetrated against them literally was confident that they got consent, right? And so in that case, the court might fall apart and not convict the individual, but the victim shouldn't be now tried as making a false allegation because they might have literally felt assaulted in that situation. And so like I think like there are, like I've said, I've worked with individuals who have fully come out. Usually in those cases, to be honest, how it's played out is the court thanks them, and they go through the steps of basically like amending the statement and releasing the individual, which is like potentially less than maybe should happen. And I would like to believe in this case the court had grace because they were in active addiction when like the claim was made and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think persecuting it is like we'd have to be really, really, really careful.
Well, sure. So, like, wouldn't the idea of like persecuting it would need to be a known intentional false accusation?
Yeah, there would need to be a really high threshold. But even so, like it should just be the same as any other false accusation you make. Because to make a false accusation, I think you necessarily perjure yourself, right? That's what a false accusation is. You submit a statement to the court that's a lie, that's knowingly a lie. So I don't know why there would need to be a special perjury for rape versus anything else.
Yeah, but what if someone feels like they were? What if they feel like they were assaulted? Like that's the big issue, isn't it? Like they might genuinely feel like then that's not a lie.
And a malingerer might say that they genuinely feel. So like in these cases of perjury, you'd have to have beyond burden of proof of saying, even if you say that you felt this way, you're only saying this to defend your false allegation, right? Like you would need beyond a shadow of a proof to ensure that they knew what they were doing.
Right.
To know that
Yeah. Because there's a difference.
Like a confession, something like that, yeah.
Right, yeah. Because there's a difference between someone who genuinely believes it and someone who is lying intentionally.
And when it comes to like public figures, there's like an added layer as well. Well, when it comes to like slander, we have to actually prove like malicious intent. That you're like actually trying to hurt someone, as well as like knowing that it's false and spreading it. So, yeah, I mean, I do agree that like the standard for like proving that it's a false accusation.
Do you think our slander laws are high? Do you think like the in order to like prove like slander or libel in court, like the barrier is already really high, right? Like,
only for public figures is it really high.
Yeah.
Well, are there like a lot of cases of like slander happening against like non-public figures?
Isn't slander and defamation, isn't that civil shit? So you can just sue whoever the fuck you want.
Civil, yeah, it's civil. It's not a crime.
Right.
Civil court.
It's a civil crime. But anyway, how do you? So you're saying that like
You just sue someone.
No, I'm saying are you saying that it's commonly happening and there's commonly lawsuits over slander and things like that? It's commonly enforced.
Probably thousands of them,
figures?
every year. You probably just look them up.
Okay. I guess I'd probably have to look that up, yeah. So listen, it's been a great conversation, you guys. I sincerely appreciate you guys all for being part of it. This is the Thematic Panel. The entire purpose here is to have a conversation. Some people are too petulant to be able to do that. That was a passive-aggressive dig. Yeah, I did that. But then sometimes...
Wait, was it out shot or Mr. Girl? Which one? Forlorn
actually, it was somebody here. But anyway, my point being... This is a great conversation, and I appreciate you guys for being part of it, and at least like trying to be civil. I do think that these conversations are like they are kind of hard, and finding people who very firmly believe in rape culture and like that was a very difficult task, and I was asking around for it, and it was really, really, really difficult. But what I did find is that most people here in this conversation did more or less agree to some degree that like there is pushback against people who come forward with rape accusations. But I think we all can recognize with the advent of the Me Too movement and like the seeming like broader broader media representation for like sex crimes, there does seem to be a shifting in attitude that's happening, and some people feel like it's not happening fast enough, but at the end of the day, it is something that is occurring. And thank you guys all for being here. You can always follow me at twitch.tv/Mr. Fanatic, where we'll be having a walk-on panel and kind of continuing this discussion on rape culture and so on and so forth. Everyone, we'll start with Anna. Please go ahead and shout yourself out.
Oh yeah, you can find me on twitch.tv/Anavoir.
Alrighty, thank you. Kai Clips.
Yeah, you can find me on cozy.tv/Kai Clips. I think Destiny's about to pass me in followers, so you guys better go follow quick right now. And then on YouTube, just Kai Clips.
Thank you. April.
Yeah, follow me Taftaj, TAFTAJ, on Twitter and Twitch, where I usually stream, or on YouTube if you want to see me talk to notoriously banned, dangerous members like Destiny or Haz or whoever. But yeah, follow me on Twitter if you want to see sexy pictures and occasional political discourse.
Destiny.
Yeah, I'm a staunch anti-rape advocate, Destiny. You can find me at youtube.com/Destiny.
Nasa Erudite.
Yeah, my name's Not So Erudite. You can find me pretty much on most platforms except for Cozy TV by those names.
All right, Stardust.
You know, I'm really disappointed that there were no pro-rape advocates on this panel. I feel like we've really missed out on hearing a perspective. I'm just kidding. I'm Stardust. You can find me on Twitch or on YouTube, Stardust Streams.
Thank you. I'm Fanatic. I'm working my best on trying to like improve the hosting and improving the discourse and making sure that like people are actually able to engage in conversation. I try my best to carefully vet every single person that comes into the channel. Sometimes people can still get past the mark. That's another passive aggressive dig, but ultimately I'm trying my best, and we're going to try our best to improve, including next week. You can listen to my albums under the name Fanatic on every platform. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you guys so much. And we'll see you guys over in Twitch. For those who want to be on the walk-on.
Oh, so I can't be on the walk-on panel, is what you're saying.
Destiny, I am so sorry, but unfortunately you cannot.
You and me are gonna do a
Unclean,
duo stream,
unclean.
Destiny. We're gonna be talking about weightlifting, and it'll be
Oh, yeah.
fantastic over on Cozy.
Destiny, you never included the Cosby clip in the rest of the video from our individual conversation in that studio. I need to go ahead and just send that to you, and then maybe you can, or maybe we can go over that.
I don't do any of that shit. All right, that's all him.
Okay. Yeah, well, I didn't actually upload it yet. That's why. But I'm gonna go ahead and upload that. I need to edit an intro, and I'm just terrible at editing and taking my time, and I'm lazy. But yeah, that's that. Thank you guys sincerely. You know, I'll invite most of you guys back for a future conversation if you guys were willing. And I'm out. Peace.
Have a good one. Thank you for inviting us.
Loser.
Bye.
Thanks for having me.
Yep.
All right. That's shit talk for now. Oh, he's still here. Never mind.
Shit talk who? Fanatic?
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
He's doing better.
So,
He's
which
trying
one
harder.
of you is pro-rape here?
I
know
thought you were going to take on that mantle. Come on, Stardust. No?
You seem like the kind of person that would start us.
It's true.
Mm.
Big boy pants.
Well, you know, there are public and private stances, right? So, yeah.
When did you
You're
go into
hiding your
Cozy
power
TV?
level.
Destiny.
Oh, I had the account made a few days ago because I might go there to farm debates with conservative people.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll fucking stream over there. You know, I don't know. I'm trying to think right now. Who do I want to get more money? Because I built up the left so much with the Sound of Watch. Maybe I need to platform some good Nazis, get them some more representation, so we can get back to the good old days of fighting on the internet. It's a little uncomfortable that all the homophobia I see on the internet comes from left-leaning people. So I don't know. How I feel
Yeah,
about
like
that.
what's his name? Alex, the politician guy.
Yeah, that's one word for
Gay
him.
Democrat.
A lot of other choice words that are being used right now for him. But
I know, it's wild.
if you were, I don't know
crazy.
if this is like your first time. Oh, you're a fucking Canadian, aren't you?
Yeah,
I keep
and a
forgetting it because
baby
you're like a
streamer.
normal human, but you're like Canadian. There was a Democratic candidate for the last election cycle. I don't know if you ever heard of Pete Buttigieg.
Yep.
Yeah,
I did.
but he had a lot of the same stuff where people.
Here's the thing about Canadian politics, all right? We pay way more attention to American politics than
Yeah,
Canadian,
everybody
for the most
does.
part.
Don't worry, we're used to it.
I mean, the reality is that, like, to some extent, like, especially for Canada, like, the superpower below and the, like, politics that goes on does impact us inherently.
Yeah.
And it's more interesting.
Well, and it's also, yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah. because of our party system. It's a little bit more boring.
Well, I think it's just because Americans are fucking sociopathic when it comes to everything. So our political debates are literally like esports, blood sports, or not. I shouldn't say esports, but online Twitch blood sports.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel like that discussion went?
Got really deep on
Gym
issues.
today, Steve.
So it was a little bit awkward at times. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you
Very
guys think?
awkward.
Yeah, I mean, not super productive, right?
I'm
These
really
two
excited to
conversations
go to
are
the gym
never-
and sweat out my frustration. I'm really excited to do that.
Wow.
Yeah. How you get big Steve?
Nice.
Nice.
Awesome.
Fuck. I was gonna say something. Never mind. You guys make the conversation.
Your chat probably wants one of us to say Obama.
No,
Obama.
not names or whatever.
Okay.
I was
Yeah, there was-
frustrated to see Anna. I felt that there was a lot of mischaracterization of data regularly,
Yeah.
and I think like I didn't want to like call on it too hard because I think like it can pull away from conversations to just like fixate on studies and stuff like that, because like you can only generalize studies so far, and a lot of the things that we were talking about, like we said, there aren't studies for it, right? So it's like
yeah, because
it's
we're getting into
difficult.
super niche things. This is like an online debater bro thing that I've noticed. Your mileage may vary with this, but usually when I'm having a conversation with somebody, anytime somebody just says the research or the data, I'm usually like immediately highly suspect of anything they claim, because if you're going to talk about like the research of it, usually you'll be referring to like one or two studies. Something that I think laymen don't realize all the time, I didn't realize this until I started to actually dig through and read studies. Everybody thinks that if we talk about a particular issue, like a social issue, scientific issue, or whatever, people will always think that like, oh wow, like there must be like thousands of studies about this thing. But the reality is that for basically every single major issue, there's going to be like a few landmark studies. And when I say a few, I mean like two or three or
Two
four.
or three.
Yeah. And then like responses to those studies.
Yeah, I don't think people realize that, because like I've written lit reviews for a long time, right? And like we get into really niche topics by like graduate level programs, and it's like they want 30 citations for a lit review, and I'm like, motherfucker, I can't. Like there aren't 30 papers on this topic. That's like, it seems niche, but it's actually pretty broad. Like intimate partner violence with like specific demographic factors that you're wanting to like kind of control for. There really isn't going to be that many studies on it. And forensic psych has some of the most robust studies on anything. Get into like a social psych topic and you're fucked half the time.
The other problem is like there's a huge replication crisis, and like so many studies. Like if you really, cherry pick studies, you can come to like radically different conclusions depending on the issue.
Well, I think even beyond like replication crisis, the problem is there's just not really that much literature out there. Like I always laugh when recently the hot topic has been like trans athletes, but like people will be in debates and be like, there's been a ton of research on puberty blockers with
The
adolescent
science is
kids. And it's
settled.
like, no, there's like one longitudinal study right now, I think, tracking people over, I think it's over 20 years. I think there's one.
And a lot of them are bad. Like they're weak
Yeah.
methodologically, because it takes a long time for like when it comes to trans athletes, like we have to kind of figure out a whole new way of controlling for different factors that we might just not think to control between men and women, right? And so it's like even the methodology itself is regularly improving. It's why there's no meta-analysis on this, because there's enough studies, but there's no effect sizes that are comparable at this point. You just have to go with what the leading of the literature is.
Yeah, but yeah, it's frustrating. I wish people would realize that a little bit more, but
the other thing is like,
sorry, what?
well, it's just no way to like actually approach real life, to be like, what's the study for everything? Like no one actually approaches life this way. And I think it's like pretty disingenuous to like demand that someone has studies for every single thing they say. Because we don't have studies for everything we say. And when we go into like a conversation like this, a lot of it needs to be based on like a good faith ability to engage with what people are saying and to take them at their word when they talk about observations that they've experienced, and then meet them where they're at to talk about your observations and dissect them in that kind of a realm.
Something that I don't like is it gets brought up a lot, and I'm going to be honest, I haven't read a lot of papers. I haven't read any papers on this yet, so I could just be wrong. But my mom used to say something to me a long time ago, which was anytime we were near the house, my mom would tell me, be really careful how you drive. Like 95% of car accidents happen within 5 miles from home. And I remember hearing this as a kid, right? And then at some point I got old enough and I was like, you know what, Mom? It's probably because 95% of people drive within 5 miles from home. Like, I don't think that I don't think you're saying anything profound. I hear that stat brought up a lot, that the majority of like rape or sexual assault happens within relationships. I understand that is probably true, but I feel like that's probably because that's where the vast majority of sexual encounters happen. So it's a little bit annoying sometimes when I'll bring up the idea that I think that sometimes we give a lot of people freedoms, but we don't really give them the ability to explore them in a responsible way. And sexual liberation has been one of those things. And I'll say, like, we have to be careful that, like, we've empowered everybody to have casual sex, but, like, that's a pretty big deal. Like, casual sex is a thing that requires a bit of responsibility to do well. And oftentimes, and I think even you said this, not so erudite, you sophist fucker. I think even you brought this up where you're like, yeah, the majority of rapes happen within relationships. And I feel like that's a huge sidestep. I'm not accusing you of actually sidestepping it, but I feel like it's a sidestep sometimes to that claim where people are trying to say, like, oh, well, even if we got rid of all casual sex, like, there'd be just as much rape or more because most of it happens in relationships anyway. And I'm like, I think there's a special set of concerns for like one-off, like one-night stands versus like relationship sex that happens. That's what I would say.
Oh, for sure.
It's
Absolutely.
less, there's less like communication that you've practiced with these people when you're having more casual encounters and things like that. So there's more room for misinterpretation.
And I feel like the ways to protect yourself are actually a little bit more self-evident too, like when it's casual relationships. I know that probably seems like maybe reductive, but it's like there are certain things that just like in general you can take with any stranger encounter that you can apply to a sexual encounter, like somewhat keep yourself, like don't give them your personal address, don't take them to your personal home, probably drive separately if you want to like stay safe, certain things like that. Whereas like when you're in an intimate partner situation, at least in my experience, like between like clients that I've had like kind of more of a stranger or like acquaintance sexual assault versus individuals who've been in relationships, it's a lot harder to like tease apart. At least like therapeutically, it's been like a lot harder to process with clients because it's like so much more complicated. And the ways that you like, because a large part of like for trauma people is to like actually understand what prescriptions will keep them safe from that terrifying thing happening again. In an intimate partner relationship, it's tricky other than like try to get a better partner, but like what does that actually mean and how do you practically and realistically do that?
Yeah, and the set of concerns are just going to be fundamentally different.
I mean, I think the other thing is that like we've changed a lot legally in regards. It's like Britain used to have laws where it was legal to engage in like marital rape, and I think you have to like look at history and sort of put things into perspective when we talk about rape culture. Like the way that we've approached marital rape and just like rape in general has changed so much, and it's why like sometimes I get like a little bit uncomfortable when we start throwing out accusations about existing in a rape culture, just because it can really sort of obscure all of that change that's occurred.
Do you think it would maybe be more accurate to say like there's a problem potentially with like dating culture specifically? Because like definitely I think the thing of like gatekeeping and pursuit leads to a lot of really, really bad situations.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I think so. I think just the way that we can't erase the way that we've socialized people, but we continue to push people into a dating culture that might not work for them based on the way that they've been socialized. So there's going to be tons of misinterpretation there because of that.
I think a lot of the problems too are like these more minor things that aren't necessarily like penetration or the worst case scenario that people can be concerned about rape. But you hear these stories coming out where really people just had like bad dates or uncomfortable dates, or were unhappy with how something went, just in the basic interactions. And those things are bad and like need to be called out.
But we don't have a vocabulary for it. All we
No
talk about is rape.
prio
And like sexual
scuttle.
assault used to be like rape.
Good
right?
call.
Like broadly categorized as like anything, but like some people would call catcalling sexual assault, and so it's like there's like this like weird like problematic like what's it called? When like words dilute basically over time, concept creep that's happening with these terms that just makes it like don't rape, so like just never flirt with a girl, never like what does that mean actually?
I've started to say misconduct more. I think that kind of is like more encompassing. I don't know what you guys think of that word.
I mean, I think that's an empty word. I don't even say that, right? Misconduct.
I mean, it could mean a lot of things, I guess. It could vary a lot in intensity. It doesn't necessarily mean that, full-on rape, right?
I don't like to have like a rape scale. I think there needs to be like a whole new landscape for having these conversations that doesn't involve like rape at all, right? I think that's what needs to happen. We just don't have it right now.
I mean, this happens with so much. Like, I think people have had like gaslighting was like another one of these words where
you're wrong. You're actually gaslighting right now.
Yeah, you're just crazy, Destiny. It's actually a huge problem that people use this word. But yeah, this happens like all the time, and it gets really frustrating. It makes just having conversations happen.
Yeah, I mean, concept creep is a really big issue. Bad words is a really big issue. And then even just like, I think like conflation, like, because I think when we like start doing lots of concept creep, we start actually doing like, we begin to genuinely think that something like a catcall is potentially a similar behavior to like a grope. And it's like, those are obviously not the same things. And you get into this weird territory where now you're like, now I have to start questioning, like when you're saying I was really distressed by it, what do I do? Do I question you on how distressed and like your personal experience with it? Like it really kills the conversation, because it's like, well, I don't want to like just dismiss your distress, but also like, is it the same as like other behaviors? And it's just like, even just optics wise, it's so difficult to navigate to not just like come away just like being like, wow, you're a giant piece of shit, and you just like want to question all victims. And it's like, that's not what we want to do here.
Something that's really disappointing is that like just by virtue of having a few of these conversations on stream, I've gotten a couple emails, and I think somebody even posted a thing on my subreddit where they basically had like a big self-reflection moment. They were like, actually, I think I've been involved in like some pretty shitty or rapey behavior in the past, but they've never been willing to engage with the idea because they didn't want to think of themselves as victims. And when those are like the only words available to do it, it's the only way that people will do it. And then also, I think something you kind of mentioned or kind of allude to here is the idea that like if you can have that like boundary of like rape is bad, but that's like the only thing that we're saying is bad, well then as long as I like don't actually rape anybody, it should be fine. So you're like almost encouraged to like play rape against the boundary of like, well, what is like actual rape? And as long as you don't do that, you're like good to go.
Yeah, and then to accompany for that, people just keep extending the line of what is rape to be like, well, no, that's bad too. That's rape too. And you're like, no, there are other bad behaviors that don't need the same label and are still problematic. We just can't talk about them because of your choice of words.
Yeah.
The inverse of this, like I've been in situations, to speak candidly, like where I tell someone, no, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be involved in a sexual encounter. And like by technical definition, like I have been raped, but also like in those specific scenarios, like I wasn't traumatized by that. And I came away from the scenario like that sucked, but I don't necessarily like feel comfortable calling it rape personally, because it like brings in all of these like negative emotions that are sort of not apt. So I think that like you have to be really careful not to traumatize yourself or label everything you experience as rape, because a lot of times like you can experience scenarios and also like come away from them not necessarily totally traumatized.
Yeah, I think I talked about this with Eurodite before. I don't know if she said this was a real term or not, but I called this is what I called like the retroactive trauma or whatever, where you have like a shit. I see, this is my really simplistic analysis, but I see it happen with children, where if a very, very young child hurts themselves, usually they'll like look around for a reaction, and if they see a negative one, it will be a traumatic event for them. But if they don't see a negative one, they might fuss a little bit, but then they get up and they go. And I wonder sometimes if people, I think it's hard to balance this out, because we can all acknowledge that there are people that go through like pretty nasty stuff that don't realize it until later. Some friend will tell you some experiences in a relationship and you're like, that was really bad. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe. But then it feels like other times people will get together and like psych themselves the fuck out over like what was like a shitty experience, but like nothing worth being traumatized over.
I actually see it like in practice a lot. Like it's a really big frustration, and it's like a bone that I pick with coworkers of like, particularly with kids, because I think they are a lot more susceptible. But like I think especially with therapists, there's that authority piece that they like generally just want to take your word with like a lot of weight behind it. Where like it's why I'm like huge on like I never label somebody's experience as trauma. I only let them label it, because I think it's like really, really damaging. Of like, what if what if they wouldn't have been traumatized if I didn't label it trauma? Because we do see evidence of that happening. And it's really scary because you want to call it trauma to be empathetic. Like the desire to label it as such things is actually like, you're trying to be empathetic. Maybe sometimes virtue signaling, but I think mostly it's an intention of empathy. But it has like completely the inverse effect on that person's psychological health. And then it's like, who actually traumatized this individual? Like, kind of you a little bit, like not fully. Obviously, you didn't do the action against them, but like,
And it's frustrating because like we're willing to acknowledge so much. Like, this is the biggest thing that I took over like a 1-year psych course. The biggest takeaway that I had, the most helpful thing for my life, was I am an incredibly unreliable observer of my own reality. I am so faulty in so many different ways. I cannot be trusted to like accurately account for things. And there's like 55 million different psych experiments where people will lie to themselves. There's that, it's like the ice line test or whatever. What the fuck am I thinking of? There's the line test on the board where like people will.
Oh yeah. Where you just like you can do it with like standing up. You could just like be in a waiting room and have all of your people like stand up.
Oh yeah,
and
there's
then
that.
they'll
There's
just be,
or a bunch of people
"Yes, I
standing a
understand
certain
that."
way in an elevator. There's like so many
Yeah.
ways that people are bad at accounting for time, bad at accounting for, and we acknowledge it. We know these are true. And then we combine that with like once people have started to learn things, we know that people's minds can be molded by this, and we will make fun of these people in some exceptions. For instance, the hypochondriac that goes into a doctor's office that's read like 52 different medical problems about where their cough comes from. You know, people will like kind of make fun of like, okay, you're not dying, you don't have cancer. Like, we read this, and now you think you've got it. Now nothing can you off of it. And people will kind of look at it like, again, we know for a variety of reasons why this is probably not a good thing. But when it comes to mental health, it's like we forget all of that, and now like every single thing is the most ultimately validated thing in the world, and everything has to be validated, and to recognize any of these biases makes you a victim blamer or makes you doubt somebody's experiences or invalidate somebody's experiences. Like, well, hold on, like we can't just pretend that because it's a mental issue people have become fundamentally altered.
What is
don't have all the same qualities that we
done?
did before, but we're kind of forced to, you know?
Wanna
And it's wild to me
play?
because, like literally lots of therapy is all about convincing you to reframe your landscape, to reframe how you engage with the world around you, right? And so it's just like, this is literally a therapeutic technique. So this doesn't mean that we like just, the way to solve trauma is we just convince everyone they were traumatized. Obviously like that's not the solution. But yeah, when it comes to like, especially like, because mental health is happening in the brain, and it's the brain that's having these like weird things, like the brain is so hyper flexible and can just like shift the social landscape. Yeah, it's a weird phenomenon of like, yeah, but if it's mental health,
play
it's
at
objectively true, and we
any
can't question it.
point?
What? Like, how?
I mean, a good example of this, I think, is like trigger warnings. Like, there's studies
no.
done with trigger warnings, and it turns out that like what you're doing is like you're priming people to be traumatized.
Yeah, and it doesn't help. Like,
For
there was one big one, I think it
fuck's
was
sake,
Canadian,
you're
as
bad.
well, but like, I don't think there's any research that shows that trigger warnings are beneficial for college students.
Yeah,
I don't
no.
think there's anything out there that says that.
No. They're only useful for parents to make parental like viewing decisions. That would be my only argument for them. But in college, if you're going to a class on like World War II,
history?
why are you giving a trigger warning? Like, if it's on World War II, what do you think it's going to be about? Like daisies? Obviously not.
Well, the advantage with like parents is that like a parent can make a decision for the child and like choose to limit their content. But like when you present someone with a trigger warning, it's like a lot of times it doesn't encourage them to avoid the content. It just allows them to engage with the content in a way where they're like prepared to be traumatized and end up de-traumatizing themselves.
Oh yeah,
So-
because there was one. I think that one
I
study.
didn't know.
I think what it did was I want to say the way that the methodology worked, it showed the exact same content to two different cohorts, but it told one cohort that it was like triggering, and it didn't say it to the other one. And the ones that were told preemptively that it was triggering were more likely to report being traumatized or having some symptoms. I think it was even like I think they asked questions of like, did you feel more stressed out? Did you have a bad day the next day or whatever? The people that were told it was triggering had that negative response.
That was my impression.
Just by virtue of being told. Erudite.
Because it's priming.
Yeah, it is true. Which is a really well understood. Well, maybe not super well understood why it happens, but it happens, right? We can measure it. Somebody wants to have a conversation with you about things that you might have said improperly. Do you want me to restart this call? I can do it with all of you. With this other person who can't rejoin this call now.
I gotta think about that. I was gonna go to the gym tonight.
Yeah, it can be a short combo. I have to go to the gym too, so we're all needing to gym tonight. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what time zone are you in?
MST. It's 8:30 here.
Oh my god, you got so much time. Are you serious?
What is your
It's
bedtime? What is your
8:30?
sleep schedule
It's
like?
8:30. I'm sorry. What are you doing tomorrow? Streaming? Playing video games?
I have a job, by the way.
Oh yeah. What time do you have to clock in?
I don't have to clock in at any time, but
Oh my goodness.
I need to
Wow.
get. I'm working about like 60 to 70 hours a week right now. I just need to get up early enough to do
Okay,
this
so
shit.
what you're saying is we have to limit this conversation to 20 minutes. I understand.
Yeah, 20 minutes. My bedtime is. I have a little baby child. No, I'm just kidding. I go to bed at like 1 or 2. But I do have a fair bit of work to get tonight, so I need to go to the gym, which takes me about 2 hours. And then, yeah.
So you're saying you don't want to do this conversation?
I don't. Sure, we can do this conversation. Fuck it.
You're so easy to bully. Thank you. All right.
I
gonna
know,
call
I'm
and drag you
Canadian.
guys
I don't
in,
know what
okay?
to tell
Hold
you.
on. Why is your name so fucking stupid? Tafjuza. What the fuck is your name? Taftaj.
See, Erudite gets it instantly.
Taftaj. Taftaj.
Yeah, but I've been simping over Toftaj for a very long time. Destiny has just started his journey of simping for Toftaj. Okay.
I don't simp.
I just messaged Destiny. Oh my god, Natsu Erudite is so based. I was gonna say something.
Oh.
Good luck, guys. Well, for 10 million views on YouTube this month. Or 8 million. What? Shut up.
Drama.
Are we turning on cameras or is that weird?
Whatever you're comfortable with.
So who in this situation?
Who's the? Oh, I'm moderating, of course.
Moderating.
She's coming on. We don't need cameras. We're all women in here, including me, who is a woman's name, so we're good.
Very true.
The viewers want it. Give the people what they want. Destiny. Obviously. What do you mean? Why am I telling the 13-year veteran how to appease his viewers?
The forest told your team has destroyed a turret.
Okay, we're waiting.
You know what? While we wait, I'm gonna run to the washroom. So.
Washroom? Go do that, yeah. Alright, how you guys doing? What are your predictions for this? For these fireworks that are about to erupt here?
I think it's gonna go really well.
Yeah, I've heard that she's saying super nice things. So
I think August will be very happy. That's what.
Taftaj?
Yeah, you're doing great. You could also just say April.
No, I don't think I will.
Okay.
I don't think I know you that well to call you first name.
So I
Maybe
should
Taf.
call you Destiny every time.
I would appreciate that, actually, yes.
Mr. Destiny.
No, that's too much.
An enemy has been slain.
We're waiting for not so Eurydice.
I think Natsu Erudite's name is harder than Taftaj.
Maybe.
It is English, which is advantage. It is actual words.
I mean, technically everything is actual words, right?
Okay, find Taftaj in a dictionary, Stephen. That's what I mean.
Is Eurydice in it? Oh shit, it is. Never mind.
Destroyed.
Shut up. Okay.
Yikes!
Welcome.
Also, it's erudite. You pronounce it very strangely.
Erudite? That's because it's a really fucking strange
Erudite.
word. Okay.
Erudite.
Stephen's
Erudite.
borderline illiterate.
That's alright.
What is that supposed to be? Is that like a reference I'm not getting?
It probably comes from a Jordan Peterson book, so.
He's just mad because he has to only get his news from the Atlantic because it gives those audio recordings to overcome his reading difficulties.
Well, I mean, I think.
And all the fine literature enjoyers of 12 Rules for Life, how to sort our life from chaos as I fly to fucking Russia. Fuck! To break my benzo addiction. Shut up. Okay, Anna and not so Eurydice, go.
I think Anna, you're probably feeling some way more than I am, so do you wanna?
Yeah, I'm feeling a whole fucking lot. I'm fucking pissed.
I guess, can I
mean, you
ask
basically dogpiled me.
Just me, myself, or are you talking, are you pissed with all of us right now?
Mostly the fanatic, because he just basically set me up to be fucking dogpiled just after last night when he was being a fucking asshole to me, trying to convince me I wasn't emotionally abused by this douche over here.
Okay, so I guess so. Fanatic isn't here to talk.
Why are you
or defend
fucking
himself.
laughing?
I'm sorry. It's my dog. Hold on.
So I tried very hard to make it clear that I wasn't completely disagreeing with what you're saying. And I think Taftage and the other people here as well were trying to say that we're not disagreeing with 100% with what you're saying. We're just we're just adding on a second layer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever, you're upset with Natsu,
we
you're
were
a
all-
right? Or
Yeah.
you're erudite?
I think we were all saying similar things, though. I mean, there wasn't that much that was different.
I mean, you can't just say that, like, anybody can induce false memories in anyone. That's not true. You can't just make someone believe that they were raped when they weren't.
My understanding is that the first research relating, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is the first research relating to false memories came from forensic psychologists that were noticing that witnesses could create false memories in each other. It wasn't therapists, it was witnesses. That's my understanding.
Came from BC Okanagan, actually. I know this like personally because I'm friends with people who like worked under the main researcher under that. So like that's typically where it originates from. I guess I don't know quite, Anna, what your like frustration was around that.
I mean, it just seemed like everything I brought up you were just dismissing as like somehow like the research was like some flawed in some way, and so like you can't use it, and like
So I guess are you comfortable with the idea of like me disagreeing with you? Like in academia, I'm sure you're familiar, we argue about stuff and it gets even pretty heated where we'll argue about theories. I mean, the like language debate between Chomsky and the other dude was like super spicy. So like academics are going to disagree with each other all the time, but that's like the process of good science. It's like we should be disagreeing, we should be pushing each other on methodology, we should be questioning things, we should be open about the limits of certain things, because it just improves the science overall. But that doesn't mean that like I have some personal feelings about you in that moment when I'm questioning some of the data that you're presenting.
the other people who already hate me and attack me constantly, well, I mean, they're just gonna use that as more ammo against me.
Right, but I guess like what do you suggest that I would do in that situation? Because like I'm invited on a panel to talk about ideas. I'm going to engage with the ideas, and I'm going to question data, with your data, with anyone else's data as well that I might get. Not that I question all data, but I'm going to look at it and be like, well, what are the limits to these things, and what can we take away from it? So are you basically like saying that like in a debate panel, I have to like not
No.
disagree with you? Like what's your recommendation for me to do?
No, of course not. No, of course not. It's just I don't know. I don't get why like the empirical data that I was bringing up like somehow wasn't like I don't know. It just seemed like you were saying like it wasn't good. I don't know. Like I don't know what I'm talking about or something.
Sure. Do
I'm
you want to
pretty
maybe?
sure I do.
Could you clarify for me what you felt that I was saying, and then would you give me space to correct if that was or wasn't what I was saying?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. What did you feel like I was saying?
It seems like you were basically saying that like all the empirical data that I was like bringing up was somehow like flawed and like unreliable and just like whatever could be dismissed or something.
Okay. Was there a feeling like personally that was attached to that? Like, did you feel like I was also trying to undercut you as an individual? Okay. Now that like we're less heated, do you think that I was actually doing that? Because if you do feel like I was actually doing that, we can talk about it. But I just want to know, do you still feel that way, that I was actually trying to personally attack you?
No.
Okay. I'm glad. So I was definitely questioning the data, not overall. I'm not saying that like everything presented was useless and garbage. I'm saying like here are some of the limits that I see to some of the interpretations, which is why I wouldn't use this data to make the extent of the claims that you potentially were making with them. That was all I was saying. I wasn't trying to say I think Anna's stupid and dumb and nobody should listen to her. To be honest, I'm mean enough that I will say that to somebody if I think that.
Yeah.
So are we good?
Well, I don't know. Did it feel like Eurydice was like discrediting rape victims with the way that she was engaging with her research claims?
Maybe. Yeah, that's what I felt like. Also, yeah. Kind of.
Okay. Could you explain that more to me?
Seemed like, yeah, it sort of seemed like you were kind of saying that, like, yeah, like, we can't trust. It just sounded like you were really dismissing, like, any of the, like, anything that's, like, self-reported or whatever. Like, I know there's flaws with self-report and retrospective, of course, but it just kind of came off as so, like, yeah. You can't be trusted at all, and the only way the only way to get like an objective, or like the only way to be able to trust it is if like it's like dealt with in like a criminal justice context, or like has been reported to police or something, and yeah, I don't know.
Okay. So I guess I'm concerned about being. I don't want the perception to be that I'm dismissing rape victims, because I take it really seriously. I think it really, really matters, and I agree that there's been a systemic problem and systematic problem historically as well of a dismissal of rape victims, right? When I'm questioning the extent of the data, this isn't to say that I don't believe in rape victims. My issue is that, I'm curious, would you agree that basically the word rape has come to mean a lot more things than just actual rape? Like it's kind of been extended beyond.
And I have a problem with that.
Yeah, so I think we'd agree on that. And so my concern with some of these studies is I went through the CDC's questionnaire itself, and some of the questions left me concerned of being like, I can see how this might lead to people marking as a yes, like an affirmative, because the questions are worded in such a way that they're a little bit leading, and they don't preclude certain situations that I don't think anyone, even themselves, would necessarily identify as rape, but it would be marked off on the measure as rape. And so my concern about overinflating rape numbers is because I do think there are individuals who are bad actors who try to use rape claims for their benefit, and the reason that makes me so mad isn't just because of the individual's lives that they fuck up, which sucks, but it particularly makes rape victims' lives so much harder, right? When we have Alice Siebold, like a really big writer, coming out about basically being like, yeah, I did make a fake allegation and I had a guy incarcerated for like multiple years. There's a really big problem with that because it actually makes rape victims who have been struggling to be heard historically for a long time, it makes their job bigger, right?
I mean, I disagree because I don't think that, I think that's a bit much to claim that there's a significant amount of people though that are like bad actors. I don't think it's enough to like be able to sway data though. I mean,
but people don't make decisions based on data, right? They'll make it off of like one or two high profile cases sometimes.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I've always felt like that's just kind of like a scapegoat to be like, well, look, someone made a false accusation, therefore I'm just gonna be like an asshole and like not believe rape victims. I feel like that's way more of a problem.
I feel like the problem isn't the false accusation. This is something I just recently figured out. I don't think the problem is ever the one-off. I think the problem is how other people respond to the one-off. Because I think the issue comes from the fact that there is a one-off thing that happens and it's bad, but rather than everybody saying it's bad, you get like some group of people that almost seem like they're defending it, and then it makes the people on the other side think that it's a bigger problem than it might actually be. I think that's the scary thing.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, look, I've seen a lot of like, but also, well, there also is a problem of like actual victims like being accused of like, like tons of them get accused of like being false
that
accusers.
Is a problem. But there's also
That's
like
a
false accusation
big
problems
problem.
too. There's problems all over the place. That's the issue.
I don't think false accusations are that big of a problem.
Well,
though.
you might not, but maybe you're not the type of person to get falsely accused, or maybe it's just something you're concerned with. But there are people
that's an ironic statement.
It's not ironic, but there are going to be people in different areas that do feel like a little bit worried about that, and if they see how the culture around that is changing, and we've seen it happen in esports and in Twitch, where sometimes like really dog shit accusations are made, and it takes the guy like months to respond to it because it's so serious, even if the original accusation was as thin as air.
I mean, Anna, I think a lot of the problem is like very specific to the medium too. Like when you have social media and trial by society, by the public, that invites a lot of people to sort of speculate and treat it like this
Yeah.
just like reality TV show.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
so, like, on one hand, social media has allowed people to make these accusations, but it's also introduced new problems by making it so public. And so, one thing we can talk about is just like the role of courts. And if people are more able, whether it be through like education or whatever, to make rape accusations credibly through the courts, that might be a solution to people feeling like they need to go to the public to do these things and therefore, introduce and invite all of these extra problems.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that cancel culture is a problem, of course.
Well, but it's not even cancel culture. You would expect people to respond really negatively if somebody has a rape accusation against them, right? I wouldn't think that's cancel culture. That's just people being kind of reasonable,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, part of
Like
this
social shaming. Yeah, that's why we social shame like murderers even when they get out, right? Because there's this attachment to their name, and there's an element of like we probably should socially shame these behaviors because if somebody's a rapist, that's a really bad thing, and we're going to view them as immoral, right? And so if somebody's because of the huge weight of consequence of being claimed, it's the same with the malingering. Like clinically, if a client gets diagnosed as a malingerer, they're fucked.
Oh,
They're literally
yeah.
fucked. They'll never get
Yeah.
on welfare. They'll never get supports. Like they're fucked. I
Yeah.
would say the same with being accused as a rapist, especially if it becomes publicized, right? And especially in the cases like we don't want innocents ever going to jail. We also, in this case, don't want innocents having a trial by media and being accused of being a rapist and having all of the social repercussions of literally being a rapist and then it turning out to not be true, but the damage is already done. That's the problem with
Yeah.
social media is the damage is already done half the time. And that's really, really scary.
I can understand that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Anything else?
I guess that's it. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
For
It
talking.
seemed like you were really frustrated with me specifically. Was I misreading that?
Yeah. No, you weren't. That
Okay.
was accurate. Yeah.
Do you want to talk about that or would you prefer to talk about that privately?
We could talk about that privately. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for talking with me though about
Yeah.
this. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Wow, well, good job. I'm proud of all of you.
Also, Erudite is too good at de-escalating.
I've worked in a lot of jails. De-escalation was my bread and butter.
Makes sense.
Okay, well, you said you had to leave. Why are you being awkward? Leave. Go away.
All right, I'm gonna go work out. And if you want to chat more privately, you can just DM me. You know where I'm at.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
All right. Good night, guys.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
I
This is why I say that, like, watching YouTubers and Twitch streamers, and even people like me, fine, I'll bite the bullet on that. You can't trust us as news because you're not getting news or reporting from an individual. You're getting their digested version of the facts, right?
Yeah, the same thing about media.
All of our hearts. But I've got some interesting things to share with you. Some vital ideas I think you might find troubling. They are connected, of course, to weapons sales and structuring debt within Ukraine in ways that might diminish the possibility of democracy going forward, depending on what your definition of democracy is. Ukraine owes billions of dollars in foreign debt, most of it to
Feel the thorns embrace.
Is that a little mustache you have? Maybe it is, maybe it is. I didn't bring my shaver, so don't be surprised if I show up with a beard one of these days. The beard might get a little bit out of control. How are there 90 unbanned requests again? Guys, can you just start behaving so I don't need to do these unbanned requests every day? This guy said LS equals garbage. True! Hey, you get an unban. Just wrong. Get carried and stop inting. Everyone deserves a second chance in life, and I for myself would dedicate my life to cheer you up. It's a good message here. But this is a good. I'm gonna unban you. You are boosted. Truth equals ban. Oh yeah. So if truth equals ban, that means everyone typing in the chat right now is just perma lying. So every time I get flamed, I'm not actually getting flamed. That's interesting. Also, every time you call me an ugly skinny nerd, in reality then you mean muscular big alpha male. That's nice. Graves matchup. I picked Quinn this time around. I was kinda getting sick and tired of playing the game hard mode. So let's do it easy mode now. Did you see that how fast he did that Graves thing? What the hell? He's pushing so hard, I can't keep up with the push. Fuck, I missed. It's a cannon wave. Oh, what have I done? I griefed the wave. Oh no. Dude, if I hit that Q, that would have been huge. I'm still dead. Don't know why I'm flashing. Pretty bad start to the game here. I'm coming here. This is the angle. Big. Our own worked out pretty well. Didn't get many of the kills, but I don't need the kills. Chat is dead. Yeah, I mean, we removed her and now the chat have to think of something actually smart to say and not just spam dog shit so they don't know what to do. Jesus. That's real fucking nice. Have I not been camped for every single game today? Like, okay, I didn't get camped this game, but this is ridiculous. I always have to leash. Every single game I'm leashing, and then every game I like always am the one who gets ganked. Every game. You're dead as fuck, boy. Finally, my first gank of the day. First gank of the day. No, I'm not even kidding. Does he have TP? I think he might have it. Even if he doesn't, I'll still back here. I don't know how he has Eclipse already. All the Eclipse abusers, they always do this. They don't spend a dime on boots or anything. They just go straight into the mythic item. And they get it so much earlier than I do. Because I always buy boots. Maybe I should delay my boots after mythic. That's what all of these other guys are doing. Fuck. Oh my god, you just made me. Could have flashed out. Should have ignited for sure. He might not even win this. He does, nice. I'm coming here, counter gank. Sick and tired, man. I've been losing every lane today. I've actually had not won a single lane. Not even one. Play versus Graves, Aatrox, Graves, Aatrox, Graves, Aatrox. Every game, right? And it's just, am I bad? Are the champions OP? I don't know, man. So many questions. Karma. Serpent is not bad this game. Serpent is not bad at all. Might get it. Third, fourth, or something like that. Go next. Oh, I lived somehow. Oh yeah. Die. Murder. Bye bye. Fuck. Oh, 850 gold to enemy team. Oh, my bad. Should I do it to Ezreal again? Oh, Ezreal. Oh, I'm so sorry. You will not be allowed to play this game. I apologize. Oh, where I went. Oh, Baron was the call, guys. I'm coming in here. What is my damage? Ay, ay, ay. I'm dealing a lot of damage right now. A lot of damage. These guys have a really hard time surviving me. Ezreal, 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 Ezreal. Man. What was he thinking? Wait, he went out of base. What was he thinking? Oh, Graves. Oh. Oh, honey. Fuck! Oh, but legit don't die though. Legit don't die. We lose if you die. No dying. Oh no. No, but legit. Oh no, 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 no. This is not happening. I mean, he can't end. Well, I'm not gonna throw this game. I will play serious from now on.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Wait until
Damn, that was. He's dealing so much damage. I need to dodge that ulti, I guess.
User?
Really?
Ja, hier ist der User.
Was? Hier ist der Loser.
User!
Got him!
Anstrengend.
Got him!
Sagt dir, es ist anstrengend, ne?
Gestern, ich habe heute mal den Stream angeguckt. Warum sagt mir keiner, dass die Tonqualität absolut beschissen ist?
Weil keiner wahrscheinlich den Stream Ton offen hat, der hier.
Oh, sehr schön, Philipp. Könntest du auch mal...
Warum soll ich mir den Ton anmachen, wenn ich mit dir im Test bin, du Nase?
Ja, dass du mir sagen kannst, ob der Ton shit ist. Habe ich das nicht gerade formuliert?
Du bist halt so unlogisch. So unlogisch alles. Ist dir das eigentlich bewusst, wie unlogisch?
Was ist daran unlogisch?
Eine unlogisch bist. Mach mich wahnsinnig.
Jetzt unsere WoW-Unterhaltung gestern war echt unterhaltsam.
Diese WoW-Unterhaltung.
Ja.
Das Game ist halt shit, ne? Da kann man nichts machen.
Ja, richtig schön. Keiner hat so richtig gewusst, von was er eigentlich redet.
Wie keiner hat gewusst. Ach so. Naja, gut, wir wissen ja, von was wir reden.
Nicht so wirklich. Es hat nicht so rüberkommen, wenn man sich das als Aussteller anschaut.
Ja, die Meinung von anderen ist auch egal, muss man ehrlich sagen.
True.
Wir sind die coolsten Kids.
Gegen Lucian Nami, was sagst du dazu?
Lucian Nami, das ist so easy. Ich meine, du bist jetzt auch ein Enchanter-Abuser, habe ich gesehen.
So, Philipp. Muss ich mir das von dir sagen lassen, ja?
Ich habe noch nie Champion abused. Ja, komm, du sagst es aber zu mir, dass ich nie Champions abuse.
Das ist true.
Oder willst du deine Aussage von früher revidieren?
Nee, ich will nur labern. Keine Ahnung, wo der Shaco ist. Eine Killlane.
Wait until my seeds take root.
Geht die da vor? Wir wissen, er ist hier. Ich hab dich pinkt. Okay, was Mitte?
Always what they seem. So much more.
Oh Gott. Wir haben ein Problem.
Just a harmless flower.
Und gerade komplett alle Samsblasen am Nichts kriegen.
Vielleicht. So anmerken darf.
Naja, sie hat noch.
Take careful steps. Come closer. My friend thinks it's so clever.
No need to thank me, friends. Just doing my job.
There, a promising garden.
Ich hab Jungler, Philipp, ich hab einen Jungler.
Hm?
Ein Jungler.
Ja?
Ich hab gerade die Always Pushed Lane bestraft. Kannst du sowas fassen?
Ja?
Ups. Kennen.
Wait until my seeds take root.
Das Tragische an der Geschichte ist, die sind trotzdem vorne.
Ja,
möchte. Oh, jetzt kommt der Midlaner. Okay, ich krieg hier das Streamer-Treatment. Okay. Hier keine Spells. Möchte ich.
So much more to see.
Wird schon wieder gechallenged wütend.
Ey, die macht immer ihre Spells und dann wundert sie sich, dass sie nicht alle Minions kriegt.
Sagst dir, ne? Eine Challenge schon wieder wütend.
Ah, die ist so dumm. Hey, ist hier da? Okay. Jetzt sich mal nicht. Ah, 2 hat sie sich denied. Dann kriege ich Boots 10:30 in 30 Sekunden. Warte ich das?
A promising garden. Such a busy.
Oh! Big Boy Kragas. Sind wir immer noch hinten? Wir sind immer noch hinten.
The forest holds many surprises. Wait until my hands take root.
Ich muss sagen, Saya hat schon ein bisschen ein unverschämter Wave Clear.
Mhm.
None will escape my grasp.
Was da falsch ist?
Venture off the beaten path. Just a harmless flower. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Come closer. Your team has destroyed a turret. Death is in bloom. Such a busy world. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Look, that's just invasion privacy.
The forest holds many surprises. Your team has destroyed a turret. So much more to see. Burst. Your team has destroyed a turret. Venture off the beaten path.
So, was sagst du? Die 1-4 Kiana mich one-shotte?
Bist du Zyro oder Janna?
Ich bin eine Janna.
Janna,
Ah?
Dann one-shottet sie dich.
Okay, ich bin Syra.
One-shottet sie dich nicht.
Okay.
Ja, ist halt so, gar ja nichts für.
An ally has been slain.
Don't stand where I shoot.
Come closer. The harvest is upon us. Killing spree.
Ein krasser Move, Shaco. Er hat gerade seinen Klon über die Wall Blast coned. Bin nur nicht ganz sicher, was gedacht hat, was da damit passiert dann.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, ich hab's nicht rausgekriegt. So ein Ding. Warum sind denn die hier?
Rampage.
waren sicher 11 Sekunden.
Such a busy world. The forest holds many surprises. Just wait. Wait until my seeds take root. Unstoppable. Things aren't always what you have slain an enemy. So much more to see. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Venture out the beaten path. Your team has destroyed a turret. Just a hum.
Oh, no, 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 no. Keine Boots.
An enemy has been slain. Take careful steps. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Come closer. A promising garden. Such a busy world. An enemy has been slain. There, the forest holds many surprises. My prey thinks it's so clever. An enemy has been slain. What lurks beneath the soil? Wait until my seeds take root. Killing spree. Things aren't always what they seem.
Oh, ich hab kein Ding. Ups, dann hab ich damit verloren.
So much more to see. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Another Vestian victory.
A summoner has disconnected. Victory!
Okay, was ist los, Jonas? Gut.
Hä?
Alles gut.
Verstehe kein Wort!
Sollst du auch nicht.
Alter, es ist so anstrengend mit dir zu reden. Lässt dir immer was Neues einfallen.
Ich bin insane, oder?
Ja, danke, jetzt bist du da ans Ding gekommen, ans Mikrofon, ne?
Soll ich wieder weggehen?
Nee!
Ja, doch, oder? Hannes, hörst du mich noch?
Ja, so ist auch nicht schlecht. Kannst du
Hallo?
bleiben. Kannst du bleiben.
Soll ich so bleiben? Also
Ja,
nicht
ja.
so bleiben. Definitiv nicht so bleiben. Egal, please!
Ich hoffe, willst du in meine Winning Streak mit einsteigen, ja?
Ich verliere gerade alles. Mein Gott, wie kann er den nicht aus meinem Konto holen?
Ich verstehe. Also, Lucian Navis, die spielen so offensiv, das ist einfach nicht mehr feierlich.
Bruder, die müssen ja auch, wenn sie Early nicht gewinnen, das ist nicht so nice.
Aber doch nicht um jeden Preis, Philipp.
Doch, wir spielen auch um jeden Weiß aggressiv.
Nee, das ist einfach nicht wahr.
Ja, in letzter Zeit bist du ein bisschen zur Muschi geworden, aber.
Ja, überleg dir mal warum, weil du zu viel rumschreist.
Früher waren wir cool. Jetzt könnten wir, im Grunde könnten wir eigentlich auch Yumi irgendwas spielen.
Seri. Nee, das könnte ich echt nicht. Janna ist schon.
Ach, Digga, warum ist denn sein Spell immer stärker als meiner? Macht doch nicht mal Sinn.
Hm?
Jetzt sterbe ich auch noch, weil
Vielleicht hat er besseres Gear.
es gibt hier keine Gear Difference in dem Game.
Philipp, warum musst du immer. Weißt du, das hat immer so einen direkt aggressiven Nebenton. Ich spiele das Spiel nicht, ja?
Ja, aber das ist halt nicht der Grund.
Hör mal. Ich mach keinen Vorschlag mehr, ne? Machen wir jetzt einen Kaffee.
Ah!
So, Philipp, hast du dich jetzt wieder beruhigt, ja?
Ich hab dir gestern Bier mitgebracht und du bringst mir keinen Kaffee mit.
Ja doch, ich hab dir einen mitgebracht.
Nee.
Ich
Ist in
doch.
deinem Stream.
Bier.
Da hätte ich 2 Tassen aufkommen wird.
Du hast nicht eine Tasse aufploppen hören.
Ja.
Harmlos. Es ist so tragisch, gell? Ich gehe jetzt wieder mit einer Winning Streak in Promo.
Ja, vielleicht bleibst du ja in der Winners Queue.
Ja, genau. So wie die letzte 4 Mal.
No, don't go in, don't go in. What the hell?
Was passiert, Philipp? Was passiert? Erzähl's mir.
Still have top wave.
Der die ganze Zeit
Oi, oi,
gerade.
oi. I mean, we're still in it. Oi, oi, oi.
Verliert deswegen das
Okay,
Game
we should
wahrscheinlich.
win. Come on, guys.
Na gut, wenn man die ganze Zeit stirbt, das sollte man vielleicht auch verlieren, ne?
Nee, das ist nicht so.
Ist halt so.
Undead as fuck.
Ich bin clean. Wie clean bin ich?
Oh, fuck. Trading 1 for
So
1 is
clean wie
not
Bau.
worth it. My team doesn't win this.
Noch viel cleaner als Boss.
Damn!
Alter. Nein!
Come on, come on.
Das muss reichen.
Kill the Graves, kill him.
Ich hab grad Triple Awakening gehittet.
Wait, our inhibitor.
Ah,
We can't
ich hab
let
3
it
Leute
fall,
fürs
by the way.
One-Shot.
No, don't recall. It's already too late. You're too late already anyways.
Danke.
Okay, Ezra backed off, so I activated it, so it's fine, I guess. We lost to fucking minions, man.
Easy win.
I mean, I'll take it. I got the GA for next fight, if that's an angle. If it's not an angle, give Baron, like it's fine. This has to be worth it, like mathematically, right? Got the Graves. Assassinated him real quick.
Ich spiele gerade wirklich bad. Ich kann es mir irgendwie nicht vorstellen.
Ob Ezreal bad ist? Ja, er ist nicht. Ich glaube, Ezreal kann nie bad sein, aber er ist halt auch nicht gut. Das ist wahrscheinlich eher das Problem, würde ich sagen. Sein Early ist halt.
God damn it,
Okay.
dude. I'm freaking out, man. I don't wanna lose this game, dude. I don't wanna lose.
Kommt immer auf den Supporter an, würde ich sagen. Er ist halt ein. Das Problem ist einfach gerade, wenn die Gegner einen ADC haben mit einem Enchanter, selbst wenn der 10% Leben hat, der killt mich einfach. Wenn ich nicht alles hitte wie so ein Gott. So eine Q-Misch verlierst selbst gegen 30%
No, I'm
ADCs
dead,
oder so.
I'm dead. Oh no. Oh, but we killed the rest, okay. Nice. I died to soup, man. I died to a soup.
Du lachst,
before the
ja?
minute. Can they end?
Ja,
Diego
passiert.
and Vex is up, but they're 3v2. I think they might be able to do this. If they has focused the Nexus. Yeah. Oh, thank God I win this game, man. That was so stressful.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
This area in the Sundarbans, these guys have to do a survey of how many tigers there are, just so they can keep track. And they go with rifles, and they have these helmets on, and the helmets have a face.
Yeah, that's what I had to
on
do.
the
Mike
back
had
of the
the
head.
mask. I had a mask.
Really, you had to
When
do
I
that?
turned around, I had a mask. Yeah.
Wow. You had to do that, or he would jump on you.
Well, they think I'm running and shit,
Oh
and
my
they playing.
God.
And if they accidentally, because they chew on my arm and stuff, and if they accidentally bite my head, they can hurt me. By accident, they don't mean it.
Right.
When they on my shoulder and arm, I let them bite me in my legs.
And you're
stuff.
just playing.
Yeah, but they could pierce my skull.
Jesus. How big did they get?
600, 500. That's when they're eating good, man. That's when they're eating good.
But you never felt nervous around them, or you never felt like they might kill one of your friends accidentally?
Definitely one of my friends or my family member. You know, the relationship with tigers and stuff are different than with lions and stuff.
Mhm.
Lions are like dogs and stuff. They like hanging out with family members, but tiger only hangs out with you.
Oh, really?
And yeah, only with you. And you better hope he doesn't like one of your children,
Oh,
because then you
Jesus
can't
Christ.
play with your children. He might kill you.
Oh my God.
It's crazy. That's what the tigers are crazy. They get attached to one person.
Oh
they're
my
not
God.
they're not no family people. One person.
Whoa.
They don't fuck around with a whole bunch of people. They're not like lions. Lions hang out there on the front table of your table, hanging out with the family and stuff.
Really?
Yeah, tigers don't do that. That's notice in the wild, they don't even anything that see them, they're gonna kill.
Yeah.
They don't even want to be seen. The only time they're with a female is when it's mating season. After mating season, if they see you, they're gonna kill you.
I wonder why they have that coloration, that beautiful pattern on their body. I wonder if that's just because it's so. When you see a tiger that looks that stunning, like I bet it makes you freeze more.
Yeah,
because it's
listen.
so stunning. Like they look beautiful.
One day I was over at a gentleman's house that had a tiger. We were talking about, and I saw his cat. It's called a tabby. They're different than the stripe. They have like patches of orange. They're not stripes. They're patches on like cream color. And I was gonna hug the cat. He said, "Mike, don't hug the cat. Just go down a little." Cause it was so pretty. I said, "Oh my God!" And they said, "No, Mike, don't touch it." And I forget it wasn't my cat. If it's not your cat, don't touch the cat.
Yeah.
If it's not your cat, don't touch it.
Some cats will fuck you up.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Without
cats-
knowing. They
cats-
hit you, they punch you just like, bow, knock you cold.
Yeah.
Knock you cold.
But having a big cat for a pet.
I used to swim
eventually-
in the pool with them.
Really?
Yeah, they love swimming.
So what did you do when you weren't around? Like if you had to leave, if you had to go to camp, if you had to do anything, like what did you do with the cats?
They came with me.
Really? They
I
traveled
had,
with you?
I had 18 wheels. They have big trucks.
Whoa.
With them and Kay, they had big, but they live big, baby. You know, I'm the heavyweight champ of the world. They live big. When I go somewhere, they go with me.
Wow.
Even if it takes days in the thing. I would have them expedited on the planes.
Wow.
Nigga, I didn't care.
So when you got to a place, like say if you were training like for a fight and you brought them with you, what would you do? Have a cage set up for them?
No, I would have the trucks. I would always have the encavement already built at the house. But first thing more than all, I would have my my receipt for my tax. You know, you have to have every time they move, you have to have a license for them. Like if they move to Vegas, we have to have the Vegas license. They move to New York, we need a New York license.
Right.
And in New York, it's so hard to get a license for live animals. You know, endangered species. So hard.
There was a dude, they found alligator in his apartment.
Listen, alligator. No, that's not what happened. This is what they had in New York, right?
Yes, in New York.
He had an alligator in the bathtub,
Right,
and he
and
had
a
a
tiger.
tiger. Yeah,
Yes.
and they started. Oh, this
Yes.
stupid. Listen, just listen to this. Listen to you have to listen. You gonna listen to this?
Yes, please.
He thought he was somebody's father parent. The tiger and the lion started fight. The tiger and the alligator started fighting, and he tried to break it up.
Could you imagine you
No,
have
they
an
fucked him
alligator
up.
and a
Of
tiger
course, you
in
know
your
what happened.
apartment?
Since you brought it up, of course. No, listen. How do you do that in New York City? The tiger,
crazy.
The tiger's 400 pounds, man. Ain't
That's
no
so
little tiger.
big.
It's not a little tiger. Remember the guy in the subway had a 500-pound tiger?
Yeah.
It was the guy that lived in New York in the subway. He had a 500-pound tiger.
That
in the
is
subway.
so crazy.
Austin
Look
Philip
at the size of
Look
that
at this
thing.
stuff. Look at the police. Look, I told you, right? This is in his house, man.
That is so crazy. That
He-
is
no,
so
no,
Gold zahlen für
Look
so
how
einen scheiß
big.
Ring, Alter.
Was?
Ich hab gesagt, ich muss gerade 300 Gold für so einen Pimmelring zahlen.
Bild?
Ja, ich will den haben.
Dann willst du wohl nicht spielen, hä?
Alter, wie schlecht kann man bitte rollen?
How big that thing is, man.
Joe.
Look how big that is.
No, Joe. My cat was Joe. We're living with these cats. Look, that's my cat that big. But Joe, look, we're living with these cats and they're not trained.
Oh my
My
god.
my cat lives with me, sleeps in my bed.
Oh
This
mein
cat,
fucking
this
Gott.
cat's not. This is a wild cat, man.
Oh my god, look at the face of
cat.
Das
This
ist
is a
einer so
wild cat. You
schlecht.
can't hang out with
Einfach
this cat,
rausgeschissenes
man.
Geld
They're
jetzt.
so beautiful though. Like, look at his face. Look at that face of that cat in the window with the cop.
Listen, that's the 42 fake out, man. That
Cop's
they're
not
so
standing,
pretty.
he's hanging, by the way. He's floating in the air.
He's looking at this
Oh,
cat.
he's dropping down from the
Yeah, yeah.
ceiling and he's
Yeah.
From the
looking
roof,
in and
from the
seeing
roof.
the cat.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god.
I know. He's like, ain't this some bullshit?
Look at that cat's face though. Look how pretty they are.
Oh no, that's the fake out, man. They're pretty. That's how they get you to fucking stand still.
I think that's what I'm saying. I think they're so beautiful. I think that might be it. Because their colorations and I mean, it's not sneaky,
No, but
right?
this is the thing, right? This is the thing I never understood about tigers, right? They got some more. They don't want you to look at them.
No, cats don't want you to look at them.
That's
like
what
a
all
show
cats
of
are like that.
dominance.
Yeah, the tigers don't want you
Yeah.
to look at it. What's your fucking problem, man? You know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna play with. No,
Dogs have a problem with that too sometimes.
they don't
Some
like that
species of dog-
face-to-face stuff.
Well, they think you're challenging them.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, they don't understand. That's why
I'm thinking
the
it
zoo
from a
is so
love. I'm
crazy.
doing it like love. I think you
Yeah.
love me. Pull it
They
in
don't
the
know
face.
that.
Oh,
They don't know that. When they love each other, it's like sideways action. They they love on each other, but they don't like stare
Yeah,
eye
they
to
don't
eye.
do
Eye to
that
eye
shit.
is like, I don't know what you're thinking. You might be challenging.
next thing you know, you come for
Yeah.
your head. What?
Some dogs will do that if you eyeball them. That's why the zoo is
I
so
never knew that
crazy.
since you said look in the
Yeah.
face. I never-
Blatt.
Feel the thorns embrace.
Hey, also arschteuer, Alter. Richtig scheiße eigentlich. Oh, ich bin 300 Gold, Alter. What the fuck? Nö. Wow. Hä? Kompletter Witz.
Wait until my seeds take root. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. So much more to see. Minions have spawned.
Hm.
Such a busy
Die immer Fakes checken müssen gegen Cheese kommen. What the fuck?
Der macht halt Spaß, ne?
Saya Rakan Level 1 Face Check. Holy shit.
venture off the beaten path. Take careful steps.
Okay.
The forest holds many surprises. Things aren't always what they seem.
Aw, you were looking out for me.
Death is in bloom. First blood. Just a harmless flower. An enemy has been slain. Wait until my seeds take root. Barbs. So much more to see.
Okay. Thanks, babe.
Such a busy world. Come closer. What lurks beneath the soil? An ally has been slain. Take careful steps.
Aw, you were looking out for me.
You have been slain. The forest holds many surprises. Things aren't always what they seem. An enemy has been slain. Promising ground. Just a harmless flower.
Thank you, honey.
An enemy has been slain. Wait until my seeds take root. So much more to see. We ran through. Such a busy world.
Aw, you were looking out for me.
Come closer. Venture off the beaten path. Take careful steps. Things aren't always what they seem. A promising garden. Killing spree. Just a harmless flower. My prey thinks itself clever. An ally has been slain. Wait until my seeds take root. So much more to see. Rampage. An ally has been slain. Such a busy world. Come closer. An enemy has been slain. Turret plating will soon fall. The beaten path. Take careful steps.
Thank you.
You have slain an enemy. Your enemy has destroyed a turret. The forest holds many surprises. Pierce. With fire. Things aren't always what they seem. An enemy has been slain. There. A promising garden. Enemy rampage. Just a harmless flower.
Found one. Killed it.
Just wait. First. Wait until my seeds take root. Such a busy world. Come closer. Shut down. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Take An ally has been slain. The forest holds many surprises. Things aren't always what they seem. A promising garden. Your turret has been destroyed. Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Just a harmless flower. An enemy has been slain. Precision is the only standard that matters. Made until my seeds take root. Your team has destroyed a turret. The trick is to be clever and safe. So much more to see. You will be where I want you to be. Such a busy world. Come closer.
Oh, no, 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 no.
There are two sides to every issue. My side and the wrong side. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Dominating. Pentakill. Stabs. Aced. Rare. None will escape my grasp. Your team has destroyed a turret. The forest holds many surprises. until my seeds take root. Team has destroyed a turret. So much more to see. Such a busy world. Come closer. Venture off the beaten path. An ally has been slain now. The test of good will is tasteless. The forest holds many surprises. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. These are always what they seem. A promising garden. Just a harmless flower. Aced. An ally has been slain. Death is in view. Your team has destroyed a turret. Live. So much more to see. Such a busy world. Right. Your team has destroyed a turret. Come closer. Venture off the beaten path.
Alright, Free Win.
Holy shit, Johannes.
Was denn?
Was schreist du so?
Ein Free Win habt, ich
Das
dachte.
halbe Game schon wieder getypt. Das ist eher die Frage dann.
Meinem Team habe gesagt, was sie machen müssen, ne? Ne, ich wurde von dem Malzer geflamed.
Wahrscheinlich zu Recht, ne? Ja, doch, ne?
Meine 12-4 Jinx hat weniger Damage als ich. Hm? Warum gehst du eigentlich immer davon aus, dass ich der Böse bin? Ich finde das nicht richtig, ne?
Johannes, wie ich dir bereits gesagt habe, man hört dein Rage-Typen.
Ja, aber das heißt doch nicht, dass ich angefangen habe oder dass ich.
Fängst immer an, niemand schreibt im LOL. Es hat richtig nachgelassen. Kein Schwanz juckt diese scheiß Chat mehr.
Dann spulst du jetzt mal meinen Stream zurück, ne?
Was ich immer Titan sehe, ist so ein komischer Sideschuss. Ne, Titan. Wie heißt den?
Ich heiße so nicht mal in-game.
Ja, spielt ja auch keine Rolle.
Okay.
Bleibt boosted.
Du bist mir zu aggressiv, sagst dir, wie es ist. Ich freue mich hier und du versuchst mich schon wieder niederzumachen.
Was hast du alles gut? Wieso kriege ich auf meinem scheiß Ding ja einfach nicht Pissrude, Digga? Das gibt's doch nicht. Search. Specialization. Oh. Oh. Ich bin halt auch einfach nur unlucky. Das ist halt auch. Ja.
Das ist das Problem.
Du könntest ja auch einfach mal freundlich werden.
Ich war den ganzen Tag freundlich zu dir.
Wann warst du überhaupt nur einmal freundlich heute? Jetzt komm, ich warte.
Ja, da war das lang. Solche rhetorische Frage antworte ich nicht.
Alles klar, da haben wir es schon wieder, ne?
Das ist so eine linke Antwort an der Stelle mal. Das ist so eine linke Antwort.
Alter, nice, so eine Scheiße, du, es gibt's doch nicht. Ich da.
Weißt du, wie mich OPGG in dem letzten Game genannt hat? MVP. Weißt du, was das heißt?
Weißt du, das ist so positives Reinforcement, damit Supporter da auch bleiben, wo sie sind.
Weißt du, was das heißt? Most Valuable Player. Ne? Das ist eigentlich die Flat-Epidemie gerade. Das ist der dritte oder so.
Wieso, der kommt doch immer mal wieder.
Ja, ist ja gerade gut, oder was?
Oh. Ich denke schon, ja.
Alter, ich hatte ein Janna-Game, wo ich MVP war. What?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alles klar, ich kann.
Ja, so viele MVPs habe ich, Philipp. Dass du gut zählt. Freut
Kein
mich, dass du
Problem.
mitmachst.
Kein Problem. Ich habe Hunger. Aber ich
Du
hab
musst
eigentlich
mich
schon
deswegen
gegessen heute.
nicht anschreien.
Doch, warum habe ich Hunger, wo ich schon gegessen habe? Erklär
Ja.
mir das mal.
Wahrscheinlich hast du halt wieder so komisches Zeug gegessen.
Komisches Zeug.
McDonald's Burger oder so, das was halt einfach nicht satt macht.
Jetzt nie sagen, aber es stimmt halt einfach. Ich habe mir einen Döner geholt. Das ist ungefähr das Gleiche.
Nee, finde ich ehrlich gesagt nicht. Ich finde, Döner macht mehr satt.
Ja, klar. Also jetzt im Vergleich zu einem Burger, aber ja.
Ehrlich gesagt, auch im Vergleich zu 3 Burger.
Es kommt drauf an.
Von McDonald's gibt's Burger, die satt machen.
Ich weiß es nicht. Das Problem ist, wenn ich zu McDonald's gehe, ich gehe immer hin, bestelle das Gleiche. Ich habe, glaube ich, seit 5 Jahren nichts mehr anderes. Jetzt immer meistens diese Chili-Burger, 2 und ein McSunday nehme ich immer. Was anderes esse ich da eigentlich nicht. Und den Kaffee finde ich da gar nicht so schlecht. Aber wahrscheinlich, weil ich mag halt so süßes Zeug. Mm,
30 seconds until minions spawn. Come closer.
Philipp, du weißt aber schon, welcher Tag heute ist, ne?
Ein Tag ist heute.
Freitag, da darf man keinen Döner essen.
Waren vegetarische.
Glaube ich dir sogar, ehrlich gesagt.
Told many surprises.
Du wolltest Gott doch nicht erzürnen. So daring. Ich muss gegen Zoe und Seraphine spielen, Philipp. Und Zion.
Jetzt hat schon Freewill, jetzt muss ich halt mal carryen.
Ja, das ist eh ein Win. Dann bin ich in Promo und dann verliere ich nur noch.
Ja, wieso, du bist doch. Ich dachte, du warst gerade schon in Promos, schon ein Win, oder?
Nö, nö.
Du bist jetzt erst in Promos.
Nein, ich bin immer noch nicht in Promo. Mit dem Win bin ich in Promo.
Ja, du hast schon vorhin gesagt, du bist in Promo mit einer Winning Streak.
Nicht gesagt.
Doch, du hast gesagt, ich bin jetzt mit einer Winning Streak in Promos. Da habe ich gefragt, das ist doch gut, dann kannst du die Winning Streak sofort setzen.
Meiner
Hast du
Meinung
gesagt,
nach habe ich bald gesagt, aber.
Ich muss ja voll verstanden haben.
Aller MF, der zweite Hit ist so gut. Der erste so BAM! Zwei so blub.
Ja, das sollten sie auch mal wegmachen. Dieses Dinos und Ultibot, das ist richtig sad eigentlich.
True. Wayne hat mich K.O. Was soll denn das?
Venture off the beaten path.
Baby Wayne is not bad. Oh, maybe doch. Ich hab nix. MF?
Such a busy
Okay. Maybe double? Pussy. Bitte. Warum? Jungler ist kompetent.
death is in bloom. Take careful steps. Things aren't always what they seem. Come closer. The forest holds many surprises. So much more to see.
Wir gehen auf 2 verschiedene. Mal
Wait
gut.
until my seeds take root. A promising plan.
Ach, du bist echt inkompetent. What the fuck? Farmt lieber mit einer Bouncing Death Q, als ihr den vollen Schaden zu geben. Warum machen wir nicht Drake?
Such a busy world.
Ach, ach.
Take careful steps.
Sind so Midlane weg. Und die Botlane ist wieder da.
Ach, Johannes. Was ist schon wieder los?
Doch, das ist doch dumm. Lass ihn sterben.
Come closer. Been slain. much more to see. Just wait until my seeds take root. Such a busy world. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Take careful steps. Double kill. Reload. Things aren't always what they seem. The forest holds many surprises. Just a hum. So much more to see. Wait until my seeds take root.
Oh, die ist da.
Venture out to beaten path. Such a busy world. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, Johannes. League Games hast du natürlich schon gemacht. Einige oder so.
Take careful steps.
Ja, 4 oder so.
Slain an enemy. Things aren't always what they seem. turret has been destroyed. This one's for you! Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Such a busy world. Come closer. Pierced. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Rampage. Just a harmless flower. So much more to see. Wait until my seeds take root. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed.
Cool.
Such a busy world. Take careful steps. Burn. always what they seem. An ally has been slain. Come closer. The forest holds many surprises. An ally has been slain. Just a harmless flower. An enemy has been slain. Here. My prey thinks itself clever. So much more to see. An ally has been slain. Wait until my seeds take root. A promising garden. Double kill. Such a busy world. Just wait. Enemy killing spree. Take careful steps. Has been slain. Come closer. There, the forest holds many surprises. Double kill. has been destroyed. Wait until my seeds take root. Enemy rampage. A promising garden. An ally has been slain. Venture off the beat. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Enemy double kill. Take careful steps. These aren't always what they seem. Come closer. An ally has been slain. Just a harmless flower. Shut down. Kill. So much more to see. Your turret has been destroyed. Aced. Wait until my seeds take root. Things aren't always what they seem. Shut down. Come closer. The forest holds many surprises. Live. Bloom. Just a harmless flower. Your turret has been destroyed. So much more to see. Dominating. You have slain an enemy. Waiting seeds to grow. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Ace. A promising garden. Venture off the beaten path. Just your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Enemy double kill. Prepare for steps. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Things aren't always what they seem. Come closer. The forest holds many surprises. Your turret has been destroyed. Such a busy world.
Shut down. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
Come closer.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Just a harmless flower. So much more to see.
Shut down.
Just wait. Wait until my seeds take root. Relent. Sprout. Bars. A promising job.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Venture off the beaten path. Such a busy
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Take careful steps.
Shut down. Shut down.
Things aren't always what they seem. Come closer.
You can't even scratch me!
so much more to see.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
A promising garden. Venture off the beaten path. Such a busy man.
Impressive.
Hast verloren, oder was?
Nee, eigentlich war es ein Win, aber mir hat einen gefeedete Flood, einen gefeedete Graves und einen gefeedete Hacker. Und Botlane hat auch gewonnen. Und die sind alle 3 Mental Boom gegangen. Und haben's Game. Der Flood hat Rage gesplittet, der Graves auch. Und der Hacker ist immer 1 gegen 5 reingultet. Ohne dass jemand da war.
Ihr habt trotzdem gewonnen, oder was?
Nein, das ist verloren, aber eigentlich war es gewonnen. Also.
So.
Aber I guess, okay.
Ja, ist halt alles nicht so einfach, Johannes, ne?
Der Flood stand 2-0 in der ersten 8 Minuten oder so. Mir auch. Der Hacker auch. Okay.
Ja, aber nee.
Der Hacker war 3 Level über dem gegnerischen Jungler und flamed mich, dass ich Camps nehme.
Was nimmst du auch? Camps? Nimmst du dich eigentlich nicht, Johannes?
Ja, die 100 Kills, aber I guess.
Ja, jetzt kommen wieder die Ausreden, ne?
Ja, ganz ehrlich, ich nehme Camps. Wenn ich hinterher bin und er so weit vorne ist und ihm die Camps gar nicht mehr wirklich.
Johannes. Ah, Johannes. Hallo?
Hallo?
Hallo? Das heißt, du willst gleich ein Game noch machen oder gehst ins Bett?
Nö.
So Apple's gonna hate me for making this video.
Mal kurz das Video noch schnell zu Ende schauen. Entschuldigung.
So we all know that the back glass on the newer Apple iPhones are nearly impossible to repair. Even Apple themselves charge $550 to repair the back glass on an iPhone X and $600 to repair the back glass on an iPhone 11 and 11 Pro. It's because the adhesive on their back glass is permanent Now, they're the only manufacturer that does this. Most manufacturers have an adhesive that melts away when it gets hot, and you can remove the back glass and repair the whole phone for like $20. Removing the back glass is so hard and so impractical, that's why Apple charges $600 to replace it on the iPhone 11. In order for a third party to remove the glass, it has to be subject to $1 to replace it on the iPhone 11. In order for a third party to remove the glass, it has to be subject to extreme temperatures. I've even attempted to take the iPhones to the opposite end of the temperature spectrum and use liquid nitrogen. Today though, I think we found something that's more practical, more repairable, and takes the pain out of removing the back glass. And it's all done with lasers. So this guy right here is an all-in-one multifunctional laser machine that separates the back glass panel from the frame. LASER is an acronym for Light Amplification by Simulated Emission of Radiation. The red laser you see on top of the glass right now is mostly just to figure out where the phone is located, so we don't start lasering the metal frame of the phone. The laser is strong enough that will actually etch the metal, so we're trying to stay on just the glass surface. Once we switch over to the white laser, that's where it'll immediately start burning underneath the glass, and separating the glass from the metal frame, which is exactly what we're after. Saving ourselves about $500 or $600. Apple, if you're watching, you can totally buy one of these yourselves and drop your prices just a little bit. Now, as the laser is pulverizing all the adhesive underneath the glass, there is quite a lot of fumes that come out, so this is a vacuum that sucks up the fumes from the burning adhesive, puts it through a filter, and gets rid of the burning adhesive smell. So this setup is from a company called Rewa, and the software they have included with it works with most every major manufacturer, but today we're mostly worried about the iPhones, because those are the hardest to repair. Each design is already pre-programmed into the machine, all the way from the iPhone 10, the 10R, the 8. The laser can separate the bezel from the screen, as well as the back cover, and the back cover on the 10 is what we're doing today. Once I have the laser cutout selected, make sure the phone's set in the right spot, and then as soon as I hit mark, the real laser starts going. All the lasering you see happening right now is happening in real time. None of this footage is sped up, and the whole process only takes about 5 or 10 minutes. One pass with the laser underneath the glass gets rid of the bulk of the adhesive, and we can do a second pass just to remove any of the remaining. After that, we can start removing the glass shards from the frame. A laser is a concentrated light beam, and that concentrated light energy can be absorbed by some objects, but not others. The laser would pass through the glass just fine, but as soon as it hits the adhesive or the paint on the back of the glass, the energy is converted to heat and starts pulverizing that paint and the adhesive and turns it to dust. The higher power the laser beam, the more damage it can do. And that is it. The laser has removed the paint from underneath the glass, so now the glass can fall away from the phone, for the most part. So you can see here the laser design is cutting out the black portions, and that same design left the space for the wireless charging pad, as well as some sensitive bits down here along the bottom. But those sensitive bits don't have adhesive behind it holding it to the glass panel, so we're just fine. So now that the laser has run its course, we can take a look at the phone and see exactly what the laser has done. Taking a thin metal pry tool in between the glass and the frame of the phone, I can slowly wedge the pieces of glass out away from the back. Now in a perfect world, if the glass was completely crackless, the laser would have gone through and disintegrated the layer of adhesive between the glass and the metal frame. You can see the pulverized paint and adhesive getting on my fingers. The laser has literally burned everything underneath the glass to ash. But where cracks appear in the glass, the laser refracts and doesn't quite burn away the adhesive. So there's still some prying to do, but it's still much easier than any method we've tried so far, like extreme heat or liquid nitrogen. Now Apple has designed their phone in a way where the glass panel sits underneath the camera lens, which poses a slight problem for removal because that camera lens is welded to the frame, and we want to leave that intact to make it an easier repair. I'll slowly chisel out the glass from underneath that welded camera lens. Depending on what glass you buy, there are third-party glasses that fit underneath this camera lens. I would recommend though that you buy a glass back that fits over the camera lens. I'll show you what I mean in a second. It just makes the repair much easier because you don't have to deal with that lens. So obviously I'm not a professional, I'm just showing that the machine actually works. Someone who does this on a regular basis would do a much cleaner job, but the technology is pretty fascinating. So now we have all the glass shards away from the phone. The phone itself is still working, still functional, even though the back glass is removed. And now it's time to add the new glass. It'll be good as new. So when it comes time to select a piece of glass for your phone, there's a couple different options. One is you can get the glass with logo or without the logo. Apple's been pretty anti-repair from the beginning, so the vendors that sell the glass with the logo tend to disappear. If you're a business doing this on a regular basis, you might want to buy the glass without the logo. That way there's no copyright issues. It's effectively debranded, you could say. The second thing to look out for is the cutout of the glass. This white panel here you can see has the exact same cutout as the original piece of glass, meaning we'd have to unweld the camera lens, put the glass down, and then glue the camera lens back into place, which is a much more difficult repair. So I recommend buying the piece of glass that has a cutout large enough to slip over top of the camera lens, and then sits down snugly inside of the frame. It's a much easier repair, and no one's really going to notice the difference. The adhesive I'm going to use to adhere the back glass to the phone is called E8000. It's a multi-purpose jewelry adhesive that adheres glass and metal. I'll apply it to the metal of the phone in basically the same pattern that Apple used initially, and then do a super thin bead around the edge of the phone before I clamp the glass down into place. There should be some seepage out around the sides of the phone. This will help with water resistance, even though I would not trust the phone to be water resistant. And before the adhesive cures, which is about 4 to 10 minutes, we'll use some isopropyl alcohol to clean up the seepage from underneath the glass. We want to make sure most of the overflow goo is gone before it has time to dry. It's easier to clean up when it's wet. You might be asking yourself, what about water resistance? Even though we've applied the glue in the same pattern that Apple applied the original adhesive, water resistance isn't.
Whatever you want.
Ich müsste irgendwas mit Gap Closer spielen, aber keine Hände.
Du bist gar nicht Botlane.
Isn't something that you want to trust in the first place, much less after it's been broken and repaired. You should keep your phone away from water either way. One thing to keep in mind though with this laser machine is that the more cracks or the more shattered your phone is, the harder it is for the laser to get through the glass. If your glass is pretty much obliterated, the laser's going to go down and get refracted all over the place and not burn through the adhesive underneath the glass. So the less cracked your back is, the easier it is for this machine to work. Either way though, this machine brings the repair to a much more practical and sustainable level. It's doable. So each of these back glass panels costs about 20 bucks. Now granted, we did have to buy a $2,000 machine, but for a repair shop doing a lot of these on a regular basis, it's a substantial improvement, and I'm a huge fan of where the technology is headed. Lasers are pretty cool. So obviously this repair is a bit more complex than your average teardown and requires some pretty expensive equipment, but it's good to know that the repair is possible and that there are people out there doing it for much cheaper than Apple. Repair is an option. As much fun as playing with liquid nitrogen with the King of Random was, using this laser separator is much easier. I have a feeling these machines are going to get real popular real quick. I'll leave a link for these down in the video description so you can check out the current pricing. As with all technology, I'm sure the price is going to go down as time progresses. If you have any questions, leave them down in the comments. Come hang out with me on Instagram and Twitter. And thanks a ton for watching. I'll see you around. These right here are all Apple Watch displays. Every single one of them. My buddy's done so many Apple Watch repairs that he turns them into artwork.
Es ist also so, wir sind eines der reichsten Länder der Welt, nicht wahr? Wir schaffen es nicht, unseren Alten den Lebensabend würdig zu gestalten. Was heißt, wir schaffen das nicht?
Alter, du hast sogar einen Smurf. XYED Version 2.
Nicht mehr als sonst. Hören Sie.
Siehst du das, Johannes?
Ich erkläre Ihnen das ganz kurz. Schauen Sie. Das hier ist zum Beispiel ein Modell der deutschen Altenpflege. Kommen Sie, helfen Sie mal mit. Oh mein Gott, die ist ja völlig hinüber. Die hängt ja schon am Kopf. Ja, natürlich, die brauchen ja ständig Cash-Infusionen. Da muss ja finanziert werden durch die sogenannte Pflegeversicherung. Aha, ja. Sagen Sie mal, warum hängt da so eine kleine Flasche? Hier, das ist doch mal ein Kavenzmann. Warum hängen wir denn die?
Das passt nicht zu uns. Das ist die schwedische Lösung. Schauen Sie drauf, 3% vom Bruttoinlandsprodukt geben die für ihre Pflege aus.
Alter Schwede. Und wir? 1%. Wir sind viel billiger in der Pflege als andere Industrienationen. Wir sparen also an der Pflege, obwohl bis jetzt schon 100.000 Pflegekräfte fehlen, nicht wahr? Und ja immer mehr.
Ja, diese Maus-Scheiße, Bro.
Denn die Menschen werden ja immer älter, nicht wahr?
Das habe ich schon mal gesagt, gell? Bei mir passiert das, wenn ich im Ladescreen raustapp.
Ja, aber es passiert halt nicht immer. Das ist weird. Und manchmal sieht man es nicht. Keine Ahnung, ich verstehe das nicht.
Ich sehe das nie. Ich muss immer an den Rand. Ich gehe immer schon an den Rand und gucke, ob es ist.
Eine kleinere Flasche, nicht wahr? Gut, dann drehen wir da halt einfach mal richtig auf, nicht wahr? Und lassen es mal raus.
Du musst ja nur raustappen, Phil.
Ja, die Flasche hat einen Auslaufschutz. Das ist ja eine Art Versicherung dagegen, dass die Gesellschaft zu viel für die Pflege ausgibt. Ah, und wie heißt sie? Na, Pflegeversicherung. Na, Sie müssen sich irren. Die Pflegeversicherung ist doch dazu da, den Lebensabend der Menschen zu sichern. Nein, sie stellt sicher, dass wir nicht so
Die
viel
haben ja
Geld
eigentlich.
ausgeben für die Pflege, wie notwendig wäre, sondern nur so viel, wie da drin ist. Ja, und wenn immer mehr Menschen pflegebedürftig werden? Ja, da kann man sagen, da muss die Pflegeversicherung
Casio Level 1 stark? Nee, gell, Level 2 ist.
Schauen Sie mal, diese Flasche, die wird doch hier offensichtlich über diese Leitungen befüllt. Ja, das sind die Beiträge zur Pflegeversicherung. Ja, dann machen wir da jetzt einfach dickere Schläuche hin. Dann fließt da auch
Geht die Level 1 dann Q?
Nee, zum Last-Hit normalerweise.
Ja.
Kurz vorm Beitragsblocker.
Hast du recht.
Die Beiträge zur Pflegeversicherung sind gesetzlich festgeschrieben und die Leistungen sind geplant. Ja, aber die meisten Menschen oder viele Menschen würden doch für eine bessere...
Kann auch Q-Skillen, aber.
Ja, ist ja die Skill.
Dann ist Last-Hit super easy, wenn du die skillst. Oh mein Gott. Der Autotext cancel ich, Bro.
Hey, wie viel Tenacity hat der Boy? Viertelsekundig snared?
So paritätisch. Ja, so haben wir in der Pflege eine besondere Form von Parität entwickelt. Paritätamol. Das sind Zäpfchen. Damit kann ich mir die paritätische Finanzierung in den Arsch. Ja.
Ich krieg AIDS, Digga. Was spiel ich denn? Ich bin nicht, Alter.
Okay. Oi, die Last hittet gut unterm Tower. Und ich habe ja auch Käufer, aber trotzdem gut.
Wir büßen also für die Bettung. Das ist eine saubere Pflegeversicherung ist das. Ja, genau genommen ist nicht nur eine Versicherung, sondern hunderte von Pflegeversicherungen bei 200 verschiedenen Pflegekassen. 200 Pflegekassen. Alle mit eigener
Okay,
Verwaltung.
jetzt sind wir durch. Ein Pop burnt. Das ein.
Oh, Bro. Please flash early.
Einzeln verhandeln, was wir für Pflege ausgeben dürfen. Dafür aber unterschiedliche. Ja, einfaches Beispiel. Pflegeheim Becken, da hätten wir in Bayern 26 Pfleger und in Schleswig-Holstein zum Beispiel 8. Wir brauchen denn ein Bayer 8 Pfleger mehr? Als Dolmetscher.
Guter Fokus, Tower. Guter Fokus. Guter Fokus, guter Fokus, guter Fokus. Fokus, guter Fokus, guter Fokus, sehr guter Fokus, sehr guter Fokus, sehr guter Fokus. Digga. Kann denn das so schlecht designt sein, Digga?
Wieso muss man denn mit Haus von Heimbetreibern noch einzeln verhandeln? Das ist ganz einfach, weil die
Tried so hard and got so
von den
far.
Pflegekassen unterschiedlich hohe Beträge bekommen. Sagen Sie mir dafür einen vernünftigen Grund. Wettbewerb, nur Wettbewerb zwischen vielen verschiedenen Konkurrenten.
Denied.
Zu guter Pflege. Ja, aber die Pflege ist doch schlecht. Ja.
Nee. Ja, natürlich!
Ja, sieht aus wie ein künstlicher Ausgang. Ja. Da können Gewinne und Dividenden rausfließen.
Warum würde er das machen? Das macht keinen Sinn, Digga.
Ja. Wieso denn überhaupt Gewinne in der Pflege?
3 Stunden AFK im Bus zu stehen.
Das ist die Hälfte inzwischen.
Ah, fuck mich nicht ab, Mann.
100.000 Betten sind das etwa in Deutschland. Nee, die gehören dann zur Choreoanlage hier Pro Seniore oder zu...
Das 19!
Senioren, die gerne mal... Nein, nein.
Dummes Drecksgame, Alter.
Wow. Der Markt für Korean AG hat europaweit etwa 422 Millionen Euro Gewinn gemacht.
Ich muss immer timen, Digga.
Von Renditen 8 bis 10%.
Jetzt euch piss!
Wie kann man denn aus einem System, das offensichtlich unterfinanziert ist, so viele Gewinne rausholen? Alter, Sie müssen die Gelder natürlich erstmal ungerecht verteilen. 70%?
Ja, ist an der Wand! Okay, okay.
Wir haben dich gerecht, Philipp, wir haben dich gerecht.
Das ist mir scheißegal!
Obwohl mein Vater
Game selber Shit!
bekommt, machen Sie also Gewinne.
Fuck, du Hurensohn-Scheiße, Alter.
Damit Ihr Vater nichts zu trinken bekommt, da müssen Sie ja auch erst noch mal was zuzahlen. Was ich bei Ihnen 2.000 Euro. Was muss ich? Sie müssen ja den Eigenanteil leisten. Die Reversicherung zahlt doch maximal die Hälfte der Heimkosten. Natürlich, ich muss ja, warum muss ich überhaupt zuzahlen? Bei meiner Krankenversicherung ja noch auch alle kommen.
Ja, gibt ja auch nicht so. Warum auch? Warum soll er durchkommen, Digga? Das ist einfach Witz, Digga. Spaß in League of Legends, Bro. Tetris macht mir Spaß, diese Huren so scheiße hier, Alter.
Also vor allem für diese Gesellschaft.
I guess. Hot Int.
Wie würdest du das machen? Minion-Akku ziehen oder was? Ist dein Plan?
Mal zu meiner Antrittsrede als neuer Bahnchef. Sagen Sie mal, ja, was haben Sie da bis jetzt?
Ich dachte, wir fangen an mit dem, wenn die Deutsche Bahn ein Autohersteller wäre, wären
What? Ich hab Auto-attacked.
Schicken Sie mir den nächsten Redenschreiber rein. Entschuldigung, das ist ein Originalzitat von einem Bahnaufsichtsrat. Klaus-Dieter vom eigenen das Verladen hier. Herzlich willkommen bei der Deutschen Bahn. Sie haben sich nicht vorbereitet auf das Unternehmen, bei dem Sie neu anfangen? Ich bin Vollblutmanager. Informationen verlangsamen meine Entscheidungen.
Okay, Moment. Sie hatten gesagt, Sie wollten eine ehrliche Rede zu 25 Jahre Bahnreform und Sie wollten eine schonungslose Bilanz. Das waren Ihre Worte.
Zunächst mal wollte ich eine positive Bilanz. Ich meine, warum sonst hätten wir die olle Bundesbahn vor über 20 Jahren in eine Aktiengesellschaft umwandeln wollen?
Das kann ich Ihnen sagen. Wir wollten das Netz ausbauen, mehr Verkehr auf die Schiene bringen, auch für die Umwelt und vor allem den Steuerzahler entlasten.
Ja, dann fangen wir doch einfach mal mit dem an, was wir davon erreicht haben. Wenn man das jetzt irgendwie blumiger ausdrücken würde, wie würde das denn dann klingen?
Ja, wir könnten sagen, die Bahn ist teurer
It's
geworden
Blading down.
und hat weniger Verbindungen als vorher.
Komm, geh down, Blading. Sei cool.
Okay. Also wir könnten sagen, wir haben den Nahverkehr ausgebaut.
Na, das ist eben der Erfolg guten Management.
Naja, das vor allem mit dem Geld vom Steuerzahler, den wir eigentlich entlasten wollen. Wir könnten sagen, vielleicht der Fernverkehr.
Ja, der Fernverkehr. Was ist mit dem Fernverkehr?
Der trägt nur wenig zum Umsatz bei. Aber wir könnten sagen, der Gesamtumsatz der Bahn ist gestiegen.
Na, immerhin. Ja, ist doch was.
Wobei man sagen...
Aber einfach den anderen Minion fokussen können, aber nee. Für beide die Neid.
Aber wir könnten vielleicht sagen, dass der Anteil der Schiene am Gesamtverkehr in den letzten Jahren ganz dynamisch... Moment, wir könnten sagen, wir sagen, im Güterverkehr, wir haben die Menge der Transportgüter erhöht.
Gut, ich höre.
Ja, es ging sehr weit runter, jetzt wieder hoch und jetzt sind wir auf dem Stand.
Ich kann nicht immer so machen, dass wir den Mund aufmachen.
Lieber Top.
Bahnhöfen geschlossen und dann haben Tausende von Leute entlassen. Und? Hat das was gebracht? Ja. Der Sparte arbeitet jetzt defizitär.
Das ist top.
Ach nee.
Versprochenen Ausbau Seit der Bahnreform 70% der Schienen gekappt. Könnte
Get
jemand
doch
erwähnen,
Ketchup,
vielleicht sagen,
Bro!
die Gleise entbürokratisiert?
Ach, kein Spaß, Digga! Ich hab alles Mr. 5 Kills!
Zusammen mit der Hälfte der Weichen.
Au!
Jetzt auf viele Strecken, die nur eingleisig befahrbar sind. Sie kennen den Zug, würde ich sagen.
Unser IC muss leider warten, weil der Regionalzug vor uns noch braucht.
Kenne ich nicht, fliegt die Lufthansa mal rüber.
Sehen Sie auch deshalb ist unsere Pünktlichkeitsrate...
Ja, bei 76,5%. Die Zahl kennt inzwischen auch jeder. Sagen Sie mal, könnten wir an der Zahl nicht ein bisschen...
Das machen wir doch schon die ganze Zeit.
My prey
Erreichen wir doch
can
nur,
keep
weil
so
wir
clever.
bis zu 6 Minuten pro Woche. Wir zählen auch keine Ausgefahren.
Wir zählen nicht zu Verspätungen. Das heißt, wir hätten eine 100%ige Pünktlichkeit, wenn überhaupt eins.
You can do it if you really want. You can do it if you really want.
Das würde stimmen. Sollte ich das tun? Nein.
Aber Sie könnten zum Beispiel sagen, dass wir derzeit 45% der Defekte reparieren als noch 2017.
Na, immerhin.
Allerdings fahren die Wagen auch mit mehr Defekten in die Werkstätten und verlassen die Werkstätten mit 21 Mängeln. Dafür können die Werkstattmitarbeiter aber nichts. Teilweise können sie den ICE zum Beispiel gar nicht reparieren,
Mitte?
weil er noch gar nicht da ist.
Und Bladingen! Ist einfach weg, oder was?
Sie meinen, der kommt sogar...
Ist so cringe, dieses Game ist so
Zum
cringe!
Reparieren zu spät.
Hat ein 5-Jähriger programmiert, Digga.
Ich hab sie gewarnt.
Einfach weg, das Blade. Einfach
Ich hab sie gewarnt.
Mann, Sie sind so streng.
nichts auf der Lane, aber. Gott, einfach nur so hart.
Also gut, dann sagen Sie meine Rede ab.
Okay. Schade. Ja? Jetzt, wo die Bahn einen Fahrgastrekord vermeldet.
Was?
The force
Sagen Sie nicht gleich.
holds men.
Sagen
Ne
Sie,
wolle
wie
eigentlich
viele
gar nicht
Fahrgäste
mit
haben
der
wir denn?
Gege.
2017 haben wir 142 Millionen Fahrgäste befördert.
Das ist fantastisch. Da machen wir gleich eine schöne Grafik.
Moment, die haben wir schon.
Gut. Wie viele Fahrgäste hatten wir denn vor 20 Jahren?
Ja, 152 Millionen.
Ja, aber dann haben wir heute ja 10 Millionen weniger. Ja, das ist doch kein Fahrgastrekord.
Nein. Aber wir hoffen, dass das Gedächtnis der Journalisten nur bis hier bleibt.
Also, gibt es denn keine Zahl, die seit der Bahnprivatisierung eindeutig nach oben gegangen ist?
Oh doch, die gibt es hier.
A promising
Das ist fantastisch. Von 300.000 auf 2 Millionen. Hervorragend.
Die Vorstandsthemen. Da sehen Sie vor der Bahnreform hier, nicht? Da haben Sie als Chef der Bundesbahn 300.000 Euro bekommen umgerechnet und jetzt sind wir im Schnitt bei 2 Millionen.
Na, über 500%, das ist doch mal was Positives.
Naja, also im Gegensatz zu Ihrer Bilanz. 1994 sind wir mit 0 Euro Schulden gestartet, jetzt haben wir über 20 Milliarden Euro Schulden und das, obwohl der Bund jedes Jahr Milliarden in die Bahn investiert.
Ja, ich weiß. Das ist ganz richtig. Die ganzen Ausgaben rechtfertigen. Der Bund wird mir nicht einfach Milliarden überweisen und dann nicht prüfen, was ich damit mache, oder?
Nein, es gibt schon Kennzahlen, mit denen die Qualität der Bahninfrastruktur gemessen wird.
Von einem unabhängigen Prüfinstitut.
Genau,
Come
das von der Bahn
closer.
beauftragt wird.
Wir prüfen selber, ob die Zahlen, die wir brauchen, um Geld zu bekommen, stimmen? Lassen Sie mich raten, die Zahlen stimmen?
Woher wussten Sie das?
Aber die Brücken sind marode.
So much more to see.
Die sind keine weiteren Prüfungen.
Oh, ich will nicht mehr spielen, Bro! Ich will einfach nicht mehr spielen, Mann! Ist alle nicht sterben. Cringe.
Laut Schienenwege, Sie bringen Bundesschienenwegeausbau. Laut Gesetz. Bund zahlt Neubau.
Würde es sich ja für mich lohnen, Brücken und Schienen kaputt gehen zu lassen. Ja, aber das ist ja so, als ob ich einem kleinen Kind sage, wenn du deine Spielsachen nicht aufräumst, dann kaufe ich dir ein neues Zimmer.
Ja, was glauben Sie, warum Sie ständig so neue Hochfrequenz- und Hochgeschwindigkeitsstrecken bauen?
Ja, warum macht der Bund denn das?
Das hat sich der Bundesrechnungshof auch gefragt. Die Konstruktion der Bahn als
Moment, also ich bitte Sie, ich meine, also für mich ist die Privatisierung eindeutig eine Erfolgsgeschichte.
Ja. Allerdings hat das Verkehrsministerium bereits abgewogen und gesagt, ach komm, wenn wir die so ernst nehmen würden, dann müsste ja der Bund quasi die Führung der Deutschen Bahn übernehmen. Das wäre auch absurd, nicht wahr? Dann müsste ja der Verkehrsminister Verkehrspolitik machen.
Gegner-Team ist einfach besser, I guess. Was ist das für eine Cringe-Aktion? Cassio moved gegen den Lee, Digga. Gottdrinker und Hexdrinker.
Der Stuttgarter Kopfbahnhof, der stand ja unter Denkmalschutz. Ja? Okay, und trotzdem hat man diese Seitenflügel hier links und hier rechts abgerissen. Ja. Okay, und diese alten Bäume im Schlossgarten, die standen ja auch unter diesem Denkmalschutz. Ja. Und die hat man auch abgerissen. Ja. Aber es gibt schon ein Denkmalschutzamt in Stuttgart. Ja. Haben die nichts dazu gesagt?
Die hat man ja kurz vor dem Bau rechtzeitig zum Weisungsempfänger heruntergebracht. Ah, was? Maulkorb.
Okay, und die Demonstranten?
Ja, die haben wir auch kurz vor dem Bau zum Weisungsempfänger runtergestellt. Den Maulkorb. Wasserwerfer. Leicht einen Schmuck im Stuttgarter Mineralwasser. Ja, Stuttgart. Das zweitgrößte Mineralwasservorkommen in Europa. Gleich neben dem Bahnhof. Mit strengsten Schutzzonen. Die geht dann mal mit den Spaten rein.
Aber da gehen die doch jetzt mit den Baggern rein.
Ja.
Okay, ist das nicht schlecht für die Schutzzone?
Hanoi? Ja? Die hat sich ja netterweise zurückgezogen. Und liegt jetzt rund um die Baugrube rum.
Das ist doch eine Irreführung der Öffentlichkeit. Da muss man sich mal hinstellen und sagen, Kinder, so...
Ja, aber wir sind hier noch gar nicht fertig.
Oh, der sieht aber geil aus. Ha? Schauen Sie sich das an.
Und von hier.
Schauen wir, hier steht Stuttgart 21, das als internationaler Hochgeschwindigkeitsnetz anschließen.
Ja, jetzt mal, aus dem alten Bahnhof fahren seit über 10 Jahren TGVs in 3 Stunden nach Paris.
Oh, ja, Paris. Wer will schon nach Paris? Mit Stuttgart 21 kommen Sie viel schneller nach Ulm.
Sagen Sie mal, kennen Sie einen Bahnhof, der eine Strecke schneller macht?
Wolfsburg. Da fährt die Bahn regelmäßig durch.
Natürlich kommen Sie schneller nach Ulm, aber wegen der Neubaustrecke und nicht wegen dem Bahnhof.
Ja, aber mit Stuttgart 21, da ist doch endlich Ihr altes Nadelöhr los.
Sag mal, das ist ein bisschen seltsam, dass das alte Nadelöhr 16 Gleise hat, der neue Bahnhof aber nur die Hälfte.
Ja, das ist eben ein modernes Nadelöhr. Kommen Sie wollen mir doch nicht weismachen, dass man 10 Milliarden investiert, um den Bahnhof kleiner zu machen.
Ja, natürlich. Um dieselbe Kapazität zu erreichen wie der alte Kopfbahnhof, ja, müsste der neue Durchgangsbahnhof mindestens 12 Gleise haben. Und er hat nur 8.
Wie Blochingen.
Ja, genau. Der alte Bahnhof, das war ja der Bahnhof, doch heute, das ist
Was? 3 Leute.
Nein. Hier steht das Stuttgart 21, also doppelt so leistungsfähig ist wie dieser alte.
Geht aber nur, wenn Sie wie die Bahn Haltezeiten von anderen alle draußen rein. In 1,5 Minuten.
Das ist eben Hochgeschwindigkeitsstrecke. Was? Mein Gott, wer plant denn auch
Die ist so delusional, Digga, ist so cringe.
Abhängig von der Bahn sind. Ja.
Da riecht der Tower-Akro, Alter, what? Alter, Max. Der macht einfach nur Spaß. Au! Quatsch, gesehen, steht da.
Come on.
Wieso denn? Sie haben doch jetzt dann hier einen richtig modernen Bahnhof. Sie können Stuttgart aus 13
Ich will nicht mehr.
Brauchen Sie ein eigenes Gleis.
Ja, ich muss Stuttgart 21 hat ja. Doppelbelegungen. Jedes Gleis 2 Züge, dann haben wir 8 mal 2, 16 Gleise.
Das geht schon mal nicht mit dem ICE, der ist nämlich zu lang.
Ach, okay, dann machen wir es mit den Regionalzügen. Pass auf, da setzen wir dann überall die Regionalzüge drauf. So, und die... Moment, da ist keine Lok dran. Warum fährt der? Das ist ein Waggon. Warum rollt der?
Der Bahnhof ist schief.
Jo, Digga. Okay, beruhig dich, Serat.
Sie bauen für 10 Milliarden einen schiefen Bahnhof?
Ah ja, die musste doch auf der einen Seite über der S-Bahn drüber und auf der Seite musste sie unter der Straßenbahn durch. Verstanden Sie? So ist der Bahnsteig am einen Ende 6 Meter höher als auf der anderen Seite.
Na gut, aber wenn man sich so hinstellt, ist wieder gerade.
Wären Sie, in Köln hat nur ein einziges Gleis. 2 Promille Leistung. Da kam es in den letzten Jahren bei uns bei den 8 Verletzten. In Stuttgart hat der neue Bahnhof komplett eine Neigung von 15 Promille. Originalgetreu.
Achtung, bitte lassen Sie Ihr Gepäck nicht unbeachtet.
Funktioniert übrigens noch besser bei Rollstühlen. Ist denn so eine Steigung überhaupt erlaubt?
Bahnhöfe nicht. An Haltestellen.
Das ist so fett, Mann.
Stuttgart 21, das wird ja ein Bahnhof werden und keine... Die investieren 10 Milliarden in eine schiefe Haltestelle.
An der vielleicht nie ein Zug hält. Was? Wäre die, wie der ICE in den Bahnhof einfährt, ja? Muss ja durch einen 50 Kilometer Tunnelsystem. Und die Tunnel müssen ja erst einmal die Vorgärten häufig, durch Gipskäufer. Gipskäufer ist dann die Steinschiffe hochgesandt. Deren Eigenschaften sind Sie noch bei mir.
Was ist?
Der quillt.
Wer?
Der Gipskäufer.
Wann?
Wenn er mit Wasser in Berührung kommt. Aber der hört nicht auf zu quillen, ist guter Jahre lang.
Wie kann man quillen?
Ich habe den Staufen im Breisgau so ein Löchle in einen Gipskäufer gebohrt. Und ein Jahr später ist die komplette Altstadt fast einen halben Meter angehoben gewesen.
Na gut, aber die Bohrlöcher für Stuttgart 21 für die Tunnel sind viel größer. Das kann man überhaupt nicht für ein ziemliches Argument zurück. Sehen Sie, diese Tunnelbauer, die sind doch erfahrene Leute, die werden auch darauf achten, dass eben kein Wasser an so Gipsgräber kommt.
Die Erfahrung hat gezeigt, dass Tunnelbau ohne Wasser nicht möglich ist. So steht es in einem Gutachten, das die Bahn selbst in Auftrag, aber niemals veröffentlicht hat. Ich habe meine Quellen.
Ja, okay. Im schlimmsten Fall, was kann denn passieren, wenn es quillt? Quillt!
Hören Sie, wenn der Gipskäufer sich nur 10 Zentimeter ausdehnt, ja? Der muss saniert werden, geschlossen. Sonst kann kein ICE mehr den Bahnhof an. Neu ist vielleicht die Rettung. Ja, um den Druck des Gipskäufers standzuhalten, müssen die Röhren, die Tunnel, nämlich sehr, sehr eng gebaut werden. Stellen Sie sich vor, in dem Tunnel brennt ein ICE.
Ach, wann brennt denn schon mal ein ICE?
Ach, Sie meinen so wie letzten Oktober in Montabaur. Ja? 39 Brände in den letzten 10 Jahren. Und durch die
Ja, what am I watching, bro?
Moment, warum denn 500 Meter?
Ach so, weil die
Muss ich gegen behinderte Leute spielen in League of Legends?
Drauflüchten. Ja, auf einem Weg, der an engsten Stellen nur 90 cm weit ist.
Warum?
Wie soll ich das schaffen? Ja, Sie sind ja nicht allein, es sind nur noch 800 andere da. Vielleicht schiebe ich sie vor, ich weiß. Einfach so, weil ich so mache die.
Aber vielleicht, wenn ich Glück habe, erreicht der brennende ICE noch den Bahnhof.
Wenn Sie Glück haben, steht der Bahnhof unter Wasser.
Der Bahnhof steht unter Wasser?
Wegen den Flutungsschlitzen hat man angebracht, damit das Grundwasser ablaufen kann und sich der Tunnel nicht hebt.
Der Tunnel hebt sich?
Einer der beiden Architekten von Stuttgart 21 hat gesagt, bei Starkregen und Stuttgart ist Starkregen gefährdet. Könnte so viel Wasser nach unten laufen, dass der Bahnhof sich komplett anhebt wie ein U-Boot.
Wer ist denn der Architekt von Stuttgart 21? Roland Emmerich?
Frei Ono heißt der Mann. Kurz vor seinem Tod hat er sich von dem Projekt losgesagt und gesagt, das gefährdet Leben und Leib der Menschen.
Was? Man investiert 10 Milliarden in eine schiefe Haltestelle, die, wenn ich Pech habe, das größte Krematorium und wenn ich Glück habe, das größte Aquarium Europas wird.
Ah ja?
Und da stehen Sie hier noch seelenruhig rum.
Seit 10 Jahren. Tag und Nacht.
Wisst ihr was? Ich sollte Sie unter Denkmalschutz stellen.
such a busy world.
Schuss! Los! Was ist los jetzt? Los mit Ihnen! Ansteuern! Los, da! Hier! Los! So, jetzt! Los, steuern Sie! Sie haben die Macht! Los, treffen Sie Entscheidungen oder wollen Sie uns alle gefährden?
Also gut. Die Entscheidung meine Macht durch Entscheidungen nicht zu gefährden. Ja, was denn? Was wollen Sie von mir? Klimawandel, das ist so ein Riesenthema. Wo sollen wir denn da anfangen? Wie ist cool?
Brillante Idee. Guter Mann, sagen Sie mal, wie viele deutschen Emissionen ist denn die Kohle verantwortlich?
Ein Drittel. Ja, Entschuldigung, Deutschland kann ja den Klimawandel nicht ganz alleine retten.
Ja, aber von den 10 größten CO2-Verursachern in der EU sind allein 8 deutsche Braunkohlekraftwerke.
Abschalten, sofort!
Nein, also so schlecht ist es nicht.
Bullshit, nein.
Also lieber Braunkohle abbauen als Arbeitsplätze?
Das auch, aber auch weil im Osten Landtagswahlen sind.
Ja, genau. So bleibt dann im Osten.
Außerdem, um erfolgreich gegen die Rechten vorzugehen, ja, da müssen wir als Politiker eben auch mal bereit sein, unpopuläre Maßnahmen einer Kommission zu überlassen.
Ah, der Kohlekommission.
Ja, genau. Das ist ein neues Beispiel für demokratische Klimapolitik.
Wieso? Waren die Mitglieder demokratisch gewählt?
Na, wieso?
Na, da waren wenigstens führende Vertreter der Opposition eingebunden. Aber die Verhandlungen waren dann doch wenigstens öffentlich.
Der andere. Ich meine, ganz ehrlich, Nefton, genau deswegen haben wir diese Kommission doch gegründet.
Sagen Sie, ist es nicht Zeichen einer Demokratie, dass darin Entscheidungen wie die Rettung des Planeten durch gewählte Volksvertreter im Parlament entschieden werden?
Nein, das Parlament ist natürlich ganz wichtig. Die müssen ja diese Vorschläge von der Kommission am Ende abstimmen.
Die Kommission hat also den Ausschnitt aus der Braun dafür quasi bereits Milliarden in den betroffenen Regionen in den Klimaschutz zu investieren.
Ja, in ganz tolle Projekte. Jetzt erzählen Sie mal, Leute. Erzähl
Hallo.
Da haben wir ein Kinderwagenmuseum in Zeit und eine Rettungsplattform auf einem gefluteten Tagebau für Schlittschuhfahrer.
Was hat das mit Klimaschutz zu tun?
Ja, wir retten die Schlittschuhfahrer, wenn es Eis schmilzt. Ja, jetzt investieren da 50 Milliarden rein, das ist doch nichts.
Aber wenn, wie hier drin steht, die Kohle erst 2038 eingestellt wird, dann erreichen Sie Paris niemals.
Das ist doch mal froh, dass wir unterwegs sind. Ganz mal. Und bis 2022 abschalten. Zeigen Sie dem jungen Mann mal, was wir da an Emissionen einsparen werden. Jetzt,
Da, in der Tat. Ich muss zugeben, das ist beeindruckend.
Ja, vor allem, wenn man sich anschaut, wie stark die Emissionen ohne Kohleausstieg sind. Also, wenn die Kraftwerke.
Na, ich glaube, das müssen wir uns nicht anschauen, das können wir uns alle vorstellen, gell?
Zu spät.
Sagen Sie mal, da ist ja bis 2030 fast gar kein Unterschied.
Selbstverständlich ein Unterschied. Ohne Kohleausstieg, da hätten wir die Kohlekraftwerke einfach irgendwann aus Altersgründen abgeschaltet. Mit Kohleausstieg schalten wir sie ab, aber dann gibt es eben am Ende
eine Entschädigung für nichts.
Nichts würde ich jetzt nicht sagen. Allein RWE will für jede Stücke bis zu 1,5 Milliarden Euro.
Einfach mein Kraftwerk mal weiterlaufen lassen, um mich dann von Ihnen abschalten zu lassen und dann abzukassieren. Das ist nicht Ihr Ernst.
Das ist sein Ernst. Die Besitzer der Braunkohlekraftwerke ein bisschen
Kraftwerke abzuschalten, die sowieso stillgelegt worden wären und dafür zu zahlen. Das ist also Ihr Plan?
Die Arbeitsplätze, es geht um 18.000 Arbeitsplätze, Herr Nefton.
Sagen Sie mal, guter Mann, wie viele der 18.000 Arbeitsplätze wären denn in den nächsten 10 Jahren ohnehin in Rente gegangen? 12.000. Bleiben also 6.000 Arbeitsplätze. Wie ist denn das?
Ach, nicht den Mann aufwecken, der schläft so schön.
Nicht mehr lange. Hey, Sie, hallo, Sie. Ja. Sagen Sie mal, guter Mann, wie viele Arbeitsplätze sind denn bei den erneuerbaren Energien in den letzten Jahren abgebaut worden?
80.000.
1000. Ja gut, also sehen Sie, die Jobs in der Braunkohle sind ja viel wertvoller, weil die sind ja nicht erneuerbar. Also gut. Das muss man doch logisch bedenken. Jetzt kommen wir also mal zu den Erneuerbaren. Ja, sehr gerne. Da sind wir nämlich voll auf Kurs, gell? Bei den Erneuerbaren, das ist das Gesamtvolumen der Energie. Da kommen bei uns 15% aus den Erneuerbaren. Da haben wir in Europa quasi alle abgedeckt.
Bis auf Schweden, Finnland, Lettland, Österreich, Dänemark, Portugal, Kroatien, Litauen, Rumänien, Slowenien, Bulgarien, Italien, Spanien, Frankreich und Griechenland.
Ja, jetzt ist recht. Das muss man ja nicht so detailliert betrachten.
Das klingt erstmal nicht so gut, aber immerhin 17. in der EU.
Ja, schade. Also in der EU, aber weltweit, das sind wir doch bestimmt da.
Von den ersten 100.
Sind wir nicht, aha, okay, also da sind aber unsere Ambitionen sind umso größer. Wir wollen ja beim Strom von 37% erneuerbare Anteil auf 65% Windkraft.
Was soll das? Eine Abstandsregel, die von mir gibt's auch. In Bayern dürfen Windkrafträder nur stehen, wenn sie mindestens
Oh no.
Bayern ist so riesig, schauen Sie. Und um die Bürger zu schützen, da haben wir quasi die Fläche für Windkraft ja ein klein wenig reduziert. Also auf etwa 0,05% der Restfläche. Ja, aber da bläst es ganz besonders. Also zwischen Mensch und Mühle, da müssen Sie doch einen gewissen Abstand haben, um die Akzeptanz der Bevölkerung für Windkraft in Bayern zu erhöhen.
Ja, wenn die Windräder in Norwegen stehen.
Ganz klar.
Man kann so sagen, theoretisch ist in Bayern kein neues Windrad produziert worden. Na gut, es gibt ja immerhin noch Solar.
Ja, die haben wir.
Kraft
Genau.
der Sonne.
Wunderbar.
Da legen wir doch mal richtig
Sehr
los.
schön, genau.
Da ist doch
Da
da ist ein Deckel drauf.
Ja, genau.
Ein Ausbaudeckel, das ist kein normaler Deckel.
Ich wage kaum zu fragen, aber was...
Wir haben für die Menge an Sonnenenergie, die ins Netz eingespeist werden darf, eine Obergrenze eingeführt. Sonne und Syrer, Bayern behandelt alle gleich.
Genau. Also, das ist natürlich jetzt ein kleiner... Natürlich jetzt unübertrieben. Das ist natürlich keine
Ich hab Missklick, ich Hurensohn. Okay, der Wunsch wird nicht. Okay.
Wann ist das erreicht? 37% bei den erneuerbaren Energien.
Weil auch besser als der EU-Western-Vertrag ist.
Indem sie bei 30% Stopp sagen.
Ich brauche dafür Steps back, bis die dominierende Range anzuschätzen.
Ich bin begierig darauf, diese zu erfassen. Welcher Grund hat Sie dazu veranlasst, eine potenziell unendliche Energiequelle zu beschränken?
Ja, uns ging es da in der Union hauptsächlich um den Umgang mit Ressourcen.
Weil Sie sich gedacht haben, die Sonne ist irgendwann alle.
Ja, Xera, das ist keine Ahnung, das ist einfach Gott, I guess, okay.
Ja, es ist gerade Sie als Physiker sollten wissen, dass es nicht ewig so weitergehen kann. Gell, weil diese Sonne in 5 Milliarden Jahren nämlich erkaltet.
Und Sie haben sich gedacht, wenn wir einen Deckel drauf machen, dann scheint sie länger.
Na! Oh Gott, das reicht! Halt! Wo wollen Sie hin? Bleiben Sie da! Bleiben Sie hier! Wo wollen Sie denn hin?
Ich gehe jetzt in den Maschinenraum.
Warum?
Ja, das kann ich Ihnen sagen, nicht wahr? An die Windkraft kommen nicht ran, bei Solar ist ein Deckel drauf und bei der Kohle, oh Gott, schauen Sie sich den Mann doch an. Ja. Ich ziehe jetzt die Notbremse.
Halt, wir wollten doch nach Paris.
Ach ja, selbst wenn wir mit Ihren Steuertricks Paris irgendwann erreichen, wird sich die Erde bis dahin auf über 3,2 Grad mehr erhöht haben. Verstehen Sie die Erwärmung?
Nein, wenn ich das gewusst hätte.
Ja, hätten Sie ja was anderes gemacht?
Nein, aber dann hätte ich es gewusst. Halt! Was wollen Sie denn da? Halt, da steht Zutritt verboten.
Ah, ich dachte, Sie sind gegen Verbotskultur.
Verdammt. mit meinen eigenen brillanten Argumenten ausgehebelt. Gibt's ja nicht.
Tscherkessen im Kaukasus. Die habe ich 1864 fast vernichtet. 1,5 Millionen Tote, ein Völkermord. Aber es hat ja keinen interessiert, es war ja nur Russland.
Ja, Sie müssen sehen, das war vor unserer Zeit. Also ich meine, vor meiner.
Ich habe in Moskau Hochhäuser explodieren lassen und dabei Hunderte von Zivilisten im Schlaf ermordet. Das war 1999. Was hast denn du da gemacht,
Politisches Kabarett, glaube ich, war das, oder?
Aha, na das wäre das Stoff für dich gewesen. 1A Stoff für dich. Die Anschläge habe ich muslimischen Terroristen in die Schuhe geschoben. Ja, damit die dann Stimmung machen gegen den Krieg in Tschetschenien. Das alles war mein Deep State.
Deep State, kommen Sie, Sie haben doch keinen Deep State, Sie haben eine tiefe Seele.
Bei mir regiert der Geheimdienst und der Chef war Putin. Und der wurde durch den Antiterrorkrieg, wurde er erst richtig beliebt und dann 2000 wurde er Präsident. So, darüber machst du jetzt mal ganz schnell so eine Tafelnummer.
Gerne, aber das mit den Hochhäusern, das sind doch bisher, soweit ich das verstanden habe, nur Behauptungen. Und ich meine, für so eine Tafelnummer, da brauche ich schon eine Quelle.
Hab ich. Hier. Alexander Litvinenko, blowing up Russia.
Ist denn der seriös?
Der ist tot. Der ist vergiftet worden mit Polonium. Aber es gab ja noch Sergei Juschenko. Sergei Juschenko, zweiter Vorsitzender der Untersuchungskommission für die Anschläge.
Dann fragen Sie doch den.
Es gab! Der ist erschossen worden.
Okay, es gab sicherlich schon genügend Medien, die über den Fall kritisch berichtet haben, oder?
Ja, der Chefredakteur der Zeitung Novaya Gazeta.
Ja. Ist der auch ermordet worden?
Nein.
Okay.
Sehen Sie, Herr von Wagner, ran an die Tafel.
Okay. Der starb an einer ganz seltenen allergischen Reaktion.
Was hatte der für Allergien?
Gar keine.
Okay, ich denke mal mit den Tafelnummern, das hat sich totgelaufen. Vielleicht.
Nee, Bürschchen ignorieren ist nicht. Hast du die Massaker an den Zivilisten in Butscha nicht gesehen? Und darf ich dich erinnern? Ich habe hier immer noch eine Bombe.
Ja, der Russe würde hier nicht stehen, wenn Sie Ihren satirischen Job anständig gemacht hätten, Herr von Wagner.
Sie haben ihn provoziert, indem Sie ihn nicht genug provoziert haben.
Aber ich wollte doch die Leute nur intelligent unterhalten und zum Lachen bringen.
Ja, und jetzt gehen wir alle drauf.
Das ist sehr lustig und sehr intelligent.
Das ist alles Ihre Schuld, Herr von Wagner.
Sie sind an allem schuld, von Wagner.
Alles deine Schuld, von Wagner.
Das ist alles Ihre Schuld, Herr von Wagner.
Alles die Schuld von Herrn von Wagner.
Sie sind schuld, Herr von Wagner.
Herr von Wagner, was ist denn los mit Ihnen? Kommen Sie mal. Was?
Oh Gott, ich hatte so einen Albtraum. Oh, dass ich schuld war am Krieg in der Ukraine. Und das war alles so real. Julia Gammes-Martini war eine Richterin, aber auf Twitter. Und Ulan und Bartow haben ausgerechnet den politischen Neorealismus verkörpert. Und Frank Lüdecke kam als russischer Bär mit einer Atomrakete.
Der Bundeskanzlerin und des Bundeskanzleramtes. Das Wort hat die Vorsitzende der AfD-Fraktion, Dr. Alice Weidel.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren! Deutschland steht vor einer Rezession. Keine einfache Konjunkturdelle, sondern ein handfester Rückgang der Wirtschaftsleistung. Die Exporte brechen ein mit zweistelligen Verlusten in einige wichtige Ausfuhrländer: China, Großbritannien und Russland. Besonders betroffen Automobilindustrie und Maschinenbau, das Rückgrat unserer industriellen Produktion und damit unseres Wohlstands.
User joined your channel.
Die Meldungen über massive Stellenstreichungen in tragenden Unternehmen und Schlüsselbranchen reißen nicht ab. Das Wirtschaftswachstum stagniert.
Opfer.
Das Bruttoinlandsprodukt
Bist du so
im
mad
zweiten
immer?
Quartal 2019
Bin nie
sogar
mad.
geschrumpft.
Komm hier rein,
Damit
du
sind wir im
beleidigst mich.
Vergleich der übrigen EU- und Euro-Mitgliedstaaten Schlusslicht. Die Krise kommt nicht.
Schon
Die
hart.
Krise ist bereits da.
Nicht, was ich davon halten soll.
Die nächste Rezession wird
Und wie habt ihr die Feiertage verbracht?
Du meinst den ersten, oder was?
Hat sich so lange angefühlt.
Ich hab gegessen und dann gegessen und gegessen.
Was hast du gegessen?
Döner.
Alter.
Dann noch ein Döner.
Richtiger Sünder.
Dann den vierten Döner.
Wieso glaube ich dir das?
Wow, looks like every fucking cat I've ever seen. This is useless. This cat literally has no. No wonder the fucking thing ran.
What the fuck show is this? My favorite scene from season 1 of the Netflix series. Oh, Netflix series. Never mind. Whew, close call. There's only 2 pals in Netflix series. Because it looks like.
I swear mechanical excellence. 1,400 horsepower pays off.
Man, I've been backstabbed by a lot of people, but the most dishonest backstab is from a fellow Marylander. That is the most dishonest.
Grifter. He's a grifter sociopath.
Yeah. A grifter sociopath? What the fuck did I do? What did I do? People just throw these words out there like anything, like grifter, groomer, pedophile, people, abuser, people throw these words out like they're like just like Pokemon cards. They're nothing. Oh my god, why? Why is it?
Das ist eigentlich wie
Just be honest with
Todesgeräusche.
me. If you don't like me, just tell me you don't like me.
Ja, Mann.
If I don't like someone, I'll usually be pretty upfront. I was not
so scheiße
supporting
geschlafen,
him.
deswegen
I was
ist
being
es
extra
so wichtig,
careful that if somebody's accused of sexual assault or rape or something like this, and I just people just start throwing me
Den Zaubertrick
screenshots
verraten.
live, I'm not going to be like,
Ja.
well, I guess the person's a
Vielleicht
rapist.
einfach mal
Oh,
auf
man,
das
but
hören,
he's a
was dein
sexual
Arzt sagt.
assaulter. I guess I
Das
haven't learned
wäre,
my lesson when it comes to
dass
double
man mal
confirming
2-3
information.
Monate
Well,
keinen
you know
Sport
what,
machen soll.
everybody? No, I'm not going to do that. What the?
Sagen nur dicke
And so I
Leute.
wasn't supporting
Das ist
him. If
okay.
you watch my video on it, you can come away
Aber
from
ich habe dafür keine
it knowing
Schmerzen.
100% that I didn't support the fucking
Das
cause,
ist ja nicht vom Sport
Half the
gekommen.
video was
Ja, das erzähle ich jetzt seit 8 Wochen und seit 8 Wochen ist auch hier wieder Kacke da.
Gut, die hat so lange gedauert, weil ich seit, keine Ahnung, ich habe sie halt nie zu 100% geschont, ja, das ist richtig.
Ja.
Das war ja nicht so tragisch, ist ja jetzt wieder gut.
Ja, jetzt denkst du. Aber das ist gespreadet.
Oh no.
Genau, das ist gespreadet von meinem Bizeps in meine Schulter oder was?
Ja, ist jetzt nicht so weit weg, ne?
Genau so funktioniert unsere Medizin.
Okay, so. Okay. This is weird. This is weird to just drop on me like this.
Liegt doch an deinem Bürostuhl hier.
This is Endless Cemetery. This is somebody who's always
Kann
been
sein.
chill with me and has always been nice to me and like behind closed doors and publicly at least to me directly. Recently I like tried to help a little bit with a Foods Not Bombs fundraiser that he was doing in Baltimore for the Baltimore chapter. Because, you know, I care a lot about Baltimore. I care a lot about Maryland. Since I don't do help with a lot of charities on Twitch, but if it was a Maryland-based
In einem
charity,
Spiel bist du.
so I helped
Ne?
out. And
Ich bin in Firing Range.
somebody sent me this
Ja, meinst du, es
VOD
hilft deinem
saying
Aim oder
that
was?
he rated out.
Number one.
And
Jeder weint
he
danach
rated
einer.
out. He didn't know that he was still
Du.
recording and then he talked
Kann
massive
passieren,
shit
aber auch
about
du
me
kannst
and
schon
other
noch weinen.
people. I don't know if that's true. We're about to find out if it's true.
Wenn da so ein
But,
Wingman-Profi ist wie
I
ich,
will
dann
also
muss man
say
halt die
that this
Wingman
guy's
auch
been going
einwärmen.
back and forth with Sansol. He's been going back and forth with Geek, my editor.
He's been going back and
Ich
forth
mag
with
die Map
everyone.
irgendwie nicht. Ich finde die irgendwie kacke.
Geek, come in here.
Ach, du bist Kacker.
Geek, I swear to God, you
Wieso
want
bin
to
ich
hear
Kacker?
this.
Irgendwer muss Kacker sein, ne?
Johannes
You
eigentlich
will
überhaupt da?
unironically be
Ja.
shocked and amazed by this update.
Ja, und das hast du gemacht.
So Endless Cemetery apparently
Nix.
raided out and he forgot to turn off his stream.
Johannes, wann
and
warst du das
started
letzte Mal
talking
im
bad shit to a lot
Schuhbeck?
of people, which I've been told included me. So
I want to listen to this shit.
Johannes?
Vor 6 Jahre?
I was sent this by underscore
Du musst da mal
sources,
wieder
and,
hingehen. Der
I'm
Sing
curious
hat es
because
übernommen.
This is weird because I've
Okay.
Der bietet jetzt schwäbische und indische Küche an. Das ist voll witzig.
Das habe ich aber schon mal irgendwo gehört.
Ja, das ist also dem seine Frau hat mit Lara studiert. Also das Essen ist tatsächlich ganz gut. Wir waren heute, ich dachte, wir gehen ins Masosake, aber wir waren dort. Es war echt ganz lecker.
Ich meine, ich habe das auch schon mal von jemandem gehört.
always had like a cordial relationship with him. I tried to help him a little bit with that fundraiser for
Muss aber ehrlich sagen,
we talked privately. Like he was actually one of the
also meine Vorstellung ist nicht so geil davon.
Poland because I wanted.
Nö, der bietet ja beides an. Du kannst indisch bestellen und du kannst
cordial. He's
kannst indisch bestellen, du kannst schwäbisch bestellen und der macht dann halt so kleine Tweaks und probiert so Dinge aus. Zum Beispiel hat er so seinen den einen Krautsalat so indische Gewürze reingetan. Dann hast du halt irgendwie so einen Krautsalat, der so einen leichten Touch von indisch hat und das ist ganz witzig. Philipp, gehst du da rüber?
Rüber.
Oh mein Gott, ich bin Predator Team.
This actually happened to me once a while ago. After my debate with
Wir
Kevin
kriegen
Cassidy,
voll auf den Sack, oder?
a while ago, it was like on
Was
North
ich?
Korea.
Keine Ahnung.
I forgot to like stop recording. I talked a little bit back and forth with
Oh mein Gott, ich bin so
somebody who was
schlecht.
over my place. I think it was Synth.
Verkackt,
And,
in die Mitte zu
like,
jumpen,
somebody
oder?
clipped that and sent that towards me. So this is actually something that streamers forget to do all the time. Like turn off their stream after they're done streaming.
Der Mate ist da gerade reingehüpft und einfach gestorben, Bro.
Die sind mir hinterher, du bist weggelaufen. Die haben
So
mich zu
I
dritt
mean,
geboxt.
He can't be
Ich dachte,
that
wir
bad. I
landen
mean,
da
we've always
drüben.
been cordial, right?
Ja, keine Ahnung, was war das für eine Lobby? Ich habe gerade
Probably
3
just somebody hyping it
Predator
up in my DMs.
geboxt.
We'll see in a second though.
Yo, thanks for the raid tonight, bro.
Those are instant death, by the way. Oh, hey, Endless. Yeah, no worries, man.
Es waren legit 3
Yeah,
Predator.
that was a tense conversation.
Das sind doch keine Ausreden. Und die Purple hast verkackt und bist gestorben.
Ich bin auf der anderen Seite gelandet, da war kein anderer. Also da war nur ich und 3 Leute von denen und haben mich geboxt.
See,
Ich hatte
like,
keine Waffe.
okay, I fucked up because he's around the way, so I tried
Ja,
to
weil
be
du
cool
greedy
with
warst
him.
wie Purple, ne?
And then I found
Das
out
war
how
der Plan.
goofy he was.
Du da drüben landest und für mich coverst, dass ich dann zu
Ja,
dir
ich
komme.
lande allein in 3 Leute, ja.
Nee, du wärst ja nicht in die 3 Leute
Like,
gelandet.
I
du wärst
saw
ja
the
vor denen.
1776
Die wollten ja auch,
in
die
his
sind ja auch
name, and
drüber
I was
gejumpt.
like,
Die wollten auch die
okay,
Purple.
maybe this is an old account or something. And then I'm just like, the more I see from him,
Sehe das
like,
schon ein,
Dude,
ja.
people are snaky,
Du bist
man. What the fuck, really? Dude, people.
Randy war viel geiler, ey.
1776
Der ist irgendwo
in his
einfach
name,
direkt
and I was
gestorben.
like, okay, maybe this
Der
is
ist
an
in
old
den
account
Gegner
or
reingehüpft.
something.
Ich glaube nicht mal
And
mit.
I'm just like, the more I see from him, like,
Dude, people are snaky.
he's, yeah. Found out how goofy he was.
He's a fucking fed, man.
He's, yeah.
Straight up.
He is.
Yeah, don't trust him.
Like, I saw the 1776 in his name, and I was like, okay, maybe this is an old account or something. And then I'm just like, the more I see from him, like,
Dude, people are
something.
Oh, hey, Endless. Yeah, no worries, man.
Yeah, that was a tense conversation, but
To do all the time. So I mean, I doubt. Probably just somebody hyping it up in my DMs. We'll see in a second though.
yo, thanks for the raid tonight, bro.
Those are instant death, by the way. Oh, hey, Endless. Yeah, no worries, man.
Yeah, that was a tense conversation, but I appreciate you. I always appreciate when you come through.
No worries, man. Also, shitting on Dylan Burns is always a favorite pastime of mine, so.
See, like, okay, I fucked up because he's around the way, so I tried to be cool with him, and then I found out how goofy he was.
He's a fucking Fed, man.
He's yeah.
Straight up.
He is.
Yeah, don't trust him.
Like, I saw the 1776 in his name, and I was like, okay, maybe this is an old account or something. And I'm just like, the more I see from him, like,
Dude, people are snaky, man. What the fuck? Really? I was nothing but nice with this guy. I tried to help him with the Baltimore fundraiser. He was like giving me proper ups. Unironically, he said, "Dude, you're such a badass," in a voice call with me when he like heard about the Poland trip. Like, he was nothing but nice to me. What the fuck is this? What is this? He was nothing but nice to me. And I tried to be nothing but nice with him. And like other people were like, Dylan, hey, did you know Endless said this about me and that about this? And you know what I do? I don't micromanage my relationships. People are like, Dylan, he said some shit about your editor. And I'm like, well, that sucks. But again, it's not my business, right? That's my editor's personal that's my editor's personal stuff. That's not my personal stuff, right? What is this? I'm a Fed? What is this Fed talk all the time, man? Why is it that everybody who like can't tell me why I'm wrong, it's like, or like, what's the Fed talk? It's always everybody. And the thing that really angers me about this one is, dude, half the Fed accusations is because I live in the DC area, and to see another Marylander accuse me of being a Fed. Anti-Maryland discrimination. That's what this is.
And you have sunglasses too.
And I have sunglasses. This is more evidence of me being a Fed. Dude, the Feds, I'm sorry. The Feds are not like coordinating anything, okay? The Feds, they're not coordinating anything on this platform. They're not like manipulating like me or anybody else, okay? They're doing other stuff, okay? They're overthrowing third world countries or whatever the hell, right? They're not too busy ratioing you on Twitter. It wasn't the Feds that ratioed you, okay? It was just another random Twitter user that you disagreed with.
Like I said, he's from around the way, and he admitted as much in the mutual aid stream that we did together that he dropped 20 G's to go to Poland. And I'm like, dog, you're literally doing a fucking mutual aid fund stream for Food Not Bombs 30 minutes from where you live.
No, he's a shit human being, man.
Whoa. Okay, number one, like, he talked up my Poland trip in DMs. And not in DMs, in voice. Like, when we called and they organized the thing, he was one of the first people to know about the Poland trip. Dude, why is everyone so dishonest, man? This is so unbelievably dishonest. In private, he was nothing but like talking me up, like, Dylan, like, this is so badass what you're doing in Poland, this, that, or whatever. Like, what is this? Yes, I spent my own money to go to Poland. Is that a problem? Is that an issue? What's the... If you didn't want my help with the fundraiser, why'd you ask me, man? You literally said you organized the fundraiser around me, and that people were organizing it around my schedule. So why would you like emphasize so much that you needed me to be there if like you don't even want me there? And I'm not in... Man, I've been backstabbed by a lot of people, but the most dishonest backstab is from a fellow Marylander. That is the most dishonest. I'm a shit human being. Well, how am I a shit human being? What did I do?
Grifter. He's a grifter sociopath.
Yeah.
A grifter sociopath? What the fuck did I do? What did I do? People just throw these words out there like anything, like grifter, groomer, pedophile, people, abuser, people throw these words out like they're like just like Pokemon cards. They're nothing. Like, what is this?
I
saw everybody dogpiling this guy after the fundraiser while I'm like in Poland, and like, I just leave it alone. I'm just like, hey, yo, do you want me to like be an intermediary here? No? Okay. And he said, no, I remember I specifically said, hey, no, do you want me to be an intermediary here? And he said, nah, man, you keep up the work in Poland. Oh my God, why? Why is it? Just be honest with me. If you don't like me, just tell me you don't like me. If I don't like someone, I'll usually be pretty upfront. Like,
tell you what really turned me off to him was being told about the whole, because I had no fucking clue about any of this. Like, you could probably tell I don't pay attention to other streamers and shit, bro. I'm too old for that shit. I'm actual pro. I'm too old for that shit. I'm an actual pro. I'm on the fucking forklift. I don't have time to be watching people's streams and following people's fucking drama and back and forth and shit. Like,
That's why I surround myself with community members.
dude, it's just throwing like the Dylan's a piece of shit human being. He's a grifter. He's a fed. Just all these labels. When, dude, he's the other person who's talking. I don't even know who that is. Who's the other person? Like, 2 weeks ago, we were doing this fundraiser, and everybody had nothing but nice things to say, and we were all trying to be cordial and like try to. Dude, unironic. What is this?
Hallo? Hallo? Ich höre dich nicht.
Glaube ich nicht. Du warst aber weg, ich habe gerade ein bisschen Nasenbluten. Gleich wieder da. Hoffe ich.
This man. What did I do? What? I didn't do anything to either of these people. And I'm not even attaching it to like actual things I've talking. This is great.
right. I feel the shit out of that. But I didn't know about the whole.
This punk is.
Yeah, I didn't know about the Katarana Prime Kai shit. That was wild as fuck, and Destiny will forever be sus as fuck to me for that alone. Everything else aside.
Oh, Prime fucking K's. That fucking neoliberal piece of sellout dog shit. I've been fucking hammering him since the beginning. Fit fucking tier 3 sub.
You want to know the wild thing is? Katarana put me onto this guy. Like, she was the one who like pointed me in his direction. And like I can assume, I don't want to speculate. But this is like weird. This all
My dick, man. On the panel, $50, I'll kick anybody off the fucking panel. You go suck my dick, man.
That's funny. Yeah, I didn't know about the fucking sex pest shit. That was kind of fucking nuts.
Oh yeah.
It's just,
I mean,
I don't know why I'm surprised by the fact that the gatekeepers in the space are all fucking rapey, fucking disgusting, toxic ass pieces of shit, but I shouldn't be.
never
rapey
about that, man. Fucking yeah, Dylan Burns defended a self-admitted serial sexual assaulter on his air.
What? Who?
Fucking crazy, dog.
Who did I defend? Are they talking about Prime? That I defend?
I'm going back and forth on Twitter with Dan about.
Who did I sexually? Who? Destiny with Anna? As far as me, when did I do it? They make me feel sick. That. Oh my god, man. What did I do to garner this level of hatred? Just talk so nice to me in private and publicly, and like just immediately when somebody else is in the room, like Dylan's fuck Dylan, he's a piece of shit. Immediately, like yeah, man, he's a fed, yeah, man, he's pretty like.
Because he takes issue with me saying that he's riding Dylan's coattails.
Danabo is not riding my coattails, by the way. I saw that and I ignored it because I just didn't care that much. But he was he was talking about how Danabo rides my coattails. Danabo gets basically nothing out of his relationship with me. I would not be able to do the Hippy Dippy show without Danabo. Danabo does his work. He's not riding my coattails, as in he is doing work that I would not be able to get done while I'm on this trip or doing a lot of my stuff. When I'm sick or if I got something I got to do, and with political organizing, Danabo's there to help me out. He's been there and he's like come out of retirement multiple times to help me out. Like, he's not riding my coattails. If any one of them, to think What really up? Fuck you. Who was the hippie? Other Perlins always have fed. Me too. Who was that?
It wasn't true.
Right.
Wait, who was that?
Wish you wish it wasn't true.
So,
Right.
da bin ich wieder. Ei. Das war ein Timing, ey. Wunderschön. Ja, du kommst hier rein und right in das Moment merke ich, wie quasi so meine Nase läuft quasi. Merkst du, dass was läuft? Lang hin, Blut. Fuck. Oh.
Hi, Dan Simpson.
Danabo.
Which Dan? Oh, Dabo. All right. So fucking dude, I can't keep track of these fucking people.
Right. Yeah.
Fucking. Yeah. No. Anytime you fucking shit on Dylan Burns or Prime K's, dude, I'm there for it.
Is this Paradigm Shift?
Feiertag, freien
It's
Tag. Wie bitte? Was hast du gemacht?
Nix.
Paradigm Shift? Dude, Paradigm Shift, like, no way. Is it actually Paradigm Shift? No, it's not Paradigm. It can't be Paradigm Shift. He's super nice to me. And I've been super nice to him. Okay, yeah. No, it's not Paradigm Shift. Okay, I was confused for a second. He's in chat. Got you. Okay. Paradigm. I'm just sorry, man. I'm reevaluating all my relationships. Before I know it, Geek's gonna come in here with a knife and stab me in the back next. Who knows?
Hello.
Oh no, hey Geek. Who are these people in this call? I don't know who that woman was.
Dude, Dylan Burns.
Dude, the victor girl is
Really?
Who?
Take all the gold. I really don't need it.
I had the inside scoop. Everybody
Live
knows
each
about that
day
right?
Yeah, I'm vaguely familiar with that in the Fox News shit.
Okay, so like, well, that person is a admitted serial sexual assaulter.
Oh wow.
And I was Cassidy.
Oh,
was I or was I not the first person with that information?
And I was there because you and I were discussing it. Like, as you and I were discussing that shit.
Who are these people? I have never wronged any of these people. I don't know any of these people. Why are they all so angry at me? I don't know if I've even talked to the rest of the, I don't know who the other two are. I know I've talked to Endless, and Endless always been nice to me. What is with this just like shift on me? Like, to me being like the next big fed CIA man is gonna like overthrow all the Cambodian villages.
Eieiei. Das Damage.
I love how the grass is fluffy on my
What had
toes.
occurred? Who had?
I wonder what the duck plotting to
If fucking Dylan Burns reaches out and says,
The cleverness of Mushroom always surprises me.
Dude, I barely remember this. If I remember correctly, somebody said that like somebody involved with the anti-work subreddit like raped or sexually assaulted somebody, and I was like, oh shit, okay, you have evidence. And like they were using a bunch of technical jargon terms I didn't understand, so I was just like, I don't know if we should really talk about it, and I was like just being like double careful about it. Like that's all I remember.
I want to put my toes in the ring.
I'm like, hey, it's fucking, you know, Dylan Burns, no big deal. Fucking send him over. He then starts talking about
What?
Oh my god.
forensic analysis.
I don't know. Zoe Damage ist halt einfach nur stupid. Fast die Renata gewone-shottet.
Okay, so literally none of this matters. This is such a weird reason to not like me. So during our such anti-work thing, and we were talking about like the dynamics
Daisy?
of like PR and like presenting yourself to like a national audience and like not humiliating yourself and not destroying like your online community because of criticism. And like one of the things came out was like this person's a rapist, and I'm like, whoa, like that's a lot of sexual assaulter. I was like, whoa, that's a big accusation. It's like, okay, I don't even remember what even fucking really happened. And I remember just asking like for evidence of it, and like they sent me screenshots, and I was just like, oh, maybe it's Photoshop, I don't know. So I was just like, I was being extra careful because if somebody's being accused of sexual assault, right? And I've learned my lesson to a certain degree on like being double careful with evidence going forward, right? Then like you got to double, triple, quadruple check. And so I was being double extra careful, and apparently that means I'm a retard. I had no reason to like be friendly towards the r/anti-work because I didn't like what they were doing with their community and what they did on the Fox network, embarrassing themselves. So I was just trying to be extra careful. And yes, if I don't understand these technical terms and like the technical stuff behind like how you Photoshop stuff, then I'm gonna be extra careful and like, could this be Photoshop? Like I don't know. I really like until I have double, triple, quadruple information, like confirmation, I'm not going to just start airing public sexual assault allegations. Right? My God, man. This is so weird. Like, I think I might even remember like talking about on stream, like maybe I'll look into this off stream because this is a big accusation.
And so he then takes
I tread lightly so as not to hurt the dog.
bullshit anyway, and you know what?
What?
I'm not gonna call
I didn't support. If you watch my video, I basically call the mod a loser by everything but not calling them a loser because of like how they said like, oh my 20 hours of dog walking a week is like an insane amount of work, and he napped on the job and was like talking about how he should be able to nap on the job, and I was like, dude, this is not when I think of labor organizing and like labor issues, like none of this stuff is important. I was not supporting him. I was being extra careful that if somebody's accused of sexual assault or rape or something like this, and people just start throwing these screenshots live, I'm not gonna be like, well, I guess the person's a rapist, okay, everybody's a sexual assaulter, I guess I haven't learned my lesson when it comes to double confirming information. Well, you know what, everybody? No, I'm not gonna do that. What the? And so I wasn't supporting him. If you watch my video on it, you can come away from it knowing 100% that I didn't support the fucking mod, okay? Half the video is me shitting on the mod. And when it comes to the anti-work movement, like, I mean, I was talking about the anti-work subreddit. It was dog shit. It was garbage. And when people explained to me, like, some of the dynamics of, like, the anti-work movement, I was like, I don't really think I agree with this. Like, I'm not against work. I just want favorable, like, and well, like, good, like, workplace conditions. I'm not against the concept of work. And I'm certainly not going to go in front of a national news audience on Fox News and tell everybody I'm against the concept of work. Right? So that is me supporting a sexual assaulter, is because I said I don't know if I have enough evidence, and this doesn't really matter to my main point at the moment. Yeah, no it didn't. And I think people find the dumbest reasons to not like me. So no, yes, I'm going to double check information and accusations about sexual assault and rape. If somebody sent me a DM right now saying the person who just said this thing is a rapist, I'm not just gonna be like, hey everybody, look at this DM. Oh my god, he's a rapist. I'm gonna definitely, if I don't know how Photoshop works or different things like that.
Irgendwie immer wenn ein Ivan bei mir im Team ist, int ich komplett. Weil aus jemand anklickt, so, irgendwie.
I didn't support the mod. If you watch the video, almost certainly wasn't in support of the mod. And when it comes to the anti-work movement, yeah, I'm not really against, I'm not like a big anti-work person. Like, I'm just not. I just, like, from, like, the definition people gave me of that, and, like, were trying to talk to me, explain anti-work to me, it makes me probably not what I'm about.
Mit Bruderschild.
As a, like, say it's, like, the worst or anything. I literally feel like it, I don't think I know enough about this at the moment, and maybe we'll talk about it in the future. Like, what? Dude, this is so weird. Screw Hassan, his recent takes and inability to learn from any form of criticism turned away from him. Been enjoying your streams and you've been updates. Thanks for that. I appreciate the time and telling me that the people who don't like me are bad, because I like it when people like tell me I'm correct. So thank you.
Man, that's so fucking sus, knowing everything I know about the Prime K situation.
You don't know shit about the Prime K situation, probably. I'm sorry. Like, sorry. Like, he doesn't. Like, who is this guy? I just. You fucking loser! What the fuck? This is snake behavior. What is this? These are some weird reasons. Look, these are just people who, I don't know, man. Like, they just don't have, they have too much time on their hands and need reason to hate other people. What dumb reasons to not like other people? What weird kind of, like, finagling to try to find reasons to not like other people who have been nothing but nice and or haven't even talked to you really at all. I don't know who the fuck this other person even is. I vaguely remember what happened around the r/anti-work stuff. What is this?
No, Stacy, do your thing! No, Daisy, come back! Okay, nicht kontrollieren! R drücken und dann die Befehle ausführen. Oder R halt. Im Normalfall. So funktioniert es bei Tibbers zumindest.
I understood what it was from dealing with fucking CTV on both of those panels and all of his behavior since and everything that I've...
Can I say, just for real, and I'm about to be, I'm gonna be cruel a little bit here, but it seems that everybody who, like, really doesn't like me seem to be hippy-dippy recruitment rejects. And this is, like, probably the meanest I will probably be. It always seems to be the people who come on the recruitment show, don't do well, or don't, like, impress me to a degree, and we're like, okay, we might continue to invite them back on the recruitment show, but we don't think they're really ready for the main show, and we don't think they're
Okay.
the main show, they are the ones who always seem to be the angriest at us, right? Great example, you know Chaos's Mel? This is somebody who used to be in my DMs just asking constantly to be on.
Was ist denn für ein Cutter-Item-Bild?
Please. Then months later, was shit talking Hippie Dippy. Or there'll be people who go on the recruiting show for like 2, 3, 4, 5 times.
Komplett
and
nur.
never make it onto the main
Bringt
show.
aber keinen Schaden.
Hippie Dippy always sucked. I always hated Hippie Dippy. Fuck Hippie Dippy. It's always that. Why is it? It's never people who are like, no, I know what Hippie Dippy is. I'm not going to go on the recruitment show. It's always the people who hate us the most are always the people who go in recruitment, don't do well, don't impress us. We don't burn bridges with. They might improve their own skills later and come back on another day and be a different, better streamer. You never know. Or might, like, or if you're not good for Hippie Dippy, that's like your business. You can go do your own thing. That's not debate bro, not round tables, not any of that. Like, we don't care. That's your business. Like,
what?
To go on tour shows and like do the rounds, right? Twice, by the way. Twice. And then afterwards be like, yeah, fuck them, man. They're all grifters, fucking feds, they defend sexual assault. Like, what is all of this fucking nonsense, man? It's always like the people who just don't make the main show. Like, if you don't make it to the main show, it's not because we think you're a bad person or necessarily a bad streamer, man. It's just, that's just how it is. Like, there's only so many spots, right? There's only so many like, spots we can put out for people.
Watch, where this motherfucker is saying shit like it's all pink on the inside. I don't care what color it is. When you're crowding him,
Who gives a fuck? Dude, that is the most boomer, like, look, at the end of the day, I'm against racism. Because, you know, at the end of the day, everyone's pink on the inside. You sips the Bud Light. Like, that's the mostly harmless boomer, like statement you could think of. I mean, come on. Really? Yeah, we named him Hippie Dippy Champion, okay? Yes, I did. It's not hurting anyone. Not to mention, like, there have been people who've made a lot more problematic statements that have been Hippie Dippy Champion. Destiny and Bosch, like both of them. I mean, come on. And CTV's the line. Like, Destiny and Bosch, nope, that's fine. CTV is where we draw the line.
Exactly. Like, man, and that's the other thing I was talking about. Like, some shit is not up for fucking debate. I'm not about to sit here and talk about Martin Luther King Jr. with fucking the critically thinking better. I wanted to say the chronically thing.
No, then don't go. But you went twice. You went twice, didn't make the main show? Well, oh my god, what a terrible recommendation from Katarana. What a snake. What a slithering snake. Just be upfront with me and tell me you don't like me. For example, Danny Simpson or whatever his name is, I don't like, he was pretty upfront, like, I don't like what you do, Dylan. When I went to his chat, he didn't change his tone, he was consistent, like, I don't really like panels, I don't really like any of this stuff. And so I was like, okay. And then we just don't do anything together. We're just chill. I don't really bother him, he doesn't bother me, it's whatever, right? And I mean, and I was after being called shameless. I don't care. It really gets me off of this behavior. Like, I'm gonna be nice to you, get on recruitment, I'm gonna go on twice, I'm gonna try to get you to do fundraisers, and then immediately when no one's looking, after I'm talking up your Polish trip in private, all this, Dylan's a snake. How dare he named CTV Hippie Dippy Champion? He's not the rightful champion. He said the pink on the inside comments, deplorable, absolutely deplorable. I mean, you know, Dylan defended sexual assault.
Okay.
Just these wild accusations.
Easy.
Or just, we had a dude fucking Thursday come through, who wanted me to be a debate bro. He wanted me to debate. It tells you a lot.
Die stunt. Wie oft hat denn die Ult?
Frage ich, wie oft hat sie nett?
Dude, Endless, I know you're watching, okay? I didn't say you begged to come on Hippy Dippy. I said you came on twice. You come on twice, you talked me up in private, you called me badass for the Poland trip, and then you trash talked the Poland trip in private. This dude saying Dylan defended sexual, you know, he defended sexual assaulters, and he just throwing out bullshit. You're just like, yeah, Fed, you know, he's pretty sus because of everything I know about the Thai situation. Get the fuck out of here. You don't know shit, man. Dude, I thought you were chill, man, and then you fucking go around and just bad talk me when you think nobody's looking, and you're just like, yeah, man, yeah, I mean, pretty sus, man, I'm gonna go unfollow this guy right now. Dude, man, just be straight up with me. If you don't like me, say, Dylan, I think you're a piece of shit, I think you're a Fed, I don't like that you have 1776 in your mind. Just do that, and don't ask me to be part of fucking fundraisers in the future if you don't fucking like me. You're gonna fucking trash talk me to other people, man. Like fundraisers for Maryland are based, like that's awesome. But if you're gonna like go around after, like when you're telling me like the stuff I'm doing is badass in private, like don't go then like talking shit about those same things that you told me that were badass in private publicly, man. My friend. Oh.
Daisy's doing it.
Why can't we just have the conversation?
Everything is connected in the strangest way.
It's proudly radical.
Sometimes I need to treat myself.
I don't remember who that is, man. There's so many people.
Right. I get it, but I don't get it. I'll never understand.
I think he has like does he have like an R at his like symbol? He has like an R, right?
Für diese Engage ist halt einfach nicht.
Bye-bye.
Wow. Look at this fucking hero. He unfriended Dylan Burns. He's got like the DMs that are gonna expose Dylan. You have a record of his DMs. What do you think I'm gonna do to him? This is so weird.
I understand why you would do that.
He's a Fed. Wow. Wait, I work for the government? Which department of the government do I work for? Which department? I don't work for the government. Wait, okay. I will admit it. I am on the local I'm on the local environmental board of my city. I will sit down with other residents and advise the city on landscaping and other deeply CIA-tied issues. I'm not hired by the government. If I was, then I wouldn't be paying for this trip or something, right? I wouldn't be paying out of my pocket. They would probably cover
Ja,
it if it was like a...
will einfach laufen sollen.
Right?
Yeah, that's gonna be a no for me, dog.
Right, exactly.
I love this. I love that you're learning these lessons, Endless.
I hate that I have to learn them the hard way.
You didn't learn any lesson, and you didn't have to learn it the hard way, because I said nothing bad or was mean to Endless at any point. I was nothing but cordial to Endless, trying to organize, like, be part of fundraisers and wanting to be a part of. I was nothing but cordial with him, like in DMs and messaging, like, he did nothing but, like, talk me up in private and shit, like, telling me, like, oh, man. I remember immediately when I told him what I was doing in Poland, the first thing he said was, man, that's pretty badass. I was like, I don't know if it's
halt
badass.
kompletter In.
Well, I understand why you wouldn't think it's badass.
Ja, abgefuckt.
It's so sneaky, man. This is snake behavior. He's over there laughing in the corner. He's looking at me.
Imitiert Renata Ulti auf und sagt dir, holy shit.
This endless guy. I was like,
Die Anzahl, wie oft die hat.
immediately.
Ja, weil mich halt im Aramisch halt auch basically undodgeable ist. Die halt so breit. Quasi keine Chance.
Der kam Ende aus dem Tower raus.
Und Kha'Zix hatte da gerade ein bisschen viel Damage auf dem.
Yeah, I said rising tide lifts all boats because I'd like the other people in the sphere to like
Easy
let's all work to
RP.
like make
Was?
the sphere survive.
Report
Since some of the
wahrscheinlich.
biggest people in the sphere are no longer in the area, or a lot of the
Riot Points hätte ich jetzt da.
or the other people that do stream on Twitch, like David Pacman, others,
macht wenig
they don't
Sinn.
really enact with, and I like David Pacman, he's a cool dude. But like they don't really like interact with like our sphere. They don't do
60
panel stuff.
CCs,
They don't
das
do
gar
just
nicht so
one-on-one
schlecht.
discussions with us that often. And that's, I mean, David Pacman's busy and stuff. I don't think it's a fault of him necessarily, but we gotta like lift the ship up. We gotta like everybody gets up. And you were like, nah, fuck them, Dylan. Fuck all these people. And
Yes, and that's why. And I'm so happy this
no, this is not. Look, no, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look.
Hey, die Irelia war gar nicht unser Damage. Der K war unser Damage.
Okay, I understand. This,
Okay.
one example though.
Ja, weil
It's
der
just one
letzten Fight
anecdote.
war
Okay,
krass unterwegs. Auch da, wo der President fast gewone-shottet hat. Ein bisschen insane.
Brand mit 22.000 Damage. Das ist zweifelhaft.
Whatever he did. Wasn't good.
An der baut. Ah, Spade-Item. Oh, da dran liegt's nicht.
Macht er trotzdem Damage. Er war schlecht gespielt.
Ich hab die Ulti nie abgekriegt. Ich weiß nicht, wo der die
There's other
hingeschossen hat.
people in the space that are
Ja,
perfectly
jetzt
cool.
einzeln.
And you can interact with them, but fuck people like this. I'm so happy this happened. I am so happy because not too long, when Dylan will reach the same conclusion I reached, you'll see, you will have no one to interact, and all of these people will have to rely on their solo content, which is inexistent. It's cool to jump on recruitment and do this shit and everything, but like you need to have your solo content.
This is
These
the most.
people
This
have
is the.
nothing.
This
Oh,
is
free win
the
cannon.
most French approach to
kein
political
Cannon.
streaming I could possibly imagine.
Das tut leid.
French isolationism. Okay, this is
Yeah,
French
exactly.
isolationism.
For this, yes. Hassan
Unser
and Mike
Adliger.
are right. Get that bag, get out.
Look,
These people are
rising
fucking
tides,
snakes
rising,
that stands for absolutely nothing.
rising tides lift all ships. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
rising tides lift all
That
ships.
works only with people who are work-minded and not like, you know, shitting on people constantly.
Yeah, I'm just wondering like if there's anybody.
So soon, when there will be no one to rise everyone, you know,
Look,
this fear is going to die. And
I'm
that's
not gonna
only
let
the
look.
fault of
There,
people
look,
like him.
if there's a look on God's green earth, there are snakes. Okay, it's just a fact of the matter. But you can't let a few snakes ruin your trust in everyone. You know, Jordan Peterson said something very intelligent about this.
Are you sure you want to go there? Are you sure?
No, I don't.
We should warn you about.
Did you see Jordan Peterson's recent thing on like rights are not things that like other people have to give you? Like, dude, we have a right to a lawyer. I don't know, man. Like, there's whatever.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do me from now on. I have a very tight circle of people that I rock with that I met through Catarana on the Black History Month shit that are like reasonably at least moving towards black liberation. And
no, man. No, man.
Hank
I need
Maokai.
to keep my mouth shut. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Oh.
to that end,
How dare he.
I can easily talk to them on like anarchist vibes. But yeah, This shit is ridiculous. I can't believe my silly ass is just adding and following people left and right just because they have leftist or sock them or whatever in their fucking bio. Yeah, I'm learning that now. It's just like when you're new to the space, because here's the thing: is I've been streaming on and off and just like gaming since like 2015. I was in the protests in 2020. I almost got killed because I fell. The police were just like, I'm recording like the police just beating the shit out of online protesters that are only able to their hands up, saying things like that shoot. Motherfuckers are trying to run us over in the middle of the fucking street yelling fucking
Ooh! Meine Sorge, I got you. Whoever you
like,
are.
You know what? I'm watching all of my shit get shared to WokeNet. Let me fucking see what's up with Twitch Politics, because that's what I thought Twitch Politics was WokeNet. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be a part of the actual protests and the actual activists on the ground doing shit and getting shit done. So, I just fucking like, yeah.
Oh, oh dude.
Holy shit. Yeah.
One of the mods from WokeNet, follows me and has been following me like, since that happened for 2 years, yeah.
Find me a path.
It's an absolute. And that's why
There's no way either of these people will actually come and talk to me now that this is out there about this. There's just no way in hell. But why? Like, the other person, I don't really care, right? I don't know who the hell that is, really. Like, another one?
Okay. Stop it.
You know what they remind me? Okay, I'll be Vince McMahon, Evil Empire. Like, you talk up the WWE, then you get fired. I'm sorry. WWE has terrible business practice. Oh, God. But still,
Okay,
it feels
this
like
is
it a
not
little
it.
bit.
No one here.
That's funny.
Okay, ich stehe hinter.
some dude on Twitter said,
"Come play on Val."
Yeah. That was Ellen DeGenerate. That kid is fucking psychotic too. That kid is a fucking ass fed too.
Dude, everyone's a fed. Literally everybody is a fed. Everyone's getting CIA checks. Hey, we need to go cash in on this shit. It's everyone's a fed. Why are we getting that money?
Get her.
I love cigars. I like luxurious living, okay? I like nice things, okay? Why are we not cashing in on that, man? You can be part. You could be like you know, they got the French Foreign Legion. They got crazy stuff going on in the France. You can be Macron's right hand man, okay? You can be him. You can be his guy, right? You can go undercut Le Pen. You can go undercut with Zemmour. You can be Macron's right hand man, okay?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Ach, die steht auch schon wieder im Busch. Wie kommt denn die da schon wieder in den scheiß Busch rein?
The one solace, like the one little like comfort I have when I always find somebody like small who I'm like, cool, and dude, this guy invited me out to go play video games and like get beers and like stuff, man. There's not a lot of people in Maryland that like I really like chill with that often because I'm always doing work. So it's like, oh, that's actually pretty cool. I might actually take them up on that. And then like, dude, this is so. But like at the end of the day, like the one thing that like brings me a little bit of comfort is knowing like people like this are bound to always fail in this space. Because if you do this and you talk shit like this about other people like this, right? And you just throw out these like fallacious nonsense. eventually it just will like either combust and burn if you ever do get to a spot of any prominence, or you're never gonna get there in the first place because nobody's gonna want to work with you. Because like this is the type of thing that
You shall not play.
like if he's gonna like talk chill with Dylan in private, talk chill with people in private, and like ask him like the stuff, fundraisers and stuff like that, invite him over, tell me doing all this good stuff, and then immediately no one's looking, just talk immense garbage about him. Like then nobody, why should anyone trust him? And that's always what happens with people like this who try to like talk trash about other people and talk them down in private to either get somebody else's confidence, just to I mean, I don't know why. Like, it could be anything. I don't like to assume people's intentions, right? But like at the end of the day, the one thing that like gives me like comfort about people like this is there's no way they're ever gonna find any success on the platform. And that's not necessarily saying that's what he wants. Like at the end of the day, he can drive his forklift to the end of time. If
Ja,
that
muss
what
die
makes him
Reli
happy,
einfach
that's
immer
what makes him
klicken.
happy. I wish him nothing but happiness on God's green earth.
Richtig
but,
schönes Spielverderb.
like I know that this is the type of behavior he engages in. There's just no chance, you know? Nah, don't put it like that, like we're a charity case.
What?
Gotta
Ach,
say
da war
though,
ein Sapling.
gotta say, he is helping me here because you gotta know what? Talking about Ukraine and war and all these things all the time, pretty depressing, to be honest. Interviewing refugees, setting this stuff up, all that stuff, pretty depressing. Definitely since the project has expanded due to the amount of interviews we've on. So it is cool to just like kind of pivot out of it a little bit and be disappointed in other ways. Man.
Leicht
What a
übel für
strange
mich.
set of circumstances.
Nein, dieser Sapling.
Did they actually fight though?
I would beat the shit out of
He's a big man. We found a big man. Dude, if you can't even say something to someone's face, there's no way you're gonna go and you
Einfach
fuck
rumrennen
somebody or beat somebody.
und
I'm
Dinge
sorry,
tun.
okay? It takes a lot less guts to look at somebody and say screw you than it does to like actually sit there and throw hands at somebody.
Oh, of course. That shit's great. Man, fucking Sansol told me he fucked my mother in our first interaction. Like, all these kids are just keyboard.
Ach, na, er spielt doch Ding, oder was? Ist halt immer auch, ja.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And the crazy
Shit that gets you stabbed. It's the internet. Nothing's gonna happen to you. My God. And if anybody said that to your face, nothing will really happen to you either. Because you gotta have the guts to say something to somebody's face in the first place. If you don't have the guts to look at somebody and be like, look, I don't like you. I think you're
Er hat gemerkt, dass das sein Bild scheiße ist auf Full Tank.
stupid or
Nutzlos
self-serving or
ist.
you're trying to like, I don't know,
Geht
build
auf den
up a
Sack mit seinem
profile and you don't
Mari.
care. If you can't look at somebody in the face and tell them that, or not even in the face, but over a private, not in front of an audience, Discord conversation, right? If you can't do that, there's no way somebody saying I fucked your mom is gonna actually end up in hands me.
Ach, come on!
The crazier thing is that you know what it was in response to? Me asking him to look into a mirror lot. But he's a leftist though. Yes, I have the whole shit, screenshots and all. So I did the two panels. For Hippie Hippie with CTV and Stardust in the first one, and they were talking about how Kyle Rittenhouse was acting in self-defense to the point where Stardust is saying brain dead.
Ach, der hittet mich das jetzt nicht, oder was?
Yeah, asking why
War
Kyle
ein Witz,
Rittenhouse
ey.
was there is like asking a sexual assault survivor why she was on a date with the dude, whatever. Like that level of brain death, right? So naturally, I let it cook because I'm not gonna agree with that level of fucking. And then when the Mirror Lock shit dropped,
Why'd you go on a panel then? Look, I went on a panel and somebody said something stupid, so I did the brave thing of doing absolutely nothing, not pushing back at all, and sitting there because I brave and stuff.
I gave it like a day, 2 days, and I was like, you know what? They rode so much because I knew how.
Dude, I'm halfway across the fucking world. I'm not doing shit. I'm not bothering anyone, right? I'm not engaged. When's the last drama thing I engaged with? Does anybody even remember? I've tried to basically keep my nose clean, okay? My nose is clean, okay? It is clean, okay? Clean, clean, clean. That's how you know I'm not microdosing cocaine over here, okay? It's clean. Maybe Grant knows you. That was wild. That was wild. I don't know what the last time.
Oh, okay.
No matter like what you do, people are gonna try to drag you in, or like they're gonna talk shit about you anyway, right? Or just make shit up, like I like offended sexual assaulters, like just complete nonsense. Just throw it out there, just wildly with no evidence.
Okay, wir greifen nicht den Typ an den.
Maybe they're actually on lucky time and they just had a misstep there. Like they were just thirsty as fuck for Destiny Seaman, right? So they didn't say anything. So I
Wieder
CTV and
500 True
Stardust
Damage
hey,
mit diesem einen Spell, ey.
I'm gonna be looking at your content to see if you got on your watch. Stardust responds with, I haven't heard about that, but I'll look into it, which was satisfactory, right? That was the best case scenario because I knew they didn't know about it, but at least she was gonna look into it and cover it on her channel and talk about it with all of her followers. So I was like, cool. CTV, on the other hand, brings his fucking cirrhosis pride ass into the fucking conversation, all this fucking crazy shit, right? So I go back and forth with them.
I don't really care if I called you a punk bitch. I mean, you can talk shit about other people too. So it's like, I mean, like, can't take the heat straight out of the kitchen. But when it comes to like the Mirror Lock situation, I mean, like, for those of you who don't know, Mirror Lock was killed by the SWAT. And it's another police brutality case. Very tragic.
You know what? Like, this is why you're fucking goofy, because you would rather sit here and go back and forth with me and get dunks and fucking try to get W's and clips and shit from me than talk to and look into shit that actually fucking matters. And Sansa inserted himself in the conversation to be like, this is the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. Because Stardust straight said, I thought we were friends, and I hit her with the fucking thing. So I don't fucking know these people. CTV isn't even a real fucking person. He's a character. I think it's been camera cut out. It's wrong. He fucking puts his 7-Eleven sunglasses on. He's fucking Dale Earthquake hat.
Hey man.
So they said that. I was like, I don't fucking know these people. You've never had you're a panel together. That is the extent of our relationship. We're not even friends. We're not even friends.
No, krieg nicht raus.
And
Close.
right, and he said something or other, and I was like, okay, so what's your opinion on the Mirror Lock? And he just jumped straight to, I fucked your mother, and telling me that I rape children and shit like that. Like, okay, dude.
Dude, I have no clue what he's talking about, man. Did this happen on recruitment? Geek! Did CTV tell, like, so Animal Cemetery was on recruitment.
Sein?
Was CTV there when Endless was on recruitment? Yeah, well, did he tell Endless that he rapes kids?
Einschlag.
Well, then what is he talking about?
Okay, I don't get to play.
Maybe it's a moment I missed.
Come on, warum steht der da hinten im Busch? Was ist denn
You're
das?
sitting in the comfort and safety of mommy's basement. You're getting paid your way through school once a month from your little grants or credits or whatever your parents got you.
Als ob er so im zweiten Busch bei denen wartet.
I'm sitting on a forklift right now making fucking $16 an hour. I am in the demographic of people that you claim to do advocacy for, and you're calling me fucking subhuman when I ask you to put in a basic amount.
You know what? I gotta say, I think it makes sense that he's a forklift. Oh, you didn't even let me finish my statement, geek. Now you just look classy. See, no, like working class people, you know, they deserve respect, of course. I agree with that. And him being a forklift driver makes sense. It makes sense to me, geek. And the reason why is because he has a lot of bullshit to carry around. And if he's carrying around all that bullshit, he better be using a forklift, okay? If he's gonna be lifting all this bullshit up and spreading it around, he's gonna need some heavy equipment to pull it around, some heavy machine. It was okay, so now Endless is telling me that it was Sanso who said that it was skipped. Which I have no clue. I don't know what Sanso did with him. But I just wanted to make sure. Okay, it wasn't CTV then.
Das für ein Janna-Bild.
Not confirming or denying if that happened. I have no clue.
Können sie ja machen als Mythic, aber doch nicht alles.
Really enjoyed
listening. Please.
Ich verliere 50% von meinem Leben durch das eine Q von dem Set.
Dude, how are you gonna be
Hat jeder einfach ein Spell raufböllert, der volles Decks hat und mich einfach Half-Life mit True
I can
Damage.
talk to the blue class workers. Anyway, Dylan Burns defended a sexual assaulter. Why? Because when I sent him screenshots of the sexual assault thing, he said, I don't know if I can really address this right now live and say that somebody sexually assaulted somebody live. I don't know if that's the best way to handle it. You should probably confirm information. Dylan defended a sexual assaulter. These are the real issues. Working class people.
Oh, please, doch die jedes Mal. Jetzt setzt den einen Stundeck-Seraph nicht einmal.
That is the real working class issue. And making sure that anybody who's like, let me go confirm this information, they're evil. And they fed. Working class people also like to call internet commentators, and this really connects with them. I remember I was over there with, I think his name was Working Bill. You know, first name Working, last name Bill. Yeah. And he was, digging ditches for half a penny an hour. Actually, a Polish penny an hour, which is worth like 1/3 of a normal penny. And he said that his number one voting issue is everybody's position on Destiny getting banned. That was his number one political position. That was his his do or die political issue. If you didn't have the right position on that, you're fucked.
Right. Come on. Like the amount of times I get called a faggot on my dock on a daily basis is like mind-boggling.
Yeah. Like it's literally, and I have the academics to speak for. I'm like, you're attempting to castigate their working class vernacular, which undermines your rhetoric. Which I mean, yeah, there's an academic analysis here, but at the end of the day, you don't walk up and tell.
CIA warnt vor Atomwaffen.
Wenn man sieht, in was für einem Zustand die russische Armee hier versucht hat, die Ukraine binnen Tagen einzunehmen und wie sie gescheitert sind, wenn man immer wieder auch die Berichte über Korruption innerhalb der russischen Armee sieht, dann ist vielleicht auch der Gedanke, der von Militärstrategen geäußert wird, nicht so ganz abwegig. Wer weiß überhaupt, in was für einem Zustand und wie gut oder eben auch nicht gut gewartet diese nuklearen Sprengköpfe sind, diese taktischen, etwas kleineren. Da weiß man überhaupt nichts drüber. Man weiß nicht, ob die tatsächlich so auf die Schnelle mal eben einsatzbereit sind oder einsatzbereit machbar gemacht werden könnten. So rum ist richtig. Insofern, ich wäre sehr, sehr vorsichtig damit. Und nochmal, selbst der CIA-Chef hat gesagt, das ist eine Analyse. Wir haben das im Auge. Es könnte sein, das, aber im Moment deutet nichts darauf hin.
Vielleicht weiß nicht mal der Kreml genau, wie einsatzfähig diese Waffen momentan sind. Tatjana, danke dir für diese Analyse und die Einordnungen direkt nach Kiew. Aber ohne stichhaltige Begründung weist Russland jetzt 18 Mitglieder der EU-Vertretung aus. Die Regierung in Moskau erklärte die 18 EU-Diplomaten in Moskau zu unerwünschten Personen. Sie müssen also das Land in naher Zukunft verlassen, so das russische Außenministerium. Der diplomatische Dienst in Brüssel bezeichnete die Aktion als ungerechtfertigt. Die Wehrbeauftragte des Bundestages Eva Högel fordert eine zügige Überprüfung der aktuellen Auslandseinsätze der Bundeswehr. Grund sei die veränderte sicherheitspolitische Lage. Die Auswirkungen des Krieges in der Ukraine hätten auch Auswirkungen auf andere Auslandseinsätze der Bundeswehr, so Högel. Kritisch äußerte sie sich zum Einsatz im Irak und Jordanien. Aktuell befinden sich ca. 3.300 Soldatinnen und Soldaten in 12 Einsätzen auf 3 Kontinenten. Knapp ein Drittel ist in Mali. Twitter will den Versuch der Übernahme durch Elon Musk abwehren. Der Verwaltungsrat will einen Plan vorlegen, um die Kontrolle nicht über das Unternehmen zu verlieren. Der Tech-Milliardär und Tesla-Chef Elon Musk hatte ja ein Angebot zum Kauf aller Aktien des Kurznachrichtendienstes bekannt gegeben. Musk hält bisher gut 9% an Twitter. Er bietet nun allen Aktionären $54,20 pro Aktie und kündigt zudem an, Twitter nach einem Erwerb ganz von der Börse zu nehmen. Bundesbauministerin Clara Geiwitz will den Bau von Einfamilienhäusern in Deutschland einschränken. Die SPD-Politikerin bezeichnete es als ökonomisch und ökologisch unsinnig, wenn jede Generation neue Einfamilienhäuser baue. In vielen der großen Häuser wohnten nämlich meist gar keine Familien mehr. Um den Flächenverbrauch zu senken und die Umwelt zu schützen, sollten junge Familien alte Häuser erwerben und sanieren. Hierfür müssten staatliche Anreize geschaffen werden, so Geiwitz. In Deutschland haben am heutigen Karfreitag die Christen der Kreuzigung Jesu gedacht. Die Gottesdienste standen im Zeichen der Trauer und des Ukraine-Krieges. Seit Jahresbeginn sind allerdings deutlich mehr Menschen aus der Kirche ausgetreten als in vergleichbaren Zeiträumen in den Jahren zuvor. Zehntausende kehrten vor allem der katholischen Kirche den Rücken. Und das liegt wohl auch an der Veröffentlichung des Münchner Missbrauchsgutachtens, die viele enttäuscht hat. Thomas Fedder berichtet.
Ein stiller Marsch an einem der höchsten christlichen Feiertage. Hier im fränkischen Waldaschaf ist die Tradition noch in Ordnung. Viele Dutzend Gläubige sind gekommen, um mit der Karfreitagsprozession den Leidensweg Christi nachzuspazieren. Und auch die Jüngeren machen mit.
Bedeutet für mich Rückhalt in einer sehr unsicheren Zukunft.
Zusammenhalt, Tradition, einfach in der Gemeinschaft etwas zusammen erleben.
Aber die Kreuzgänger, wie hier in Berlin, sind wohl eher Auslaufmodelle. 1990 waren noch 72% der Deutschen entweder katholisch oder evangelisch, 2020 nur noch 51% und in diesem Jahr wird zum ersten Mal eine Mehrheit nicht mehr in der Kirche sein. Die Gründe sind klar, eine ältere, glaubenstreue Generation stirbt weg und Jung und Alt sind gleichermaßen schockiert von Missbrauchs- und Korruptionsskandalen.
Es sind jetzt auch die Älteren, die aus der Kirche austreten. Und deshalb sozusagen brennt diese Kerze, wenn man das Bild mal brauchen will, an 2 Enden. Bei den Jüngeren, früher auch schon, aber jetzt auch bei den Älteren.
Pfarrer Prambakatu weiß jedenfalls sehr wohl, dass seine Herde beständig kleiner wird. Er fordert seine Schäfchen auf, für Reformen zu kämpfen, statt aus der Kirche zu fliehen.
Mir wäre es lieber, dass die Menschen einfach sagen, Herr Bischof, Herr Pfarrer, lieber Papst, so geht es nicht, so wollen wir es nicht haben. Es geht um das Volk eigentlich.
Guten Morgen! Und sein Wort in Gottes Ohr hier in Waldaschaf schafft er es. Die kommenden Ostermessen werden voll sein. Das ist so sicher wie das Amen in seiner Kirche.
Und wir kommen ganz sicher wieder.
Was war das denn jetzt? Hä? Wir sprechen uns nach dem ersten Kind. Hallo? Ganz schön unsensibel, oder? Ich meine, ich werde jetzt 35. Ich krieg doch jetzt noch kein Kind. Ich bin doch nicht bescheuert. Ich mache mir doch nicht mein Leben kaputt. In 10 Jahren vielleicht, aber jetzt? Ich meine, das muss doch auch nicht sein. Es gibt doch jetzt Social Freezing. Na klar, da lasse ich mir einfach auf Kosten von meinem Arbeitgeber Eizellen einfrieren für später. Das nenne ich mal einen guten Schritt in Richtung Gleichberechtigung, oder? Bei den Männern machen doch auch immer die Karriere, die keine Eier mehr haben, oder? Und dann lasse ich mir irgendwann später die befruchteten Eizellen wieder einpflanzen, wenn ich Zeit habe. In 10 Jahren. Oder 15. Oder noch später. Ich meine, ist doch auch praktisch, wenn ich dann schon in Rente bin, dann spare ich mir direkt auch den Kita-Platz.
User was moved to your channel.
Gut, okay, so eine späte Schwangerschaft, die ist natürlich auch für den Körper heikel. Das muss man sich gut überlegen.
Dich gemoved in die,
Ich habe ja dann
Aram,
nicht
zu den
30 Jahre lang
Aram-Gangs.
gehungert, nur damit ich mir auf den letzten Metern nochmal das Bindegewebe versaue. Hallo? Nee, Leute. Ich habe in diesen Körper investiert.
Aram
Den verschwende ich doch nicht an eine
Du
Schwangerschaft.
willst kein Aram spielen, du willst wieder tryharden.
Mein After-Baby-Buddy in den Promi-Portalen durchfällt, dann bin ich doch geliefert. Dann werde ich doch auch hier nicht mehr eingeladen.
Wir sind
zu so
4
einer
Leute,
Sendung als
Johannes.
Frau. Da ist doch meine Marktlücke weg.
Und Aram
Hübsch
ist doch
und lustig
entspannt.
am Arsch. Ja, fett und lustig kann jeder, Leute.
Ja, darüber lässt sich jetzt streiten, aber. Also auf jeden Fall haben wir mal AIDS-Champions.
Alter, was haben wir AIDS-Champions?
Körperlichen Zustand der Frau
Ich kann Rice.
After Baby Buddy, damit man sich besser einordnen
Ist
kann.
das, was auf den Tisch kommt?
Wir haben jetzt einfach 3 ADCs. Ich glaube nicht, dass es eine gute Idee ist, wenn ich ehrlich
Warum
bin.
gibt es diesen Begriff? Aber wir kriegen jeden Tag aufs Brot geschmiert, welche Kackstelze, wie viele Sekunden nach der Geburt wieder Unterwäsche modelt. Und das kann jeder schaffen. Natürlich. Es gibt mittlerweile sogar Online-Fitnesskurse, da kann sich jeder anmelden. Jetzt hat wirklich keiner mehr eine Ausrede, Leute. Gut, die sind ein bisschen teuer, aber die machen einen so MILF. Und Girls, wer will nicht gerne eine MILF sein? Eine Mom I like to fuck, hallo? Gut, das macht Druck. Das macht Druck, aber Druck ist gut. Klar. Denn nur wenn wir unseren eigenen Körper richtig scheiße finden, nur dann erhöhen wir unsere Kaufkraft. Ja, für Diätshakes und Kosmetik und so. Ist das nicht eine geniale Geschäftsidee, jungen Müttern zu sagen, dass sie zu fett sind? Wie einfach, oder? Und das schlechte Gewissen, das kriegst du gratis dazu. Weil es muss dir ja auch noch so unglaublich leicht fallen. Oh mein Gott, ist das alles lässig, gar kein Problem. Es ist einfach zu organisieren, na klar. Man kriegt ganz leicht alles unter einen Hut. Die Karriere, die Kinder und den geilen Arsch. Das haut uns Heidi Klum jeden Tag um die Ohren. Natürlich, das müssen wir schaffen. Gut, okay, das ist jetzt eine harte Geschichte.
Ich habe die Gegner im Mundo und einen Malfoy.
Diese After Baby Buddy Challenge, da mache ich nicht mit. Gut, beim After Beer Buddy, da wäre ich dabei gewesen, Leute, aber...
Also darf ich nicht mein Traktar
Ey, einfach eine Leihmutter, oder?
Ding spielen?
Spiele, was du willst, Matze.
Wir haben einen Jin und eine Sivir, die haben 2 Tankkiller.
Ja.
Johannes.
Das Mura into AP-Bild spielen hier.
Ich weiß gar nicht, wie das AP-Bild geht.
Wenn du durch Ulti und dann machst du ein Spell drauf.
Wer meint, was man baut.
Was man baut.
Mura into Ludens into. Also einfach halt Mura und dann Full AP halt dann. Nicht so kompliziert.
Glauben nicht, der trollt dich.
I'll fight for our cause.
Ich glaube halt auch, dass er mich trollt. Aber da habe ich ja die falschen Runen dafür.
Und Shield weg. Alter, wie weit war denn der?
Wir hätten eigentlich sein Handy, Matze.
Niemals.
Ich kenne doch meine Pappenheimer.
Nino, das nicht, Laui.
Ja.
Wie lange geht denn der? Was ist das für ein... Das ist ja Pay to Win.
Der Strahl.
Das siehst du, wie weit der geht?
Oh Gott, da ist ja einer.
Ich hab ihn.
Gib dir Damage. Mehr geht nicht.
Ja, sicher doch.
Hab ich. Nein, die Laui.
Alter, wie viel macht das Ding Schaden?
Seht ihr den Laser?
Was war das?
Ein Laser redest du
Was
eigentlich,
denn?
Jonas?
Bei mir.
Victor, die OP-Sau.
Säge.
Viel. Warum hat sie?
Ich bin zu langsam.
Weil das Beil gedodged.
Aber Philipp, meine Qs geht ja gar nicht mit AP.
Ja, aber den
Oh,
Pass.
ich hatte kein Shield, das ist mir gut.
Die geht.
Du musst ja, wenn du AP gehst, ja schon nicht vergessen, deine W zu aktivieren, bevor du Q schießt.
Nein. Punkt. Er ist doch nicht fair, die Laue, Mann.
Weltweit sie.
Was kaufe ich für gut?
Magic, eigentlich so spät wie möglich Schuhe kaufen.
Okay. Aber ich baue Mura Mana erstmal für.
Mura Rush. Ja. Der Zix, der schmeißt die mal weg. Romana, dann baust Ludens. Oder wenn du hier willst, kannst du hier auch die Krone bauen, damit die dich nicht one-shotten können. Also.
Wie jetzt?
Ja, genau. Och komm. Muss man nicht flashen.
Hat diese Sivir gesehen, die eine Malphite-Ult geschildet hat.
Janna-Reflexe sind es. Die kommen langsam.
Bisschen impressed, muss ich sagen. Okay, das war 140er Auto-Attack. Oh ne, das war ein Beil.
Wo bleib ich denn da stehen, Alter? Wo?
Infected Bonesaw.
Ah, Skill.
Schön, ey.
Los, Malphite, flieg und sieg.
Wealth is my kind of burden.
Oh. Gut, gegessen, ne?
Hör auf damit.
Alter, sind das Dodge-Götter oder? Wie ist der gerade so weit nach vorne auf mich gejumpt?
Richtig?
Nee, Lau.
No!
Schneeball.
War kein Schneeball, das war weird.
Was? Hat nicht gereicht.
Was max ich dann als Second? Meine W wahrscheinlich. Oder als erstes sogar.
Erst ist die Q und dann die W. Ja, dann die W.
Heroes go hungry.
Hey. Das ist halt... Der Tag geslappt alle 3. Bam.
Alter. Wie mir Boys mitnehmen. Oh. Oh no. Oh Gott. Der schmeißt in mich rein. Jetzt geht auf den Sack. Ein Random.
Es sind 2 Leute aus der Wii geschmissen. Und hat mir gerade den Melfer ins Gesicht. Und mit dem Schneeball hat er ihn auch schon zu mir gebracht.
Oh no, ich hab grad dich shielde Wolle. Nicht funktioniert.
Matze kommt an.
Also keine Ahnung, Alter. Zum 5. Mal ultet er mich.
Richtig unbeteiligt kommt er da reingelaufen.
Jedes Mal, der ultet, das ist immer mich.
What? Das war Hitbox.
Ah, jetzt komm. Hör mal auf, für mich zu ulten, der Viktor. Als ob er keine besseren Targets hätte.
Oh mein Gott, ich...
Wealth is my kind of burden.
Oh mein Gott. Ja!
Eine weg ist, jetzt kommt der andere. Okay, der Fight ist gut. Lass ihn kommen. Schön.
Wichtig ist, du musst immer ein, zwei Autotext vorher auf die machen oder Ult-Folge drauf machen. Dann kommt erst ein richtiger Damage.
Sobald ich in ihrer Reichweite bin,
Oh, da kam das Sniper. Dieser Sniper.
was kann ich als nächstes looten, oder? Oder Nächstes?
Hm. manche Nashers kaufen, Nashers in Turaba oder so. Werden halt gesaunt. So hart von denen.
Ja, weil sobald die halt auf uns engagen, wir tot sind.
Get paid and get it.
Oh, warum denn immer ich? Einmal. Oh, nee. Die Lia-Ulti war krass.
Oh, was? Oh Gott, das ist eine Victor-Ult. Deshalb krieg ich Damage.
Ich in WoW, Johannes, leuchtet rot, ich muss rauslaufen.
Das leuchtet nicht rot, du Betrüger!
Auch bei dem Skin leuchtet es rot.
Aber
Und immer W drücken vor der Qs, ne?
Ja, wenn ich sie ready hab.
Ich sag nur, das ist wichtig.
No!
Ich bin extra weggerannt vor dir.
I am so sad.
Warum ist denn die Ding eigentlich so? Was? Guck dir mal das Itembild von der Ding an, von der Uri.
What the fuck?
Crazy.
Okay.
Tank Uri.
Hat die 3000 Leben? Kann es mal jemand in Erfahrung bringen? Nino, lauf da mal rein.
Ich glaube, sie hatte 3000. Die
Oh
hat
ja.
Ach komm, fuck off, ey.
Oh, ich kann halt nicht.
Warum lebt der nicht noch? Oh Gott.
What?
Wie krieg ich den sein Magic Shield weg? Nur mit meiner Ulti.
Ja.
Ja, der war richtig fertig. Wieso macht die so viel Schaden?
Da ist der. Oh Gott, was passiert?
Du hast sie in unser Verderben gezogen, Alter. Holy shit.
Ich soll irgendwie einen Hextrinker oder so bauen.
Ult! Ult Spell!
Jetzt weh. Irgendwie war das mal besser, glaube ich.
Ja, das ist absolut useless as fuck. Mach Zero Damage. Kauf das alles wieder.
Das könnte aber auch an dir liegen.
Könnte auch mir sein, aber ich kauf das jetzt auf meinen.
So bleibe ich in dem Laser stehen.
No, und ich laufe ins Feld rein.
Gerade alles aktiviert gehabt. W, Ulti auf ihn drauf, Q, E getroffen, Zero Damage.
Hast du die Items jetzt verkauft?
Würde ich nie tun.
Macht sie getrollt. Ich gebe die Ori nicht gewinnen, das ist Tank.
Ich auch. Schielt seine Ulti und er kriegt mich trotzdem. What?
Aber irgendwie hat mein Team kein Damage, kann das sein?
Das merkst du erst jetzt. Wir machen ja kein Damage in dem, die haben halt einfach 3 Tanks, die rennen uns halt runter.
Drei AD Carries.
Ja.
Damage, I guess.
Unser Tank muss die AD Carries halt mal beschützen.
Warum habe ich das nicht fertig gebaut? What?
Ach komm, fuck off, ey. Ich bin gerade in 0,1 Sekunden gestorben mit 1700 Damage von denen.
Jetzt zusammen, Boys, zusammen. Wer hat Anti-Heal? Keiner, sehr gut.
Das ist der Raid-Boss.
Ich flash-ult dich gleich. Ah, ich tue dich nicht.
wer kennt den noch töten?
Ja, vielleicht die Leute mit Anti hier.
Ach, come on, ey. Ich bin noch schneller gestorben in 0,28 Sekunden. Hat 1900 Schaden gemacht.
Maske toll.
Ich laufe nicht tot.
Ja, das ist das Problem. Einfach mal ein paar Spells dodgen.
Wie soll ich das dodgen?
Nicht zu dem Ball rennen.
Die hat gerade den Ball nicht an. Die hat geflasht, die hat bestimmt geflasht.
Nein, hat sie nicht. Vielleicht der Ball lag einfach am Tor, durch den Turm gelaufen, der hat geultet.
Den Ball nicht gesehen.
Ja, siehst du? Das ist das Problem.
Ist halt einfach der Tank, der sich nicht davor stellt und mich beschützt. Alter, ich mache halt einfach keinen Schaden an denen. Ach, come on, fuck off.
Ich will wieder den Ball.
Die hat den Ball gerade auf mich geschossen. Ich bin sogar geflasht.
Alter, ich komm nicht vor dem weg. Ich hab keine
Ich will den
Schuss.
Raid-Poster mal töten.
Nein.
Das sind alle Toten.
Meine Güte. Alle kein Damage.
Der Malfoy hat mir 2700 Damage gemacht. Ich habe nur 2100 Leben.
Du hast nicht mal auf Overkill.
Warum steht das überhaupt da?
Vielleicht hast du dich zwischendurch geheilt.
Hey.
Krieg die Sniper.
Oh, ich habe die Base noch nicht verlassen. Ich kann auch shoppen.
Der Victor, der Finish. Richtiger böser Pup. Wieso schmatzt sich oder fast tot?
Nämlich eine Victor den getroffen.
Digga, der tankt den scheiß Nexus Tower! Matze, Mama,
Was soll ich da tun, Alter?
Nino hinter dir!
Ich weiß, aber ich möchte nicht fighten. Er tötet mich einfach.
So ein Schmutz, Alter.
So ein Schmutz ist das.
Gab es.
Alter Schwede. Johannes. Dominik's Immortal Reminder. Jetzt zeigt ihm, was ihr geschaffen seid.
Oh Gott, da kommt der Raid-Boss.
Oh, er ist an mir dran, natürlich. Oh, nicht. Alter, das ist nicht okay. Der gibt mir 4 500er Schelle. Okay.
Philipp. Er hat mir 2400 Schaden gemacht, ich habe nur 2000 Leben. Alter.
Okay, nehmen den hier. Oh. Six, lehnt doch mal ein Spell, Mann.
Ich will gar nicht aus der Base eigentlich. Nicht mal die Base hat mich vorhin beschützt.
Kommt so ein Mundo.
So, ich habe jetzt eine Vormelder Anti-Heal. Now it's gonna be good. I knew.
Snipe die mal weg, Philipp. Du hast nur eine Aufgabe. Wir können nicht gegen alle kämpfen. Snipe, snipe, snipe!
Half-Life. Even more. Oh oh, Mathe.
Ja, ich sehe schon, was er vorhat.
Und jetzt geduldet euch, ich bin unterwegs.
Ich bin full.
Das Ding hier einnehmen. Alter, der Mund.
Der hat 6000 Leben!
Oh, Fotze, Alter.
Ja.
Oh mein Gott. Okay.
Oh nein! Philipp, snipe, snipe, snipe! Hilf ihm doch, Philipp! Ja.
Tote Leute, ne? Einfach Ruhe.
Oh mein fucking Gott, Alter.
Lass die Profis mal arbeiten.
Ja, renn weg, die Kleine. Ja, er ist weggerannt wie ein kleines Mädchen.
Oh, kommt noch jemand. Rückzug. Was Damage, Johannes? Damage!
Good job, Jungs, good job.
Meinst du, Infizell lohnt sich und dafür Ding holen?
Ich würde sagen, wir gehen da rein.
Dann gerade 4. Oh Gott, oh Gott, oh Gott, oh Gott.
Wir müssen auf die kleine Fotze hier aufpassen.
Da ist ein Malfight.
Jetzt der WQ-Matze. Oh! Oh!
Ja, okay. Ist in Ordnung.
Snipe, snipe, snipe! Jetzt, Nino, holen dir.
Philipp macht jetzt nämlich Damage.
Jetzt, Philipp, komm. Gelbforsen an.
Ich hab keinen Geldfuß mehr. Ich bin jetzt nämlich auch ein Tank, ich habe jetzt auch 2700 Leben.
komm doch her, ey. Mann.
Snipe, snipe, snipe! Und donated! Du sollst doch vor dem wegrennen!
Ich weiß nicht, warum konnte der mich killen?
Weil er Ulti hatte.
Ich dachte, ich bin tanky noch.
Nein!
Oh Gott, warte, what are you doing?
Was soll ich denn? Ich kann mich nicht mehr bewegen.
Alter,
In
das
dem Moment,
ist
als der
Six
Schneeball
Damage.
mich getroffen hatte, war Feierabend. Es ist kein Entkommen von dem Mundo. Guck es mal an, Alter. Wie soll ich davon wegkommen?
Wie oft hat der seinen Grasp of the Undying geblockt? So 47 Mal. So ein Anfänger. Hat das Ding halt 75 Mal schon gebrockt, ey.
Da kommt gleich so ein...
Alter! Ich hab grad 2 Ultis gemisst.
Du Krasser.
Auf dem Stun-Target.
Was? Er hat die quasi nicht bewegt.
Oh no!
Das wäre mal ein Minion bitte.
Snipe, snipe, snipe! Keiner hat Anti.
Ich
hab Anti-Heal.
Ich hab Anti-Heal.
Ich hab meinen verkauft für bessere Items.
Bestimmt besser wie Anti-Heal.
Ich wollte gerade sagen, es ist gut, dass wir keinen Anti-Heal haben. gegen
Platzhörster.
Oh, ich bin low. Raus.
Komm, Boys, aber ich habe keine Boots mehr. Ich glaube, es war ein schwerer Fehler.
Aber auch.
Ich spiele nur noch Ultibot gerade.
How? What?
Oh, halt's mal, diesen Full-Tank, wieso macht die so viel Schaden an mir?
Oh, der killt mich halt. Ich bin stunned, ich bin stunned.
Was ist das gerade für ein Massaker?
will ich sagen, dass Tanks das Game entscheiden, aber ich glaube.
Echt? Hast du jetzt erst gemerkt?
Eigentlich Anti.
Guck mal, der Mundo hat sogar vergessen, Schuhe wieder zu kaufen. Der hat dran einem Video an den Nummer.
Nee, das ist nur der Toad. Das ist nur der Cookie.
Ulti.
Ulti halt.
Ja, die hatte doch gerade eben nicht random.
What?
Ja, der wollte sterben.
Der macht ja richtig Damage, der Six. Und wirklich am Schaden rauspressen.
Macht genauso keinen Schaden, keine Ahnung. Dürfen wir eine Items verkaufen, was anderes spielen.
Oh Gott, overextended hier.
Seh den Ball.
Alter, das gibt's nicht.
Jetzt der
Es-
AD4, Jungs.
Ich nehme den Mundo. Lenk ihn ab.
Sieg!
Der Sport beendet den Scheiß jetzt. Zum Glück hat's gar noch nichts gemacht in dem Game, Alter.
Der könnte sogar einen Poster haben, das ist so schlimm.
Das ist wohl kein Quatsch. Das ist ja fair, das ist ja normal. Habe ich über 10k Damage?
Der Malphite hat mich gerade nur mit der E-Half-Life gemacht. What?
Ja, der Malphite war aber auch nicht Full Tank. Alter. Ich habe ja sogar Damage gemacht. Aber im Vergleich zu euch halt einfach keinen.
Weniger mit der Full Tank.
Das ist halt einfach lächerlich. Es ist halt einfach recht. Es kann mir keiner erzählen, dass du mit den Items so viel Damage machen darfst. Das ist einfach, League ist einfach, keine Ahnung, League ist einfach komplett ruined.
Du denkst, dass der Mundo tanky war. Schau dir nicht Damage an.
Stell dir mal vor, die hätte einen Victor gehabt.
Holy shit, du hast so viel.
Alter Schwede, das ist dumm. 315.000.
What the fuck? Okay.
Das ist einfach so dumm.
Mehr als der Mundo.
Ja, gut, das ist das Force of Nature. Wenn das nämlich oben ist und dann machen Ori und Victor gar nichts mehr am Scanner. Toll, wenn dieser Buff prockt, so die retarded. Ich muss kurz aufs Klo.
Schafft auch Arbeitsplätze.
Eigentlich würde ich gerne wissen, dass
Gut,
das
nicht in Deutschland,
Fimbleburn-Ding da geschildert
In
hat.
der Ukraine oder in Indien. Und ganz ehrlich, die sind doch andauernd schwanger da, oder? Das fällt denen doch gar nicht auf. Und dann würde ich die unterstützen, oder? Das ist doch eine Win-Win-Situation, oder? Ich wollte schon immer in die Entwicklungshilfe gehen, Leute. Aber ich hatte nie die Zeit. Wie, das ist Ausbeutung, sagen Sie? Nein, nein, das ist sozial. Social Freezing. Hallo? Ich habe ja wohl ein Recht auf ein Kind. Das gehört zu meinem optimalen, optimierten Leben dazu. Ja? Und das lasse ich mir von der Fakten
Alter Schwede, ey.
kaputt machen. Ich muss meinen Marktwert als Frau halten, ja? Der Körper einer Frau, der ist gestaltbar mittlerweile.
Ich würde mal
Und
sagen,
stehen doch alle
Artevados wurde
Möglichkeiten offen,
genervt.
das muss ich doch
scheinbar,
nutzen. Ich mache nicht denselben Fehler wie die Generation vor mir, denselben Fehler wie meine Großmutter und werde einfach nur eine alte, faltige, nette Frau. Nee, nee.
Ja, aber Adi war ja auch nicht viel stärker.
Ohne Witz, Alter.
Aussortiert, Leute. Eine nette Frau? Nee, nee. Ich muss fickbar bleiben. Na klar.
Gar nicht
Sonst
geguckt.
werde ich
Ist
aussortiert, Leute.
Vados im Adam genervt bestimmt.
Ja, ich glaube schon.
Oh, das hat bestimmt weniger weniger Damage oder sowas. Philipp ist gar nicht da.
Looks like.
Hi, horses. People do say that I yell at women. I see that in the chat. I don't plan on yelling at Lauren, but yeah. It seems to be a trend that I end up yelling at female guests more often than male.
Ja.
I've always said that I think it's because I can connect with them emotionally.
Hast du mich gerade Lappen genannt?
I find them more emotionally resilient.
Ja.
In a way.
Warum machst denn du sowas?
Weiß ich nicht.
Ich verstehe.
Was verstehst du nicht?
Toxicity.
Hello, everyone. Lauren says she's going to be ready in 5 minutes.
Bitte lass es einen guten Champion sein. Nee.
Well, I didn't say guaranteed no yelling. I just said no planned yelling. You never know. Hey guys.
Okay. Let's
Why are you always talking to Destiny's wives? I don't think Lauren is Destiny's wife.
Geile Ulti für Aram, ehrlich
'Cause
gesagt.
they're my friends.
Ja.
I don't know if Lauren's my friend.
Huh?
Probably not. I do feel some kind of
Benata.
connection there, though. And we'll be discussing that.
Hast du schon mal gespielt, Johannes, eigentlich?
Yelling is for the weak.
Im Aram habe ich es immer gespielt, ja. Im Practice Duel habe ich es immer.
Topic this time? I think we're going to continue our conversation from last time. We should talk about what happened on the
Die könnte dir doch gefallen, oder gefällt die dir nicht?
Yeah, maybe my most recent video.
Die ziemlich sind skillbefreit. What? Sag ja nicht. Nämlich, sag ja.
I want to be Destiny's. I want to be one of Destiny's.
Für der Scheibe nehmen, aber du müsstest dich jetzt. Da hätte ich die falschen Ruhen, Alter. Wieso gibst du Scheibe ab?
Ich krieg wirklich so langweilige Scheißspiel.
Okay, sorry.
Ah ja, ist langweilig, okay.
That must have already put this on.
Die war doch nicht auch ultra boring. Ich spiele auf AP und.
In den Talia-Skin richtig weird. Da hat die ein komisches Gesicht.
Playing Lego Star Wars. I think we just might.
Das ist ein komisches Gesicht.
Smash.
True.
We play a lot of
Und
Smash.
ziemlich hot. Also mein Champion.
Wer bist du überhaupt? Der Blanc. Der Blanke.
Der Blanke.
We name the trees, the wind,
Ja.
the mountains. We know their power.
Warum kann ich nie einen Rakan haben?
If our existence is everyone else's chaos, so
Klingt ja gar nicht so eine Folkbüchsen.
Aber nicht Folkbild.
Ist nicht gestorben.
Ein Borg. Ja. What?
Keine Sorge, Philipp, ich hab dich gerecht.
Und die auch noch eine Sänger.
Ja, die richtige Fun-Champion.
Wenn ich über die drüber charge, über die Falle, gehe ich dann durch? Gehe ich da rein? Ja.
Wer immer da gerade mitgespielt hat wie ein Mann, ich bin sehr dankbar.
Ey, das ist doch weiter, what the fuck? Der AIDS lange.
Wie viel Heal die Alter, dieses dumme Black Shield.
No!
Wurde Kassadin reworked? Oder hat er nur ein neues Bild gekriegt?
Neues Bild.
Wieso machen die sowas?
Weil sie cool sind.
Ich brauch meine Ulti endlich. Oh.
Das ist doch. Wie weit ist denn dieser scheiß Spell? Ich weiß, warum ich die immer bann, Mann. Champions ever AIDS.
Das war kein Snare.
Habt ihr eine Caitlyn? Nein, mein Ulti-Boy. Kaufen.
Oh.
Oh, ich bin glaube ich tot.
Okay. Black Shield for the win. Und natürlich schneller.
No.
Baited.
Baited. Nein. Baited.
Hey, wie hast du den gerade abgehalten oder war das die. War das der 4 von der.
Ja, keine Ahnung. Auf jeden vollen Schaden.
Manchmal geht es einfach nur ums Resultat.
Aber ich auf jeden Fall.
What? Das gilt? Das waren 300 Damage. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Wie hat es mich gehittet?
Entschuldig dich bitte bei ihr.
Ah! Geh weg!
Im Chat. Hier keine Entschuldigung.
Wieso sollte ich mich entschuldigen? Blöde Fotze, hä? Das ist Lacker immer.
Ist mir so schnell, ja? So Movement Speed.
Warum haben die fucking Black Shield jedes Game, ey?
Jemand will keins.
So in der Art.
Einfach so ein Mund.
Anderes.
Alle Gruppen, Alter. Geburten.
Victors are the sole authors of history. Time to write power.
Alter, ich glaube, er noch in die Trap.
Und Renata war schon ziemlich kurz vor der Range her gegen die Gegner.
Haha, OP-Kombo, Nino.
Ja, habe ich gleich gesehen, dass das werden könnte. Hatten sie nicht viel Chance dagegen.
Okay, Entschuldigung.
Tisch? Matze, so geht das.
Und mit Flash, Mensch. Hey, wieso war das so ein... Bis zu 100.
Kommt!
Ey, Dodge sogar, Alter.
Oh.
Richtige Messe.
Bleibt so dahinter stehen wie ein braver ADC.
Beruhigt euch. Können Freunde bleiben, ne?
Ich kann da halt einfach nicht reinspringen, weil die ganze Zeit eine Morgana haben, die einfach.
Humans. They're so very blind.
Nicht okay.
Alter, bin ich schlecht.
All women desire a con. Like they know what to do with it.
Der Champ ist ein kompletter Shit, ey.
Senna.
Ey, Renata.
Du musst dich eigentlich nur auf die Revive und auf die Ulti konzentrieren, der Rest ist alles Garbage.
Einfach nur.
Nee, die ist auch versetzt, ist super strong.
Ja, aber die haben. Ich komme gerade überhaupt nicht ran. Gegen die
Die
Gegner.
haben halt ein scheiß Team. Okay.
Nature bends towards chaos. You're doing it. Well, look at you. I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Ich hab meine Ult geklaut.
Ja.
Dann Double vor.
Einsperre.
Er hat sich selber eingesperrt.
Mich hat er eingesperrt.
Jo.
No one will want
Ich.
Boah, das ist genau davor aufgehört. Ich hab halt einfach mehr Rangers, ich komme nicht mal ran.
Oh.
Jo.
Oh mein Gott.
Was hat ihm jetzt für Schaden gemacht?
Oder hab ich meine Ult?
Was kommt das überhaupt?
No Fun der Held, holy shit.
Our Vestian essence fades with each passing day.
Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Bring it down a notch.
Victors are so
Okay.
Gottes Willen.
Was war das denn? Der ist
Rebellion puts the fire in my blood.
Der bald von nicht einem Spell, den man hitten muss. Nur Ult und dann die.
That's what you get for trying.
Where did you get all these wonderful things?
Alter!
Nature is wild and untamed.
Der Kassadin ist ja fett wie Hundescheiße.
Ja, ist halt ein Kassadin, der wird halt irgendwann stark.
Meek, der hat 17 Kills.
Die alle fast voll wild, oder?
Ich kann halt da nicht rein, der macht mich mit einer Q, bin ich tot.
Gavin Brawls just I was born to ruffle feathers.
What?
If our existence
Ach, das ist Lethal.
so be it. Talking to anybody else?
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay, richtig.
Ja, dieser Held, der macht mir gar keinen Spaß.
So, Jungs. Jetzt wird's Zeit.
It's a little contentious sometimes, so I think that some healing Lego games might be good. She's getting pretty good at Smash, so like
Eine gute Nacht.
She'll win a match every
Nacht.
once in a while, or like get close, and then that's
Gute
starting to
Nacht.
make her more invested. She's getting really fucking angry now.
User disconnected
Johnson
from your
Pike,
channel.
$9.99. Thank you. Just finished all your gender narrative videos. As a trans woman, I don't know what to think. A lot of it was stuff I knew, but you're
Ja,
finding a
shit
different
talks.
way to frame the
Da
thing.
sind sie.
Well, thank you for the donation and for your feedback. I think that that is kind of what I'm trying to do with a lot of my content, in that I'm not trying to like really educate so much as take things that we already know, or most of us already, I don't know, just kind of different ways to take the Legos of agreed upon facts or perspectives that we already have, and then try to build something.
Oh, ich glaube, ich gehe auch ins Bett.
Ja.
Well,
Gute
happy,
Nacht euch.
happy Belitabo again. So today we're going to
Disconnected.
talk about the Republican decision to remove themselves